Hey there, fellow night wanderers. Tonight we're stepping into a world so brutal, so absurdly cruel, that paying money to lean against a rope all night was considered a genuine upgrade. Welcome to Victorian London, where poverty wasn't just uncomfortable, it was an Olympic sport with deadly stakes. Picture this. It's 1880-something, the greatest empire on earth is pumping out wealth like a broken fire hydrant, and thousands of people in its own capital are fighting tooth and nail for the privilege of not sleeping on actual pavement. The kicker? Sleeping rough could literally land you in prison. So the desperate, the broken, and the unlucky invented a whole economy of misery with price tiers that would make modern airlines jealous. Before we descend into the fog and filth of the East End, do me a favour, smash that like button if you're into these historical rabbit holes, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from tonight. London? Sydney? Some tiny town I've never heard of? I genuinely want to know who's joining me on this journey into one of history's darkest corners. Now dim those lights, get comfortable in your bed that you probably take completely for granted, and let's explore a time when the poor had exactly 3 options: pay up, get arrested, or die trying. This is the story of penny sit-ups, 2-penny hangovers, and coffin beds. Let's go. To truly understand why anyone would willingly hand over their last penny to lean against a piece of rope for 8 hours, we need to step back and look at the machine that created this nightmare in the first place. And what a machine it was. Victorian London in the 1880s wasn't just a city, it was a living, breathing monument to the absolute chaos that happens when industrial progress meets zero social safety nets. The British Empire was busy conquering approximately 1/4 of the entire planet. Ships loaded with exotic goods were streaming into the Thames from every corner of the globe, and the wealthy were building mansions so elaborate they needed maps just to find the bathroom. Meanwhile, quite literally around the corner, people were paying money for the privilege of not lying in the gutter. The contrast was so stark it almost seems like a bad joke, except nobody was laughing, least of all the people trying to figure out how to survive until morning. The 1880s represented a peculiar moment in London's history, a time when the city had grown into an absolute monster of a metropolis, without anyone really stopping to think about what that meant for the people at the bottom of the economic food chain. The population had exploded beyond anything the medieval street planners could have possibly imagined, cramming millions of souls into a space originally designed for a fraction of that number. The result was predictable chaos, overcrowding so severe that entire families lived in single rooms, while landlords rubbed their hands together with glee and charged premium rates for accommodations that would make a modern prison cell look spacious. Good luck complaining to anyone about living conditions, because there was always someone worse off than you waiting to take your spot. The Industrial Revolution, that great engine of progress that was supposed to lift humanity into a gleaming future of abundance, had produced some rather spectacular side effects that nobody seemed interested in addressing. Factories that had once churned out goods around the clock were increasingly subject to the whims of global markets, foreign competition, and economic downturns that could shutter entire industries overnight. When the cotton mills of Lancashire hit trouble, when the shipyards slowed, when technological progress made entire categories of workers obsolete, there was no unemployment insurance waiting to catch the fallen. There was no government program ready to retrain displaced workers for new careers. There was barely even recognition that maybe, just maybe, society owed something to the people whose labour had built its wealth in the first place. The prevailing attitude among the comfortable classes was remarkably consistent. Poverty was a moral failing, pure and simple. If you were destitute, it was because you deserved to be, probably due to laziness, drink, or some fundamental defect of character that made you unsuitable for the rigours of proper Victorian industriousness. This lovely philosophy meant that when the inevitable economic crises hit, when factories closed their gates and threw thousands of workers onto the street with nothing but the clothes on their backs, the response from official quarters was approximately nothing helpful. The decade of the 1880s was particularly brutal in this regard, marked by a series of economic depressions that rolled through the British economy like waves crashing against a shore. International competition was eating into Britain's industrial dominance, with American and German manufacturers beginning to challenge the supremacy that had seemed so unassailable just a generation before. Domestic industries that had employed entire communities found themselves suddenly uncompetitive, unable to match the prices offered by foreign rivals with lower labour costs and newer equipment. The result was mass unemployment on a scale that overwhelmed every existing institution designed to deal with poverty, which admittedly wasn't saying much since those institutions were minimal to begin with. The numbers tell a stark story, though Victorian statistics were notoriously unreliable because nobody was particularly interested in counting poor people with any accuracy. Estimates suggest that at any given time during this period, somewhere between 20 and 30% of London's working-class population was living in poverty so severe that basic survival was a daily question mark. That's not poverty in the modern sense of struggling to pay bills. That's poverty meaning genuine uncertainty about whether you would eat today, whether you would have a roof over your head tonight, whether you would survive the winter. The charitable organisations that existed were overwhelmed. The workhouses were feared and avoided until absolute desperation, and the formal economy had no place for the thousands of workers whose skills were no longer needed. It was, to put it mildly, not an ideal situation for anyone hoping to maintain anything resembling human dignity. Into this economic catastrophe came the peculiar hierarchy of homeless shelters that would become one of Victorian London's most distinctive and depressing innovations. Necessity, as they say, is the mother of invention, and when enough people are desperate enough, someone will always figure out a way to extract money from their misery. The genius, if we can call it that without gagging, of the Victorian homeless shelter system was its tiered pricing structure, which essentially commodified human suffering with the precision of a department store. Different levels of accommodation were available at different price points, creating a ladder of desperation that people could climb or descend based on their financial circumstances on any given night. At the top, relatively speaking, were the common lodging houses that offered actual beds with actual mattresses, though the word clean would be doing a lot of heavy lifting in any description of these establishments. Moving down the ladder, you found increasingly creative solutions to the problem of sheltering humans for minimal investment. Solutions that prioritise profit over anything resembling comfort or safety. The economics of these establishments reflected the brutal mathematics of Victorian poverty. Every penny mattered when your total daily income might be measured in single digits. The difference between a 4-penny coffin bed and a 2-penny rope could mean the difference between eating that day or going hungry. The proprietors of these establishments understood this perfectly and priced their services accordingly, extracting maximum value from people who had essentially nothing left to give. It was capitalism in its purest, most unforgiving form, supply meeting demand in a marketplace where the product being sold was the bare minimum of human survival. If that sounds grim, well, it was grim. But it was also the reality that tens of thousands of Londoners navigated every single night, making calculations about their resources that would determine whether they slept sitting up, slept leaning on a rope, slept in a box, or didn't sleep at all. The geography of this misery was concentrated in specific areas of the city, with the East End serving as the undisputed capital of destitution. Places like Whitechapel, Spitalfields, and Bethnal Green had transformed from relatively ordinary neighbourhoods into concentrated zones of poverty so intense that respectable Victorians crossed the street rather than walk through them. The reasons for this concentration were complex, involving patterns of immigration, industrial decline, and the simple fact that once an area gained a reputation for poverty, anyone with options fled, leaving behind only those too poor to escape. The result was a kind of gravitational well of misery, pulling in the desperate from across the country while pushing out anyone with means to live elsewhere. If you had just lost your job in a northern factory town and arrived in London hoping for a fresh start, the East End was probably where you ended up, whether you wanted to be there or not. Understanding the path that led people to these streets is essential to grasping why anyone would submit to the indignities of rope sleeping. The romantic notion of the Victorian poor as a kind of unchanging class of people born into poverty and resigned to their fate bears little resemblance to reality. Many of the people crowding into penny sit-ups and 2-penny hangovers had once lived entirely different lives, working regular jobs, maintaining homes, perhaps even supporting families. The slide into homelessness was often shockingly rapid, a matter of weeks rather than years, triggered by circumstances that could strike anyone without warning. Illness was perhaps the most common catalyst, given that Victorian medicine was essentially a branch of creative fiction, and even minor health problems could spiral into catastrophic disability. A skilled craftsman who broke his arm might find himself unable to work for months, during which time his savings evaporated, his landlord evicted him, and his former life vanished like morning fog. Economic factors beyond any individual's control were equally devastating. When a factory closed, it typically did so without warning or compensation, dumping its entire workforce onto the street simultaneously. There was no severance pay, no notice period, no legal requirement for employers to provide anything whatsoever to workers they no longer needed. One day you were employed, earning a wage that covered your rent and put food on the table. The next day you were standing outside locked gates with empty pockets and no prospects. The skilled trades that had once guaranteed steady employment were increasingly vulnerable to technological change, as machines took over tasks that had previously required human hands. A handloom weaver who had spent years mastering his craft might find himself rendered obsolete by power looms that could produce cloth faster and cheaper than any human ever could. His skills were now worthless, his experience meaningless, and his options essentially nil. The agricultural crisis that gripped rural Britain during this period pushed additional waves of desperate humanity toward London. Changes in international trade patterns meant that British farmers could no longer compete with cheaper grain imported from America and other agricultural powerhouses. Estates that had employed generations of farm labourers were either mechanising or shifting to other uses, shedding workers by the thousands. Young people who had once expected to follow their parents into agricultural work found no work to follow into. The traditional village life that had characterised English rural existence for centuries was collapsing, and those displaced had few options beyond heading to the cities in search of opportunities that frequently failed to materialise. London, as the largest city, attracted the largest share of these internal migrants, people who arrived with little money, no connections, and only the vaguest hopes of finding work. The journey to London itself was often an ordeal that depleted whatever resources a person might have started with. Walking was the primary mode of transportation for those too poor to afford train fare, and the roads leading to the capital were dotted with exhausted travellers making their way toward the great city on foot. Some walked for days, sleeping rough along the way, spending their meagre funds on food and arriving in London already weakened and demoralised. Others scrounged enough for third-class train tickets, packed into carriages with wooden benches and no heating, arriving faster but equally broke. The romantic image of the hopeful migrant setting out to seek fortune in the big city was more often a desperate gamble, a last resort after all local options had been exhausted. These weren't adventurers, they were refugees from economic catastrophe, and their reception in London was anything but welcoming. The first glimpse of the East End must have been a shock to many of these new arrivals. Whatever they had imagined about the great metropolis, the reality of Whitechapel or Bethnal Green was probably worse. The streets were narrow, filthy, and crowded with humanity in various stages of desperation. The buildings were crumbling, packed to bursting with occupants, and emanating smells that defied polite description. The famous London fog, romanticised in countless novels and poems, was in reality a noxious combination of actual fog and industrial pollution that coated everything in black soot and made breathing an active health hazard. The noise was constant and overwhelming, street vendors hawking their wares, children screaming, drunks fighting, machinery clanking from nearby factories, all blending into a symphony of chaos that never quite stopped. For someone arriving from a quiet village in Suffolk or a modest industrial town in Yorkshire, it must have felt like landing on another planet, and not a particularly hospitable one. Finding work in this environment was a process that quickly revealed the brutal competition for any available employment. Thousands of people were searching for the same limited opportunities, and employers could afford to be extraordinarily selective. The docks offered casual labour that paid decent wages, but getting picked for a day's work required showing up before dawn and fighting through crowds of equally desperate men hoping to catch a foreman's eye. The lucky ones got work, the rest went home empty-handed and tried again the next day. Other industries operated on similar principles, creating a vast pool of underemployed workers who might work one day and starve the next. The concept of steady employment, of knowing that you would have work tomorrow and the day after, was a luxury that many in the East End never experienced. Instead, life became an endless hustle, chasing rumours of work, showing up at factory gates on the chance of being hired, accepting any task no matter how degrading or poorly paid. The wages available to those who did find work were often barely sufficient to survive, let alone thrive. Unskilled labour commanded the lowest rates, and the abundance of desperate workers meant that employers had no incentive to pay more than the absolute minimum. A day's casual labour might earn enough for a meal and a night's lodging, with nothing left over for savings or emergencies. The slightest disruption, a day of illness, a spell of bad weather, a slowdown in business, could throw this precarious balance into chaos. Workers lived quite literally from day to day, never more than a few bad breaks away from complete destitution. The idea of building a better life, of accumulating enough money to escape the cycle of poverty, remained theoretical for most. They were running just to stay in place, and any stumble sent them tumbling backward into conditions even worse than before. For women, the options were even more limited and frequently more dangerous. Factory work was available but often paid even less than men received for equivalent labour. Domestic service, the largest employer of women in Victorian Britain, required references and connections that newly arrived migrants typically lacked. The needle trades employed thousands of women in conditions of appalling exploitation, working 16-hour days in cramped rooms for wages that barely covered the cost of thread. Street selling offered some independence but exposed women to harassment and violence, while the informal economy of the East End shaded imperceptibly into prostitution, which Victorian society simultaneously condemned and patronised with remarkable hypocrisy. A woman alone in the East End faced choices that were almost uniformly terrible, each option carrying risks and degradations that make modern employment complaints seem almost quaint. Children fared no better in this environment, despite the fact that some protective legislation technically existed by the 1880s. The laws limiting child labour were poorly enforced and widely ignored, especially in the informal economy that dominated the East End. Children worked as street sellers, as crossing sweepers, as chimney sweeps, as assistants in workshops and factories that officially didn't employ anyone under certain ages. Their wages supplemented family incomes or, for orphans and runaways, provided their only means of survival. The concept of childhood as a protected period of development and education was largely theoretical for the poor. Children were economic units, expected to contribute to their own survival as soon as they were physically capable. Schools existed, but attendance was spotty among families who needed every able body working to bring in money. The result was generations of children who grew up illiterate, unskilled beyond basic labour, and essentially trapped in the same cycle of poverty that had claimed their parents. The housing situation in the East End deserves special attention because it directly connects to the phenomenon of paid sleeping accommodations. Common lodging houses existed because the alternative accommodation available to the poor was so catastrophically inadequate. The typical East End dwelling was a so-called rookery, a building subdivided and subdivided again until what had once been a single-family home housed dozens of people in conditions of unimaginable squalor. Entire families lived in single rooms, sharing space with multiple other families, sleeping in shifts because there wasn't enough floor space for everyone to lie down simultaneously. Privacy was a concept without meaning. Hygiene was impossible. Disease spread through these warrens with terrifying efficiency. The landlords who owned these properties were interested exclusively in extracting maximum rent with minimum investment. So repairs were ignored, sanitation was non-existent, and tenants had no recourse against conditions that would have been illegal if anyone had bothered to enforce the existing laws. The rents charged for this squalor were, paradoxically, quite high relative to what they actually provided. Landlords understood that their tenants had no alternatives and priced accordingly. A family might pay several shillings a week for a single room in a crumbling building with shared privies, contaminated water, and walls so thin you could hear your neighbours breathing. That same money might rent a comfortable cottage in the countryside, but the countryside had no work and no prospects, so the poor remained trapped in urban squalor, paying premium prices for the privilege of slow death by overcrowding and disease. The economics made no sense from the outside but were grimly logical from within the system. People paid what they had to pay because the alternative was sleeping on the street, which brought its own set of problems we'll be examining shortly. For those who couldn't afford even the horrors of the rookeries, who had fallen so far down the economic ladder that regular housing was beyond their reach, the streets beckoned with their false promise of at least being free. This brings us to a crucial point about Victorian homelessness that distinguishes it sharply from modern experience. Sleeping rough was not merely uncomfortable, not merely dangerous, but actually illegal. The law did not look kindly on people who had the audacity to be poor in public spaces, and the mechanisms for punishing such offensive behaviour were well established and ruthlessly efficient. This is where the demand for paid sleeping accommodations originated, not from any particular desire for comfort, but from the basic need to avoid arrest and imprisonment for the crime of having nowhere else to go. The path from employed worker to East End vagrant could be traced through a series of increasingly desperate decisions, each one narrowing future options until almost nothing remained. First came the loss of employment, whether through factory closure, illness, or simple dismissal. Then the scramble to find new work, the gradual depletion of savings, the selling of possessions to cover rent. When the money ran out completely, eviction followed, and suddenly a person who had always had a roof over their head found themselves standing on a street corner with nothing but what they could carry. The first night was perhaps spent with friends or relatives, but such charity had limits in a community where everyone was struggling. After a few days or weeks, the newly homeless found themselves alone, facing the brutal reality of survival without resources in a city that had no interest in their well-being. The psychological toll of this descent cannot be overstated. Victorian society was obsessed with respectability, with maintaining appearances, with the clear class distinctions that supposedly reflected natural hierarchies of worth and virtue. To fall from working-class respectability into visible destitution was not merely an economic disaster, but a profound social humiliation, a public admission of failure that marked its victims as somehow defective. The shame associated with poverty kept many people from seeking help until they were already in desperate straits, while the judgment of their former peers added emotional devastation to material suffering. Men who had once supported families, women who had maintained homes, children who had attended schools, all found themselves suddenly transformed into objects of contempt, avoided by the respectable and preyed upon by the criminal. The internal experience of this transformation, the erosion of self-worth and hope, was perhaps more damaging than the physical hardships that accompanied it. The East End itself seemed designed to complete this process of dehumanization. The streets that had once seemed merely unfamiliar became the entire world, a cramped universe of poverty and suffering where hope was a luxury and survival was the only goal. New arrivals quickly learned the geography of desperation, which doorways offered some protection from rain, which areas were relatively safe from violence, which charities occasionally distributed food, which employers sometimes hired casual labour. This knowledge was acquired through painful experience, through nights spent shivering in inadequate shelter, through days spent wandering in search of any opportunity to earn a few pennies. The learning curve was steep, and those who couldn't adapt quickly often didn't survive to learn at all. The social structures of the street were complex and largely invisible to outside observers. Despite the chaos and competition for resources, certain codes of behaviour governed interactions among the homeless, creating a kind of parallel society with its own rules and hierarchies. Information was currency. Knowing where to find work, where to get food, how to avoid police attention, and was shared or hoarded depending on relationships and circumstances. Temporary alliances formed and dissolved based on mutual advantage, creating networks of support that could mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. These weren't the organised gangs of popular imagination, but loose associations of desperate individuals who recognised that cooperation sometimes offered better odds than going it alone. The romanticised notion of noble poverty, of the honest poor helping each other through hard times, wasn't entirely fiction, though it coexisted with plenty of exploitation and violence as well. The seasonal rhythms of street life added another layer of misery to an already grim existence. Winter was obviously the most dangerous time, when exposure could kill the unprepared within hours, and even the hardy suffered from cold that seemed to seep into bones and never quite leave. The desperation to find any shelter during winter months drove demand for even the most minimal accommodations, making penny sit-ups and two-penny hangovers relatively crowded with customers who might otherwise have chosen to take their chances outdoors. Summer brought its own challenges, particularly the heat and stench that made the poorly ventilated East End nearly unbearable. Disease outbreaks were more common in warm weather, spreading through the crowded streets and claiming victims who were already weakened by malnutrition and exhaustion. There was no good season for being homeless in Victorian London, only varying degrees of bad. The relationship between homelessness and alcohol deserves mention, though not in the moralising terms that Victorians themselves typically employed. Drink was simultaneously a cause and effect of destitution, a way of coping with unbearable circumstances that often made those circumstances worse. The temperance movement, which was gaining strength during this period, loved to point to alcohol as the primary cause of poverty, conveniently ignoring the economic factors that actually drove most people to the streets. Yes, some people drank themselves out of house and home, but many more became heavy drinkers after losing everything, using alcohol as the only available escape from a reality too painful to face sober. The cheap gin and beer available in every East End pub offered a few hours of oblivion, a temporary respite from hunger and cold and despair. The price was paid the next morning, of course, with a head that ached and a pocket even emptier than before. But when the alternative was sitting fully conscious with your misery, the appeal of chemical escape was understandable even if its consequences were destructive. The mental landscape of poverty was as harsh as its physical terrain. Depression, in the clinical sense that we would recognise today, was rampant among the destitute, though Victorians had no such vocabulary and no concept of treatment beyond moral exhortation to buck up and try harder. The hopelessness that accompanied prolonged poverty, the sense that nothing would ever improve and that effort was therefore pointless, trapped people in patterns of behaviour that made escape even less likely. Why bother looking for work when you've been rejected 100 times? Why try to maintain hygiene when you have nowhere to wash and no clean clothes to change into? Why plan for tomorrow when you're not sure you'll survive today? The psychological deterioration that accompanied extended homelessness created barriers to recovery that were invisible but nearly impenetrable, breaking down the habits and attitudes necessary for functioning in normal society. Physical deterioration accompanied mental decline, creating a visible stigma that further reduced chances of escape from poverty. Malnutrition was universal among the homeless, as the little money available had to stretch impossibly far. The diet of the destitute consisted of whatever was cheapest and most filling, typically bread of dubious quality supplemented by the occasional bit of meat or vegetable when funds permitted. This inadequate nutrition weakened immune systems and left bodies vulnerable to every passing infection. The diseases of poverty, tuberculosis, typhoid, cholera, typhus, moved through homeless populations with devastating efficiency, finding easy victims among the weakened and poorly sheltered. Survivors were often left with permanent damage, chronic conditions that further reduced their ability to work and earn, tightening the noose of poverty around their necks. The appearance of the long-term homeless marked them as effectively unemployable by respectable standards. Clothing wore out and couldn't be replaced, leaving people dressed in rags that advertised their status to everyone who saw them. Personal grooming was impossible without access to water, soap and razors, so beards grew wild and dirt accumulated on skin and in hair. The smell of poverty was distinctive and unavoidable, a combination of unwashed bodies, mouldy clothing, and the general miasma of the streets that clung to anyone exposed to it for long. Employers who might have considered hiring a down-on-their-luck worker took one look at the typical homeless applicant and showed them the door. The visible signs of poverty created a barrier to employment that no amount of willingness to work could overcome, trapping people in conditions that made those conditions permanent. The first night spent in a paid shelter must have been a strange experience for someone accustomed to normal housing. The process of surrendering your last coins for accommodation that would have seemed incomprehensible luxury to previous generations was both humiliating and necessary. The shelters themselves range from merely inadequate to actively horrifying, but they shared certain common features. They were crowded, they were dirty, they offered minimal comfort, and they were vastly better than the alternative of sleeping in the street. The customers who filled these establishments nightly represented the full spectrum of Victorian poverty. The newly fallen and the long-term destitute, the young and the elderly, the sick and the relatively healthy, all united by their need for shelter and their inability to afford anything better. The hierarchy of accommodations that had developed by the 1880s reflected market segmentation that would be familiar to any modern economist, if rather more depressing in its specifics. At the bottom were the penny sit-ups, establishments where your payment entitled you to a space on a bench and nothing more. You could sit there until morning, but you couldn't sleep, at least not officially, because the proprietors needed to pack as many customers as possible into limited space. Above that came the famous twopenny hangovers, where a rope stretched across the room provided something to lean against while you dozed, technically allowing sleep while keeping people more or less upright. For 4p you could graduate to a coffin bed, a wooden box that at least allowed you to lie down, though the comparison to a casket was not merely naming whimsy. Real beds in proper lodging houses cost more still, perhaps 6p or even 8p for something approaching actual accommodation, though even these best options would horrify modern sensibilities. This pricing structure meant that a person's nightly experience was directly tied to their daily earnings, creating a perpetual hustle that left no room for rest or recovery. Wake up, leave the shelter, spend the entire day trying to earn enough pennies to secure tonight's accommodation, return to whatever level of misery your earnings could afford, wake up the next morning and do it all again. The cycle was exhausting and seemingly endless, a hamster wheel of poverty that spun faster and faster without actually going anywhere. Saving money for an escape from this cycle was nearly impossible when every penny went to immediate survival, when the choice each day was between eating and sleeping rather than between current needs and future security. The system seemed almost designed to trap people in permanent poverty, extracting labour and money from the desperate while offering just enough to keep them alive and returning the next night. The geography of these shelters concentrated in the same East End neighbourhoods that housed the rest of the poverty infrastructure. Whitechapel alone reportedly contained dozens of registered lodging houses and countless unregistered establishments operating in legal grey areas. The streets were dotted with these refugees for the destitute, their locations known to everyone in the community of the homeless, even if invisible to respectable citizens passing through. Competition among establishments kept prices relatively stable, since raising rates would simply drive customers to competitors, though this didn't translate into improved conditions. The market was competing on price rather than quality, and the result was a race to the bottom that served nobody except the proprietors making their living from human misery. The people who ran these establishments were themselves a varied group, though few would qualify for any humanitarian awards. Some were simply business people who had identified a market opportunity and exploited it with the same ruthlessness applied to any other commerce. Others were former lodgers themselves who had managed to accumulate enough capital to switch sides of the transaction, graduating from customer to proprietor. The most notorious were outright criminals who used lodging houses as fronts for other activities, tolerating or even encouraging theft and prostitution among their clientele in exchange for a cut of the proceeds. The regulation that supposedly governed these establishments was largely theoretical, with inspectors who could be bribed and standards that existed on paper but nowhere else. The result was a wild west of accommodation options where customers took their chances and complained to nobody because nobody was listening. The choice between these various options was never really a choice at all. When you had a penny, you went to a penny sit-up. When you had 2 pence, you could afford a rope. When you had 4 pence, you might lie down. The hierarchy was determined by economics, not preference, and the daily scramble for funds was really a scramble to determine which level of misery you would experience that night. This fundamental connection between daily earnings and nightly accommodation meant that any disruption to income immediately translated into worse sleeping conditions, which then translated into worse health and reduced capacity to earn, which then meant even worse sleeping conditions the following night. The spiral was as vicious as it was predictable, and climbing out required not just luck but sustained luck over extended periods, something the universe seemed reluctant to provide. What we're really examining here is a system, a machine for processing human beings through stages of poverty and despair with remarkable efficiency. The individual stories of those caught in this machine, the factory worker who lost his job, the farm labourer who came to London seeking opportunity, the woman who found herself alone and resourceless, were multiplied by tens of thousands. Each night, across the East End and in similar districts throughout Victorian cities, this same drama played out as crowds of desperate people lined up to exchange their day's meagre earnings for a few hours of something approximating rest. The entrepreneurs who had created this system prospered. The authorities who might have intervened chose not to, and the people caught in the middle endured conditions that should have been impossible in the heart of the world's wealthiest empire. The scale of Victorian homelessness is difficult to grasp because the statistics, such as they exist, are both incomplete and almost certainly undercount the true numbers. Official censuses struggle to count a population that had no fixed address and every reason to avoid official attention. Charitable organisations kept their own records, but these captured only those who passed through their specific programmes. Police statistics showed arrests for vagrancy and related offences, but these represented only the fraction unlucky enough to be caught. The best estimates suggest that on any given night in 1880s, London, somewhere between 30,000 and 80,000 people, had no regular accommodation, with the wide range reflecting the genuine uncertainty about numbers that nobody was very interested in counting accurately. These people were invisible in the statistical sense, present but uncounted, suffering but unnoticed, dying in numbers that nobody bothered to track. The moral framework through which Victorians understood this misery deserves examination, not because it was correct, but because it shaped responses and perpetuated the conditions it claimed to deplore. The dominant belief, especially among the comfortable classes, held that poverty was essentially a character flaw. Poor people were poor because they were lazy, or drunk, or immoral, or somehow constitutionally unfit for the demands of proper citizenship. This belief was convenient for those who held it, absolving them of any responsibility to address systemic causes of poverty, while justifying policies that punished the poor for their alleged failures. The connection between this moral framework and the criminalisation of homelessness was direct. If poverty was a choice, then choosing to be homeless was properly a crime, and the appropriate response was punishment rather than assistance. Some voices dissented from this orthodoxy, arguing that structural factors rather than individual failings explained the prevalence of poverty. Social reformers began documenting conditions in the East End during this period, producing reports and exposés that shocked comfortable readers with descriptions of squalor they had preferred to ignore. The work of journalists like Henry Mayhew earlier in the century had begun to humanise the poor, presenting them as individuals with stories and struggles rather than as a faceless mass of failure. Religious movements, particularly the Salvation Army, combined spiritual mission with practical assistance in ways that challenged the purely punitive approach to poverty. These voices were gaining strength during the 1880s, laying groundwork for reforms that would eventually transform how British society dealt with destitution. But for those actually living through this period, on the streets of the East End, the reformers' future victories offered cold comfort against tonight's cold reality. The intersection of poverty and crime was inevitable in these circumstances, though not in the simplistic way that Victorian moralists imagined. Crime wasn't primarily a cause of poverty but a response to it, a rational adaptation to impossible circumstances that pushed people toward illegal solutions when legal ones were unavailable. Theft of food and necessities was common among the desperate, though the risks were substantial and the punishments severe. More organised criminal enterprises offered employment of a sort to those willing to take greater risks for greater rewards. The boundaries between legitimate and illegitimate activity blurred in environments where survival itself required bending or breaking rules. Police understood this relationship well enough, but typically responded by increasing pressure on the poor, rather than addressing the conditions that generated crime. The result was a cycle of enforcement and evasion that kept officers busy and courts full, without actually reducing either poverty or the crimes it generated. The experience of arriving in the East End for the first time, of confronting the reality of urban poverty after perhaps having imagined something different, was formative for those who survived to tell about it. The optimism that might have accompanied a journey to the great city evaporated quickly upon contact with streets that seemed designed to crush hope. The competition for resources, the hostility of established residents toward newcomers, the sheer difficulty of navigating an unfamiliar environment while already weakened by hunger and exhaustion, all combined to transform eager migrants into frightened survivors within days or weeks. Those who made it through this initial shock began adapting to their new reality, learning the rules of street life, identifying opportunities and dangers, gradually transforming from outsiders into members of the community of the desperate. Those who couldn't adapt vanished, whether into the workhouse, into prison, into early graves, or simply into the anonymous masses who disappeared without anyone noticing or caring. The tools for survival in this environment were both practical and psychological. On the practical side, knowledge was essential, knowing where to find food, where to seek shelter, how to earn a few pennies, which areas to avoid, which officials might be bribed and which were dangerous. This knowledge was accumulated through painful experience, through failures that sometimes cost more than dignity, through the occasional guidance of more experienced hands willing to help a newcomer. The psychological survival tools were equally important: the ability to maintain some sense of self-worth despite constant degradation, the capacity to hope despite abundant evidence for despair, the resilience to keep trying when every attempt failed. Not everyone possessed these qualities, and those who didn't often succumbed to the depression and substance abuse that claimed so many lives in the East End. The transition from someone who had never imagined homelessness to someone navigating its reality successfully was a journey that remade people in fundamental ways. Skills that had seemed important in previous lives, social graces, professional expertise, the habits of respectable living, became irrelevant or even counterproductive. New skills took their place: the ability to judge character quickly, to identify opportunities amid chaos, to endure discomfort without complaint, to maintain functionality despite inadequate food and sleep. The person who emerged from this transformation was different from the one who had entered it, harder in some ways but also potentially stronger, possessed of survival abilities that comfortable people could barely imagine. Some found this transformation empowering, discovering reserves of capability they hadn't known they possessed. Others found it merely degrading, a stripping away of everything they had valued about themselves without adequate replacement. The economic system that had created this misery showed no signs of self-correction. The same forces that had thrown people onto the streets continued operating, adding new victims faster than the existing population could die off or escape. Factories continued closing, agricultural displacement continued pushing people towards cities, the gap between housing supply and demand continued widening. Each week brought fresh arrivals to the East End, people repeating the same journey that thousands had made before them, destined to learn the same hard lessons about survival in conditions that no human being should have to endure. The system was self-perpetuating and seemed likely to continue indefinitely, or at least until something fundamental changed in how British society organised itself. That change was coming eventually, but its arrival was too far in the future to help anyone struggling to find enough pennies for a rope to lean on tonight. As we prepare to examine the specific accommodations that awaited these desperate souls, it's worth pausing to appreciate the full context of what we're discussing. The penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers that give this story its memorable details were not isolated curiosities but integral parts of a system that processed human beings through poverty on an industrial scale. The individual experiencing these accommodations was not merely uncomfortable, but trapped in a web of economic, legal and social forces that seemed designed to prevent escape. Understanding this context transforms what might otherwise seem like a quirky historical footnote into something far more serious, evidence of a society that had systematically failed its most vulnerable members while congratulating itself on being the pinnacle of civilization. The contradiction between imperial glory and domestic misery was one that Victorians themselves struggled to reconcile, and that we are still grappling with in different forms today. The people who paid to sleep on a rope were not historical oddities, but human beings caught in circumstances that could, with different luck, have been anyone's fate. And that recognition, more than any specific detail of their suffering, is what makes their story worth telling and remembering. Now here's where things get truly absurd, in the special way that only legal systems can achieve when they set their minds to it. Imagine, if you will, being so broke that you can't afford a roof over your head. That's already a fairly significant problem by any reasonable measure. But Victorian Britain decided that this situation wasn't quite difficult enough, so they added a delightful twist. They made it illegal. Not illegal to be homeless exactly, that would have been too straightforward. Instead, they criminalised the various activities that homeless people necessarily engaged in simply by existing, creating a web of laws that made poverty itself a punishable offence. The logic, if we can dignify it with that term, was that harsh punishment would discourage vagrancy and encourage the poor to find employment. The fact that this approach had been failing spectacularly for centuries didn't seem to dampen official enthusiasm for it. Welcome to the peculiar world of the Vagrancy Act of 1824, a piece of legislation so enthusiastically devoted to making life worse for people who already had nothing that it deserves a chapter of its own. The Vagrancy Act wasn't some dusty relic inherited from medieval times, though it certainly drew on centuries of English tradition in punishing the poor for being poor. It was relatively fresh legislation by Victorian standards, passed in the reign of George IV with the explicit purpose of consolidating and strengthening earlier vagrancy laws into something more comprehensive and efficient. The architects of this law were quite proud of their work, believing they had created a tool that would finally solve the persistent problem of beggars, wanderers, and other inconvenient poor people cluttering up the streets of England. What they had actually created was a legal framework for the systematic persecution of anyone too poor to avoid official attention, a framework so effective at its intended purpose that it would remain in force, with modifications, well into the 20th century. Some portions of it technically remained on the books until remarkably recently, a testament to either legislative inertia or an enduring belief that punishing homeless people is somehow a reasonable approach to social problems. The language of the Act itself is worth examining, not because legal prose is particularly entertaining, it isn't, but because the specific words reveal the attitudes underlying the law. The Act divided the inconveniently poor into 3 categories, each with its own escalating penalties. At the bottom were idle and disorderly persons, a category that included, among others, anyone who refused to work when capable of doing so, and anyone found begging in public places. Above them came rogues and vagabonds, which sounds rather romantic until you realise it applied to anyone sleeping rough without visible means of support, anyone found wandering abroad without being able to give a good account of themselves, and various other categories of people whose primary offence was being poor in public. At the top of this pyramid of poverty crimes sat incorrigible rogues, a designation reserved for repeat offenders and those who resisted arrest or escaped from custody. The penalties escalated accordingly, from 1 month's hard labour for idle and disorderly persons to up to a year in prison for incorrigible rogues, with rogues and vagabonds falling somewhere in between. The practical effect of this categorisation was to give police and magistrates enormous discretion in deciding who to arrest and how harshly to punish them. A constable encountering someone sleeping in a doorway could charge them as an idle and disorderly person, as a rogue and vagabond, or simply move them along with a warning, depending on his mood, workload, or personal feelings about the individual in question. Magistrates had similar discretion in sentencing, able to impose penalties ranging from a few days to several months for essentially identical offences. This discretion was theoretically a feature rather than a bug, allowing the legal system to distinguish between deserving and undeserving poor, between those merely down on their luck and those who had supposedly chosen idleness as a lifestyle. In practice, it meant that your fate if arrested for vagrancy depended largely on factors beyond your control: how you looked, how you spoke, whether the arresting officer was having a good day, and whether the magistrate had eaten a satisfying breakfast before your case came up. The phrase sleeping out became a technical term in Victorian vagrancy law, referring specifically to the offence of sleeping in the open air or in any building without permission. This seemingly simple definition concealed enormous practical complexity. What counted as permission? If you crawled into an abandoned building, was that sleeping without permission even if nobody had explicitly told you to leave? If you fell asleep on a public bench, were you sleeping out or merely resting? If you dozed off while sitting upright in a doorway, were you actually sleeping or just unconscious from exhaustion? These questions weren't merely academic, but had real consequences for real people facing charges that could result in hard labour. The courts spent considerable time parsing exactly what constituted sleeping out, developing case law that would have been fascinating if it hadn't been applied to punishing people for being tired and poor at the same time. The specific provisions regarding begging were equally comprehensive in their determination to criminalise every possible survival strategy available to the destitute. Asking for money directly was obviously prohibited, but so was exposing wounds or deformities to excite charity, which sounds barbaric until you remember that some people literally had no other asset to leverage. Telling fortunes for money was prohibited. Collecting alms under false pretences was prohibited, though proving what counted as false pretences when someone claimed to be starving and actually was starving posed certain logical difficulties. Street performers who solicited donations existed in a legal grey area, potentially prosecutable depending on how their activities were classified by observing authorities. The net effect was that virtually any way of obtaining money without formal employment could be construed as begging under sufficiently creative legal interpretation, leaving the homeless with no legitimate options for survival that didn't carry risk of prosecution. The enforcement of these laws fell primarily to the Metropolitan Police in London and various local police forces elsewhere, men who were themselves often only marginally better off than the people they arrested. A beat constable in the 1880s earned perhaps 25 shillings a week, enough to maintain a respectable working-class existence, but hardly enough to inspire identification with the comfortable classes. Yet these same constables were expected to clear the streets of people whose primary offence was lacking that 25 shillings, arresting fellow members of the labouring classes for crimes that consisted entirely of being poor in visible locations. The psychology of this arrangement was complex and often contradictory. Some constables sympathised with the homeless and enforced vagrancy laws reluctantly, using warnings and informal sanctions rather than formal arrests whenever possible. Others embraced their authority with enthusiasm, seeing the homeless as legitimate targets whose arrests demonstrated their professional effectiveness. Still others simply did their jobs with neither particular cruelty nor particular compassion, processing vagrants as they would any other category of offence. The practical reality of police enforcement followed certain predictable patterns that the homeless quickly learned to navigate. Parks and public gardens were obvious targets for vagrancy sweeps, particularly during warmer months when they attracted more people attempting to sleep outside. The areas around railway stations, which offered some shelter from weather and a steady flow of potentially charitable passers-by, were heavily policed. Wealthy neighbourhoods naturally demanded clean streets, and sleeping beggars on respectable thoroughfares could expect quick removal. The East End, paradoxically, was sometimes safer simply because the concentration of poverty made aggressive enforcement practically impossible. There were simply too many potential vagrants and too few constables to arrest them all. This created an informal geography of risk that shaped where homeless people chose to spend their nights, pushing them toward areas where tolerance was higher or enforcement was less efficient. The arrest process itself was generally straightforward, but carried consequences that extended well beyond any formal sentence. A constable encountering someone sleeping rough would typically wake them, demand their name and an explanation of their circumstances, and make a judgment about whether to proceed with arrest. Those who could provide a plausible story, waiting for a train, locked out of lodgings, merely resting between engagements, might escape with a warning. Those who were obviously destitute, unable to claim any fixed address or legitimate purpose for their presence, faced arrest and transportation to the nearest police station. There they would be booked, held overnight in cells that made the worst common lodging houses seem luxurious, and brought before a magistrate the following morning. The entire process was designed for efficiency rather than comfort, moving bodies through the system with minimal administrative friction. Magistrates' courts in Victorian London processed enormous volumes of vagrancy cases, typically handling dozens of defendants in a single morning session. The proceedings were perfunctory to the point of parody, with individual cases receiving perhaps 2 or 3 minutes of attention before sentencing. Defendants were rarely represented by counsel since legal representation cost money that they obviously lacked. They were permitted to speak in their own defence, but what could they say? "I was sleeping outside because I had nowhere else to go" was technically a confession rather than a defence, confirming the very offence they were charged with. Some magistrates made token efforts to distinguish between those who might benefit from mercy and those who required punishment, but the distinction was largely arbitrary and dependent on factors like appearance, demeanour, and the magistrate's personal beliefs about poverty. The outcome was typically a sentence of anywhere from a few days to several months of hard labour, depending on the defendant's prior record and the mood of the court. The concept of hard labour deserves examination because it was not merely a figure of speech. Prisoners sentenced to hard labour were required to perform actual physical work, often of the most pointless and degrading variety. The treadmill was a popular option, a device that required prisoners to climb an endless rotating staircase that powered nothing and accomplished nothing except physical exhaustion. Picking oakum, separating the fibres of old rope for reuse in ship caulking, was another common task, tedious and painful work that left fingers raw and bleeding. Breaking stones, pumping water, grinding flour, the specific tasks varied but the principle was consistent. Punishment should be unpleasant enough to discourage repeat offences. The fact that these tasks were assigned to people whose primary crime was exhaustion and lack of resources created a certain logical problem, but Victorian penology was more concerned with deterrence than with logic. Prison conditions for vagrants were designed to be worse than the worst alternatives outside prison walls, ensuring that even the most miserable freedom would be preferable to incarceration. This principle, sometimes called the doctrine of less eligibility, held that prison must always be less desirable than the lowest condition of honest labour. Less people choose imprisonment as a preferable alternative to working. The practical result was facilities stripped of any comfort, food that was nutritionally adequate but deliberately unappetizing, and a regime designed to be as unpleasant as possible without actually killing the inmates. Cells were cold, beds were hard planks, interaction with other prisoners was limited, and every aspect of daily existence was regimented to maximize discomfort. Vagrants emerged from these sentences weaker, sicker, and less capable of supporting themselves than when they entered, which naturally made future arrests more likely rather than less, a feature that critics of the system pointed out repeatedly without noticeable effect on policy. The record-keeping systems that tracked vagrancy convictions created cumulative consequences that extended well beyond any individual sentence. Once arrested for vagrancy, a person's name entered official records that followed them forward, making future encounters with police more likely to result in arrest, and future arrests more likely to result in harsher sentences. The categories of the Vagrancy Act were explicitly designed to escalate with repeated offences. A first offence might bring a week of hard labour, but subsequent arrests led to longer sentences and the dreaded designation of incorrigible rogue. This escalation created a ratchet effect that gradually tightened around repeat offenders, making escape from the cycle of arrest and imprisonment progressively more difficult. A person who fell into vagrancy during a temporary crisis might find themselves permanently trapped in a legal identity that marked them as inherently criminal regardless of any subsequent efforts to rehabilitate themselves. The threat of arrest shaped behaviour among the homeless in ways that weren't always obvious to outside observers. The simple act of sleeping became fraught with risk, transforming a basic biological necessity into a criminal activity that had to be carefully managed. Experienced street dwellers learned to sleep in short intervals, waking frequently to check for approaching constables. They learned which locations were relatively safe and which were likely to attract police attention. They developed early warning systems, relying on others to wake them if officers were spotted nearby. The constant vigilance required to avoid arrest while also obtaining the sleep necessary for survival created a particularly cruel form of exhaustion, a weariness that could never be fully addressed because rest itself was dangerous. Good luck getting a solid 8 hours under those circumstances. The emergence of paid sleeping accommodations like the penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers wasn't simply a market response to demand for cheap shelter, it was directly created by the legal framework that criminalised sleeping rough. The fundamental value proposition of these establishments wasn't comfort, because they offered essentially none. It wasn't warmth, because they were barely heated. It wasn't safety, because they were often dangerous places filled with desperate people. What they offered, primarily and essentially, was legality. A person sitting in a penny sit-up had paid for the right to be there, and could not be arrested for vagrancy. A person leaning against a rope in a twopenny hangover was technically a customer on commercial premises, not a vagrant sleeping out. The entire economic model of these establishments depended on the criminalisation of the alternatives, creating value from legal protection rather than from any actual service provided. This relationship between law and commerce was well understood by everyone involved, from the proprietors who ran the establishments to the police who enforced the vagrancy laws to the customers who handed over their pennies each night. The proprietors sometimes had cosy relationships with local constables, sharing information or providing small considerations in exchange for favourable treatment. Police knew that aggressive enforcement near cheap lodging houses was counterproductive. If you arrested everyone who couldn't afford even a penny sit-up, you'd spend all night processing vagrants instead of dealing with actual crime. The customers understood that their payment was essentially a form of protection money, buying not comfort but merely the absence of persecution. It was, in its way, a perfect system. The law created the problem, private enterprise offered the solution, and everyone except the people caught in the middle benefited from the arrangement. The timing of police activity created particular rhythms of anxiety that shaped the nightly experience of the homeless. Constables typically made their rounds at predictable intervals, and experienced street dwellers knew when to expect increased scrutiny. The hours around midnight were often particularly dangerous, as this was when official attention to vagrancy peaked. Early morning brought another wave of risk, as officers completing night shifts might make final sweeps of their beats before going off duty. The safest hours were typically between 3 and 5 in the morning, when police presence was thinnest and exhaustion among the remaining constables was highest. This knowledge informed decisions about when and where to attempt sleep, when to move to avoid detection, and when to take shelter in paid accommodations regardless of the cost. Survival required treating time as a resource to be managed as carefully as money. The relationship between constables and specific homeless individuals could become oddly personal over time, though not in ways that typically benefited the homeless. A constable who arrested the same person repeatedly might develop a particular interest in their movements, watching for them specifically and ensuring their arrest when encountered. This personalisation of enforcement could transform what was nominally equal application of law into something closer to targeted harassment, with specific individuals facing much higher risk than their circumstances would otherwise suggest. Conversely, some constables developed sympathy for particular individuals and might consistently choose warning over arrest, creating small islands of relative safety in the geography of enforcement. Neither pattern was official or predictable, leaving homeless people to navigate a system where their fate depended heavily on relationships they had limited power to control. The intersection of vagrancy law with other legal categories created additional complications for those already struggling to avoid arrest. Public drunkenness was itself an offence, and constables encountering intoxicated homeless individuals could charge them under either vagrancy or public order provisions, or both. Disorderly conduct, a category capacious enough to include almost any behaviour that annoyed authorities, provided another potential charge to layer onto vagrancy arrests. Theft, even of the most petty variety, transformed a simple vagrant into a criminal with a different and more serious record. The cumulative effect was that homeless people faced a dense web of potential charges, any of which could result in arrest and all of which became more likely the longer someone remained on the streets. Staying out of legal trouble required constant vigilance and considerable luck, neither of which was in abundant supply among the exhausted and desperate. Women facing vagrancy charges confronted additional complications rooted in Victorian assumptions about gender and sexuality. A woman found sleeping rough was not merely a vagrant but a presumptive prostitute, regardless of whether she had engaged in any such activity. The same vagrancy laws that punished homeless men punished homeless women more harshly, with additional provisions specifically targeting women suspected of soliciting. This meant that women attempting to survive on the streets faced not only the standard risks of vagrancy arrest, but additional legal jeopardy based entirely on their gender. Magistrates processing female vagrants often subjected them to moral lectures about proper feminine behaviour, adding humiliation to punishment in ways that male defendants typically avoided. The combination of legal persecution and social stigma made homelessness even more dangerous for women than for men, pushing many towards survival strategies that carried their own serious risks. Children technically received some protection from vagrancy laws, but these protections were inconsistent and often functioned more as additional tools for intervention than as genuine safeguards. A child found wandering without proper guardianship could be committed to industrial schools or reformatories, institutions that nominally provided education and care, but in practice functioned as warehouses for unwanted young people. Parents who allowed their children to beg or wander faced potential prosecution themselves, with children potentially removed from their custody as a result. The result was that poor families with children navigated a particularly treacherous legal landscape, where any interaction with authorities risked losing not just freedom, but family. Some chose to avoid public spaces entirely during daylight hours, emerging only at night when police attention was directed elsewhere. Others fragmented their families deliberately, with children sent to relatives or institutions while parents attempted to stabilize their own situations. The human costs of these adaptations are difficult to calculate but certainly enormous. The workhouse, that infamous Victorian institution, existed in complicated relationship with vagrancy law. In theory, the workhouse offered an alternative to prosecution. Anyone genuinely destitute could apply for admission and receive food and shelter, albeit in conditions designed to be as unpleasant as the law allowed. In practice, many people preferred the streets to the workhouse, finding the loss of liberty and the degradation of workhouse life more intolerable than the risks of sleeping rough. Authorities found this preference baffling and took it as evidence of the moral deficiency of the vagrant class, reasoning that anyone who chose streets over shelter must be choosing idleness over honest industry. The circular logic embedded in this reasoning, that refusing a certain kind of help proved you didn't deserve any help, was characteristic of Victorian approaches to poverty, which consistently found ways to blame poor people for their poverty, regardless of circumstances. The casual ward, a specific section of the workhouse designed for temporary accommodation of vagrants, represented the state's official alternative to private lodging houses. Anyone could apply for admission to the casual ward, receive a night's shelter and basic meals, and leave the following day. The catch, naturally, was that this accommodation came with mandatory labour requirements, typically several hours of oakum picking or stone breaking before release. This requirement transformed what was nominally charitable assistance into something closer to arrest without charge, a system that extracted work from the desperate in exchange for basic survival. Many vagrants rotated between casual wards and the streets, using the workhouse when absolutely necessary, but preferring even the most miserable paid accommodations when any alternative was financially possible. The few pennies required for a lodging house bought not just shelter, but freedom from the quasi-carceral regime of the casual ward. The geography of casual wards created its own patterns of movement among the travelling homeless, people who wandered from town to town seeking work or simply unable to settle anywhere. Most casual wards had rules about repeat visits, prohibiting anyone from using the same ward too frequently, the logic being that genuine travellers needed accommodation only occasionally, while frequent visitors were merely exploiting the system. This rule meant that habitual vagrants had to keep moving, following circuits of casual wards whose schedules permitted repeated use, covering considerable distances simply to maintain access to minimal shelter. The term tramp referred specifically to this travelling population, distinguished from the resident homeless who remained in one location. Tramping was hard physical work, walking miles between casual wards while carrying everything you owned, arriving exhausted only to perform several hours of labour before being permitted to sleep. Not exactly a vacation, despite the involuntary travel involved. The enforcement of vagrancy laws varied significantly across different jurisdictions, creating a patchwork of relative safety and danger that experienced vagrants learned to navigate. London, with its enormous police force and its high concentration of valuable property requiring protection, was generally harsh, but offered enough hiding places that careful individuals could sometimes avoid arrest for extended periods. Provincial cities varied widely. Some actively drove out vagrants with aggressive enforcement, while others tolerated larger homeless populations, whether from humanitarian sentiment or simple lack of resources for enforcement. Rural areas presented their own challenges and opportunities. Fewer police meant less enforcement, but the same visibility that made detection easier also made community hostility harder to escape. The optimal strategy for someone hoping to avoid vagrancy arrest depended heavily on local conditions that could only be learned through experience or information shared by other vagrants. The courts that processed vagrancy cases developed their own cultures and tendencies that informed decisions about where to risk arrest if arrest was unavoidable. Certain magistrates were known for relative leniency, imposing minimum sentences and sometimes releasing defendants with warnings even for repeat offences. Others had reputations for harshness that made appearance before them something to be feared. This information circulated through homeless communities, shaping behaviour in ways that legal authorities would have found alarming had they bothered to investigate. People would literally choose which jurisdiction to be homeless in based on anticipated treatment if arrested, weighing the risks of different courts against other factors, like availability of work and charity. The system that was supposed to discourage vagrancy through uniform punishment had instead created a specialised knowledge base that vagrants used to minimise the consequences of their criminalised existence. The prison sentences that resulted from vagrancy convictions had effects that extended well beyond the period of incarceration itself. Prison stripped away whatever resources a person had managed to accumulate: clothing, tools, savings hidden about the person, replacing them with the standard issue that marked former prisoners as former prisoners. The physical damage from hard labour and inadequate nutrition left many people weaker than when they entered, less capable of the work that might help them escape poverty. The stigma of imprisonment followed people into future interactions with employers, landlords and authorities, marking them as untrustworthy regardless of the circumstances that had led to their conviction. A single arrest for the crime of sleeping outside could thus cascade into a lifetime of disadvantage, making the already difficult task of escaping poverty effectively impossible for many. The connection between vagrancy arrest and loss of employment opportunities was particularly devastating for those who had maintained some connection to legitimate work. A casual labourer who was arrested on Monday night might be imprisoned until Thursday, by which time whatever informal arrangement had provided their income would have evaporated. An employer who learned of an employee's vagrancy conviction would typically dismiss them immediately, viewing vagrancy as evidence of unreliability regardless of the actual circumstances. Even those who had been employed until the moment of their arrest might find themselves permanently unemployable afterward, their criminal record creating barriers that no amount of willingness to work could overcome. The law that was supposed to encourage employment instead destroyed it, pushing people further into the poverty that vagrancy laws were supposedly designed to combat. The petty corruption that surrounded vagrancy enforcement created additional unpredictability in an already chaotic system. Constables who could be bribed might overlook offences in exchange for small payments, essentially privatising the legal protection that expensive lodging houses already provided. Magistrates were generally less susceptible to direct bribery, but might be influenced by character witnesses, references, or other forms of social capital that the truly destitute lacked. The result was a two-tier system where those with resources could often avoid the full consequences of vagrancy laws, while those without faced their full force. This wasn't a bug in the system, but rather a faithful reflection of Victorian social values, which held that respectable people deserved consideration, while the disreputable deserved punishment, with respectability defined largely by wealth and its visible trappings. The reform movements that eventually modified vagrancy law were already active during the 1880s, though their victories lay mostly in the future. Critics pointed out the obvious, that punishing people for being poor did nothing to reduce poverty and actually made escape from poverty more difficult. They documented the human cost of vagrancy enforcement, producing reports and investigations that brought respectable attention to conditions that had previously been invisible to comfortable readers. They proposed alternatives ranging from expanded public assistance to changes in enforcement practices to outright repeal of the most punishing provisions. These reformers were fighting against centuries of English legal tradition and a comfortable class that remained committed to the belief that harsh treatment was the only appropriate response to poverty. Progress was slow, incremental, and often reversed, but it was happening, laying groundwork for changes that would eventually transform how British society treated its most vulnerable members. The psychological burden of living under constant threat of arrest affected people in ways that went beyond the physical consequences of imprisonment. The knowledge that your mere existence in public space was criminal, that sleeping was an arrestable offence, that survival strategies like begging were punishable crimes, this knowledge created a particular form of stress that corroded mental health and eroded hope. People living under such conditions often developed a fatalistic acceptance of their situation, reasoning that arrest was inevitable regardless of precautions and therefore not worth worrying about. Others became hypervigilant, their nights dominated by anxiety about police presence rather than by rest. Neither adaptation was healthy, and both contributed to the deterioration that made escape from poverty progressively less likely the longer someone remained homeless. The relationship between vagrancy law and the development of the paid lodging industry was thus more than merely commercial. It was symbiotic in ways that benefited everyone except the people forced to choose between arrest and payment. The law created demand by criminalising the alternatives to paid accommodation. Private entrepreneurs met that demand by providing the minimum shelter necessary to avoid legal consequences. Police enforced the law vigorously enough to maintain demand, but not so vigorously as to eliminate the customer base. Magistrates processed the unlucky few who were caught, providing examples that encouraged others to pay for legal protection. The entire system functioned smoothly, generating profits for some and maintaining public order for others, while the poor who fueled it all received nothing but the opportunity to pay for the right to not be arrested. This wasn't free market capitalism responding to genuine consumer preferences. It was a protection racket with official sanction, extracting payment for the absence of state-imposed harm rather than for any positive benefit. Understanding this legal context transforms our view of the penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers we'll be examining shortly. These weren't simply cheap accommodations for people who couldn't afford better. They were the only legal alternatives to arrest for people who had been criminalised simply for lacking housing. The pennies handed over each night weren't paying for comfort, warmth, or even basic dignity. They were paying for the legal right to exist without being imprisoned, the most minimal form of freedom available in a system designed to punish poverty. The proprietors of these establishments weren't providing a service so much as selling protection from a threat that the state itself had created. And the customers who lined up each evening weren't consumers making choices in a free market, but desperate people navigating a legal landscape designed to extract whatever they had left to give. The irony of a legal system that criminalised poverty while doing nothing to address its causes was not lost on everyone at the time, though those who pointed it out were generally ignored by those with power to change things. The same government that enforced vagrancy laws had created the economic conditions that produced mass homelessness. The same factories whose closure threw workers onto the streets were protected by the same legal apparatus that then punished those workers for having nowhere to sleep. The same comfortable classes who demanded clean streets and punished beggars had accumulated their comfort partly through the labour of those same people, now being punished for their poverty. The system was coherent in its own logic, but that logic served particular interests while crushing others beneath its wheels. This arrangement would continue, with modifications, well into the following century, a testament to the remarkable staying power of social arrangements that benefit those with power to change them. The seasonal variations in vagrancy enforcement created additional complexities that affected both survival strategies and the economics of paid accommodation. Winter brought increased police activity around places where homeless people might seek shelter from cold. Abandoned buildings, railway arches, church doorways, public buildings left unlocked overnight. The humanitarian logic here was inverted. Authorities claimed they were protecting vagrants from freezing to death by arresting them and placing them in the relative warmth of prison or the casual ward. The coercive paternalism of this approach escaped official notice, though the people being protected were generally quite aware that arrest for their own good was still arrest. The practical effect was to drive winter demand for paid accommodation even higher, as people calculated that the cost of a penny sit-up was preferable to the cost of imprisonment, even if prison was nominally warmer. Summer brought different enforcement patterns, with police attention shifting to public parks and open spaces where people might attempt to sleep under relatively pleasant conditions. The message was consistent regardless of season. Public space was not for sleeping, and those who tried would face consequences. The role of concerned citizens in vagrancy enforcement shouldn't be overlooked, as private individuals frequently initiated the encounters that led to arrest. Property owners who found homeless people sleeping near their businesses would summon police to remove them. Residents of respectable neighbourhoods who spotted vagrants on their streets would report them to authorities. Church officials who discovered people sleeping in churchyards might react with charity or with calls for police intervention, depending on their theological orientation and practical circumstances. This privatisation of enforcement meant that the homeless were never truly safe anywhere, subject to removal not just by official police patrols, but by any member of the public who took offence at their presence. The constant possibility of being reported created additional stress on top of the already considerable stress of direct police enforcement, making vigilance a necessity at all times and in all places. The newspaper coverage of vagrancy during this period reflected and reinforced the attitudes that supported harsh enforcement. Stories about vagrants typically emphasized their supposed moral failings, their drunkenness, their refusal to work, their suspicious activities, while ignoring or minimizing the structural factors that created homelessness. Court reporters covering magistrates' sessions would describe defendants in terms that emphasized their degradation, presenting them as objects of contempt rather than sympathy. Occasionally a human interest story would individualize a particular vagrant, usually one with an especially tragic backstory that could be presented as exceptional rather than representative. These journalistic practices shaped public understanding in ways that supported existing policies, making it easier for comfortable readers to believe that vagrancy was a problem of defective individuals rather than a consequence of defective social arrangements. The appeals process for vagrancy convictions was theoretically available, but practically impossible for the people who might most need it. Appealing a conviction required resources, money for legal assistance, time to prepare and present the appeal, knowledge of legal procedures that defendants almost by definition lacked. The sentences imposed were typically short enough that any appeal would take longer to process than the sentence itself, making the exercise pointless from a practical standpoint. Higher courts occasionally reviewed vagrancy cases, usually when some procedural irregularity attracted attention, but these reviews rarely benefited the specific defendants involved, and even more rarely produced changes in how the law was enforced. The legal system was effectively unaccountable to those it punished most harshly, operating according to its own internal logic, without meaningful oversight from those affected by its operations. The physical experience of arrest and processing deserves attention because it added injury to the insult of being criminalized for poverty. Being taken into custody meant being handled by constables who ranged from professionally detached to actively hostile, subjected to searches that stripped away whatever dignity remained, and placed in holding facilities designed for maximum discomfort. The stations where vagrants were held overnight before court appearances were typically cold, crowded, and equipped with hard benches rather than beds. Sleep was difficult even for people exhausted from nights of rough sleeping, interrupted by the arrival of new prisoners, the noise of drunk tanks in adjacent cells, and the general chaos of overnight police operations. By the time defendants appeared before magistrates, they had often been awake for 24 hours or more, wearing the same filthy clothes they'd been arrested in, unable to present themselves as anything other than the wretched creatures the court expected to see. The magistrates who presided over vagrancy cases were typically men of comfortable means, with limited understanding of or sympathy for the circumstances they judged. Many held strong opinions about the moral character of vagrants, opinions formed through class prejudice rather than actual contact with poor people. Their questions to defendants often revealed assumptions that bore little relation to reality, asking why the defendant didn't simply find work, as if employment were available for the asking, inquiring about family members who might provide support, as if such resources hadn't already been exhausted, suggesting that the defendant should apply to the workhouse, as if the workhouse were an acceptable solution rather than a different form of imprisonment. The dialogue between magistrates and defendants was typically a monologue in disguise, with questions asked to confirm pre-existing judgments rather than to gather information that might affect outcomes. The role of character witnesses in vagrancy proceedings highlighted the class dynamics embedded in the system. A defendant who could produce a respectable citizen to vouch for their character, a former employer, a clergyman, a property owner, might receive lenient treatment or even dismissal of charges. Those without such connections, which by definition included most long-term homeless people, faced the full weight of the law with no mitigation. The system thus rewarded not innocence or circumstance, but social capital, advantaging those who had maintained enough connection to respectable society to produce witnesses while punishing those whose poverty had severed such connections. This arrangement was entirely consistent with Victorian beliefs about respectability and desert, but had nothing to do with justice in any meaningful sense. The documentation requirements surrounding vagrancy enforcement created paper trails that followed individuals through subsequent encounters with authorities. Arrest records, court appearances, sentences served, all were recorded and potentially accessible to future constables, magistrates, and employers. This permanent record made escape from the vagrancy system progressively more difficult, as past convictions justified harsher treatment in future cases and disqualified individuals from opportunities that might otherwise have offered escape from poverty. The administrative apparatus that supported vagrancy enforcement was thus not merely punitive but cumulative, building cases against individuals over time and ensuring that the most persistent vagrants faced the harshest consequences, regardless of the circumstances of any individual offence. The distinction between deserving and undeserving poor that animated Victorian social policy found its clearest legal expression in vagrancy enforcement. The deserving poor, those whose poverty resulted from circumstances clearly beyond their control, who maintained respectable habits despite their difficulties, who sought work earnestly and accepted charity gratefully, might receive sympathy and assistance. The undeserving poor, those whose poverty could be attributed however fancifully to their own moral failings, who seemed insufficiently grateful or industrious, who failed to perform poverty in ways that satisfied middle-class observers, deserved punishment. The problem, of course, was that these categories were entirely subjective, determined by the perceptions of those with power rather than by any objective criteria. A person might move from deserving to undeserving simply by appearing before the wrong magistrate, or by failing to show appropriate deference, or by being the wrong age, gender, or ethnicity. The system's arbitrary cruelty was a feature rather than a bug, ensuring that the poor remained in constant anxiety about their status and constant competition for the sympathy of their betters. The medical consequences of the vagrancy enforcement system extended beyond the physical harm of imprisonment itself. Arrest interrupted whatever fragile routines homeless people had established for managing their health, taking them away from sources of food and water they had identified, disrupting any medical treatment they might have been receiving, and exposing them to the disease-ridden environment of prison. The hard labour required of convicted vagrants damaged bodies already weakened by malnutrition and exposure, creating injuries and chronic conditions that further reduced employability. The stress of constant legal jeopardy had its own health effects, contributing to the mental health problems that were endemic among the homeless population. The system that was supposed to encourage people to improve their circumstances instead systematically destroyed their capacity to do so, grinding down bodies and minds until improvement became impossible. As we turn to examine the specific accommodations available to those navigating this legal minefield, keep in mind that every option we discuss exists because of and in relation to this legal framework. The hierarchy of homeless shelters wasn't simply a market phenomenon but a legal construction, with prices set not by the value of services provided, but by the cost of legal alternatives. The experience of sleeping in a penny sit-up or leaning against a twopenny rope was shaped fundamentally by the knowledge that the alternative was imprisonment, that the money being paid was essentially bail against arrest for the crime of existing without resources. The physical details we'll explore, the discomfort, the indignity, the danger, were all consequences of a system designed first and foremost to punish rather than to help, to criminalize rather than to assist, to extract rather than to provide. The men, women and children who filled these establishments each night weren't customers in any meaningful sense. They were refugees from a legal system at war with the poor, paying whatever they could scrape together for temporary asylum from prosecution. That context shapes everything that follows. So we've established that sleeping outside could land you in prison, and we've examined the economic catastrophe that pushed thousands onto the streets in the first place. Now let's get to the really interesting part, the actual accommodations that emerged to serve this captive market of desperate humanity. And when I say interesting, I mean horrifying in ways that are somehow also darkly funny, because when capitalism meets human misery, the results tend to be creative in the worst possible sense. We're about to explore the bottom rungs of the Victorian shelter ladder, starting with an establishment that charged you money for the privilege of sitting upright all night without actually sleeping. Yes, you read that correctly. Welcome to the penny sit-up, where customer service meant not actively kicking you out until morning. The penny sit-up represented the absolute basement of paid accommodation, the final stop before complete destitution. For a single penny, roughly equivalent to buying yourself a crust of bread or a cup of truly terrible coffee, you gained access to a bench in a room full of other people who had also scraped together exactly 1 penny and nothing more. The value proposition, if we can call it that without laughing, was breathtakingly minimal. You were allowed to sit on that bench until dawn, protected from weather and from arrest, surrounded by your fellow unfortunates, in an atmosphere best described as indoors. That was it. That was the entire service. A roof, a seat, and several hours in which you would not be taken to prison for the crime of being poor in a visible location. The amenities ended there, and in some cases they barely extended that far. The physical layout of a typical penny sit-up was optimized entirely for capacity rather than comfort, which makes sense when you consider that the entire business model depended on cramming as many penny-paying customers as possible into the smallest viable space. Imagine a room, sometimes a basement, sometimes an attic, sometimes a repurposed warehouse or stable, lined with wooden benches arranged in rows. These benches were not the ergonomic seating you might find in a modern waiting room. They were rough planks, often without backs, positioned close enough together that your knees nearly touched the bench in front of you. Personal space was a luxury that hadn't made it down to this price point. You sat shoulder to shoulder with strangers who smelled exactly as you would expect people to smell who hadn't bathed in weeks and had been sleeping rough until they accumulated enough for tonight's admission. The prohibition on sleeping was the defining feature that distinguished penny sit-ups from other forms of accommodation, and it was enforced with the grim efficiency that characterized Victorian approaches to poverty management. You were paying for the right to sit, not to sleep, and the proprietors took this distinction seriously. Staff members, if we can dignify them with that term, patrolled the rows throughout the night, waking anyone who nodded off too obviously. The methods varied from establishment to establishment. Some used simple verbal warnings, others employed long poles to prod sleeping customers back to consciousness. Still others favoured the direct approach of simply pushing people off the bench onto the floor. The message was consistent. You were welcome to rest your legs, but rest in any more complete sense was not part of what your penny had purchased. The reasoning behind this no-sleeping policy was purely economic, though the proprietors would have explained it as a matter of capacity management. If customers were allowed to sleep properly, they would naturally spread out, lying down or slumping sideways in ways that reduced the number of people who could fit on each bench. By enforcing upright positioning, proprietors could fit significantly more bodies into the same space, maximizing revenue per square foot. It was efficiency in its most inhumane form, treating people as units to be stacked rather than as human beings requiring actual rest. The fact that preventing sleep in exhausted people was itself a form of torture didn't factor into the calculations. These were, after all, just vagrants, and their comfort was not a commercial priority. The enforcement staff at penny sit-ups occupied an interesting position in the hierarchy of Victorian poverty, themselves typically just one rung above the customers they monitored. Many were former rough sleepers who had managed to secure these positions as a form of advancement, trading places on the bench for places among the patrol. The job required no particular skills beyond the willingness to stay awake all night and the stomach to handle the conditions, which included the smell, the occasional violence, and the moral weight of preventing exhausted people from resting. Compensation was minimal, often just free accommodation in a slightly better establishment plus a few pennies in cash, but it represented stability of a sort that the customers below could only dream of achieving. The psychological dynamics of this arrangement, with the recently destitute enforcing rules on the currently destitute, added another layer of grimness to an already grim situation. The physical experience of spending a night in a penny sit-up tested human endurance in ways that seem almost designed to be unpleasant, though of course no actual design was involved beyond the design of maximum profit extraction. Consider what it means to sit upright on a hard wooden surface for 8 or more hours without being permitted to sleep. Your legs would begin cramping within the first hour, your lower back would start protesting shortly thereafter, and by midnight your entire body would be a symphony of discomfort. Shifting position provided temporary relief but annoyed your neighbours on either side, whose own cramped bodies were competing for the same limited space. Standing up was generally permitted, you hadn't paid for a specific seat, just access to the room, but the crowding meant that moving around was difficult, and leaving your spot might mean losing it to someone else when you tried to return. The temperature in these establishments ranged from inadequate to actively dangerous depending on season and the proprietor's willingness to invest in heating. Winter nights in an unheated penny sit-up were genuinely threatening, with body heat from the crowd providing the only warmth against temperatures that could drop below freezing. The packed conditions that made the experience so unpleasant also provided some protection from cold, as dozens of bodies in close proximity generated enough thermal energy to prevent the worst outcomes. Summer brought the opposite problem. The same body heat that provided winter warmth became suffocating in warmer months, and the smell that was always bad became genuinely unbearable when amplified by heat. Ventilation was typically minimal, windows kept closed to prevent unauthorized exits, and the air quality deteriorated steadily as the night progressed. The clientele of penny sit-ups reflected the full spectrum of Victorian poverty, though certain types predominated. The recently unemployed factory hand, still hoping that tomorrow would bring work and better accommodation. The casual labourer who had earned exactly 1 penny today and would try for more tomorrow. The elderly person whose working years were behind them and whose options were narrowing toward the workhouse or death. Women alone were present but less common, as the penny sit-up environment was particularly dangerous for those perceived as vulnerable. Children appeared more often than modern sensibilities would find acceptable, sometimes alone and sometimes with adults who may or may not have been their actual relatives. This cross-section of desperation sat together through the night, strangers united only by their common misfortune and their inability to afford anything better. The social dynamics within a penny sit-up were complex and largely invisible to outside observers. Regular customers who appeared night after night developed relationships of a sort. Not friendships exactly, but mutual recognition and sometimes mutual assistance. Information was shared about employment opportunities, about which establishments treated customers better or worse, about which streets were safest for those who couldn't afford even a penny tomorrow. Hierarchies emerged based on seniority, physical capability and social skill, with some individuals occupying better positions near walls or corners, while newcomers were relegated to the middle of the crowd. Theft was common enough that anyone with anything worth stealing learned to secure it carefully, often keeping valuables inside clothing that would have to be removed to access. Violence was possible but usually contained by the general exhaustion of the participants and the knowledge that causing too much trouble meant expulsion into the night and potential arrest. The proprietors of penny sit-ups were business people of a particular type, operating in a market segment that required minimal investment and generated steady if modest returns. The overhead costs were negligible, rent on the cheapest possible space, a few benches, perhaps a single stove for heating, and wages for the monitoring staff. Against these costs, a room that fit 60 people at a penny each generated 5 shillings a night, enough to cover expenses and leave profit for an establishment that required almost no maintenance or improvement. The business model was essentially recession-proof, since economic hardship increased rather than decreased demand for the cheapest possible accommodation. The proprietors themselves range from desperate entrepreneurs trying to build capital for better ventures to established operators who ran multiple establishments as part of portfolios that might also include common lodging houses and other services for the poor. The experience of first entering a penny sit-up must have been a particular kind of initiation into the depths of poverty. Imagine approaching one of these establishments after hours of searching for work, after perhaps having slept rough the night before, and been warned by police that another night outside would mean arrest. The building itself would offer few signs of its purpose, perhaps a chalkboard announcing prices, perhaps word-of-mouth directions from others on the street. Entry would require producing your penny, inspected to ensure it was genuine currency rather than counterfeit, and then being admitted to the room itself. The smell would hit first, that distinctive combination of unwashed bodies, stale air, and the general miasma of concentrated poverty. The sight would follow, rows of hunched figures on benches, some awake and staring, others half dozing until the patrol noticed and intervened. Finding a spot would require negotiating the narrow spaces between benches, squeezing onto a plank between strangers, and settling in for a night of not quite sleeping while officially not being a vagrant. The psychological toll of penny sit-up nights accumulated over time in ways that went beyond simple fatigue. Sleep deprivation is a recognised form of torture in modern frameworks, and while the prohibition on sleeping in penny sit-ups wasn't absolute, people did doze between patrol rounds, catching fragments of rest that weren't quite sleep. The cumulative effect was devastating. Concentration deteriorated, making it harder to seek work effectively. Mood degraded, contributing to the depression and hopelessness that characterised chronic poverty. Physical health suffered as the body failed to get the restorative rest it needed to maintain immune function and heal minor injuries. The people emerging from penny sit-ups each morning were less capable than when they entered, a pattern that made escape from poverty progressively less likely the longer it continued. The morning departure from a penny sit-up followed predictable patterns that added a final indignity to the night's accumulation. At dawn, or whenever the proprietor decided the night was officially over, customers were expected to leave promptly. There was no lingering, no opportunity to properly wake up or organise oneself. The space was needed for cleaning, a relative term, and preparation for the next night's customers. The newly awakened emerged blinking into morning light, exhausted despite having ostensibly spent the night indoors, facing another day of trying to earn enough to repeat the experience, or perhaps, if fortune smiled, to upgrade to something slightly better. The streets around penny sit-ups in the early morning hours would have been filled with this particular population, shuffling toward whatever opportunities the day might offer, while trying to shake off the cobwebs of a night without proper rest. And now we arrive at what might be the most iconic image of Victorian poverty, the innovation that gives this entire exploration its title, the twopenny hangover. For double the price of a penny sit-up, you could access an establishment that featured a remarkable piece of technology, a rope. Yes, a rope. Stretched across the room at approximately chest height, this rope allowed customers to lean forward against it while seated or standing, theoretically permitting something closer to actual sleep, while maintaining the uprightish position that maximised customer density. The term hangover in this context referred not to the after-effects of alcohol consumption, but to the position of the body hanging over the rope through the night. Though given the circumstances, one imagines that plenty of customers arrived with the other kind of hangover as well. The engineering principle behind the twopenny hangover was elegant in its simplicity. Human beings can sleep in almost any position if sufficiently exhausted, but they tend to fall over when they lose consciousness while sitting upright. The rope solved this problem by providing a support that caught the body as it slumped forward, preventing the sleeper from tumbling onto the floor while still not requiring the space that lying down would demand. A customer could sit on a bench, lean their arms and upper body over the rope, and rest their weight against it while dozing. Alternatively, they could stand and lean forward, though this required more energy expenditure and was generally less restful. The rope acted as a kind of external skeleton, supporting bodies that could no longer support themselves. The rooms that housed twopenny hangovers were similar in basic layout to penny sit-ups, but with the crucial addition of the rope infrastructure. Typically, a sturdy rope or cable was strung between posts or walls at regular intervals, creating lanes of sleeping space rather than rows of benches. Customers would position themselves along these ropes, spaced closely enough to maximise capacity, but not so closely that they interfered with each other's ability to lean. The effect, viewed from above, would have been oddly orderly. Lines of slumped figures draped over ropes like laundry hung out to dry, the occasional movement as someone shifted position, or was prodded awake by passing staff. It was not attractive, it was not dignified, but it was slightly more restful than sitting bolt upright all night, and for people operating at the margins of survival, that marginal improvement was worth the extra penny. The quality of sleep achievable in a two-penny hangover was better than in a penny sit-up, but still fell far short of what human bodies actually require. The position was inherently uncomfortable, putting pressure on arms, chest and neck in ways that would leave you stiff and sore regardless of how long you stayed. The rope itself was not padded. This was a budget operation after all, and its rough surface left marks on the arms and torso of regular users. Circulation was compromised by the positions required, leading to numbness, tingling and cramping that would wake you periodically through the night. You could sleep, technically, but you wouldn't wake feeling rested. You'd wake feeling like you'd spent the night draped over a rope, because that is exactly what you had done. The monitoring in two-penny hangovers was generally less intensive than in penny sit-ups, since the entire point of the upgrade was to permit some actual sleeping. Staff still patrolled to maintain order and prevent the worst behaviours, but they weren't specifically tasked with preventing customers from resting. This represented a philosophical shift, an acknowledgement that people paying 2 pence rather than 1 penny were purchasing an actually different product, rather than just the same product at a higher price. The proprietors who ran these establishments understood that their competitive advantage lay in offering something the penny sit-ups couldn't match: the possibility of genuine rest, however imperfect. Enforcing wakefulness would have eliminated this advantage and driven customers to competitors who understood the value proposition better. The morning ritual at two-penny hangovers has achieved particular fame in accounts of Victorian poverty, and for good reason. It was dramatic in ways that made it memorable to observers and probably nightmarish for participants. When dawn arrived and the night officially ended, the staff's method for emptying the premises was straightforward and brutal. They cut the rope. One moment you were leaning against your overnight support, probably still half asleep, and the next moment that support vanished and you tumbled forward onto the floor or onto the bench in front of you. The crash of bodies, the cursing of suddenly awakened customers, the scramble to collect belongings and exit before the staff grew impatient. It was a chaos repeated every morning in every two-penny hangover across the East End. No gentle wake-up calls here, no snooze buttons, just the sudden removal of the only thing keeping you from falling over. This rope-cutting ritual was not merely practical but also economically rational from the proprietor's perspective. A new rope could be strung quickly and cheaply, taking only minutes to prepare the room for the next night's customers. The alternative, waking each customer individually and waiting for them to gather themselves and leave, would have taken far longer and required more staff time. The mass wake-up achieved by cutting the rope was efficient, if not exactly customer-friendly. It also sent a clear message about the nature of the establishment. This was not a place where you could linger, where you might gradually transition from sleep to wakefulness, where anyone cared about your comfort or dignity. You had paid for a night leaning on a rope, and now the night was over. Get out! The rope itself was typically replaced daily or near daily, not out of concern for hygiene. Hygiene was not really a priority at this price point, but because the stress of supporting multiple bodies through the night degraded the material quickly. The ropes used were heavy duty, usually the same type of hemp rope used in maritime or industrial applications, but even sturdy rope couldn't indefinitely withstand the weight and movement of dozens of people leaning against it for hours. Fraying was visible by morning, which is one reason why cutting it was practical. The rope was going to need replacing anyway. Fresh rope was part of the daily operating cost, a line item alongside rent and whatever minimal wages the staff received. The position of the rope, its height and tension, varied between establishments and significantly affected the quality of sleep achievable. A rope strung too high forced customers to stand or perch awkwardly on benches, unable to rest their weight comfortably. A rope strung too low put pressure on the wrong parts of the body and made breathing difficult for anyone leaning fully forward. The tension mattered too. A rope that sagged too much provided inadequate support, while one strung too tightly cut into flesh and restricted circulation. The best establishments, if we can use that word without irony, had figured out the optimal configuration through trial and error, while the worst seemed not to care whether their customers could actually rest or not. In a market with limited consumer choice, quality varied enormously without any reliable way for customers to know what they were getting before they paid. The demographic overlap between penny sit-up and two-penny hangover customers was substantial but not complete. The extra penny required for the hangover meant that it attracted those who were slightly less desperately poor, still destitute by any reasonable standard, but able to scrape together twice as much money for their night's accommodation. This might mean someone who had found a few hours of casual work that day, or who had been more successful at begging, or who had simply made the calculation that the improved rest was worth skipping a meal to afford. Regular customers at twopenny hangovers tended to be those who had been in the system longer and understood the value of actual sleep, while penny sit-ups attracted both the absolutely penniless and newcomers who hadn't yet learned the hierarchy of options available to them. The experience of upgrading from penny sit-up to twopenny hangover must have felt like a significant improvement despite the objective grimness of both options. The ability to actually sleep, even draped over a rope, after nights of forced wakefulness would have seemed almost luxurious. The body's desperate need for rest, accumulated over days or weeks of inadequate sleep, could finally be partially addressed. This relative improvement probably generated gratitude toward an arrangement that was, objectively, still terrible, a psychological effect that proprietors understood and exploited. By making the baseline option sufficiently awful, even minor improvements seemed generous, creating the illusion of value where little actual value existed. Women in twopenny hangovers faced particular challenges beyond the general misery shared by all customers. The close physical proximity required by the rope arrangement put women in contact with male strangers in ways that could be dangerous. The semi-conscious state of sleeping customers made assault easier and detection more difficult. Some establishments attempted to provide separate ropes for women, creating single-sex sections that offered some protection, but this wasn't universal, and even where it existed, the physical separation was minimal. Women who used these establishments typically did so in groups when possible, watching out for each other through the night, or positioned themselves near staff who might intervene if trouble started. The additional risks added to the already considerable burdens of being female and destitute in Victorian London. Children in twopenny hangovers were present in numbers that would be unthinkable by modern standards, either accompanying adults or on their own. The rope height designed for adults was obviously inappropriate for children, who had to improvise positions that allowed them to rest. Some stood on benches to reach the rope, others simply huddled beneath it, using the general body heat of the crowd for warmth while trying to sleep sitting or curled on the floor if space permitted. The presence of children among the regular clientele of these establishments was noted by reformers as particularly scandalous, evidence of a system that failed even the most basic obligations of care toward its youngest and most vulnerable members. These accounts would eventually contribute to reform movements, but in the 1880s child poverty was too common and too accepted to generate the outrage it might today. The health hazards of twopenny hangovers were extensive and probably contributed to the shortened lifespans that characterized Victorian poverty. The respiratory problems associated with sleeping in cramped, poorly ventilated spaces filled with people coughing and breathing the same air were obvious and unavoidable. Tuberculosis, the great killer of the Victorian poor, spread efficiently in these environments, passed from person to person through exhaled air and deposited sputum. Skin conditions thrived in the unwashed conditions, spreading through contact along the shared rope. Vermin of various types, lice, fleas, bedbugs, found ideal conditions in the crowded bodies and inadequate sanitation, infesting customers who then carried them wherever they went. The establishments that offered refuge from one set of dangers efficiently generated others, a trade-off that customers accepted because the alternatives were even worse. The economics of running a twopenny hangover were slightly more complex than penny sit-ups due to the rope infrastructure and the need for daily replacement. The twopenny charge had to cover not just space rental and minimal staff, but also the ongoing cost of rope and the labour to string it each evening after the previous night's customers departed. Capacity was somewhat lower than penny sit-ups because the rope arrangement required more space per customer than bench seating alone. These factors meant that twopenny hangovers needed to attract consistent demand to remain profitable, and their operators paid more attention to location, reputation, and the minimal amenities that might attract customers away from competitors. The result was marginal improvements in conditions compared to penny sit-ups, still terrible by any reasonable standard, but recognisably better to those navigating the market. The reputation of specific twopenny hangovers spread through the homeless community via word of mouth, creating informal rankings that influenced customer choices. An establishment known for slightly less aggressive staff, for a rope at a comfortable height, for somewhat better ventilation, would attract customers willing to walk extra distance to access it. Conversely, establishments with bad reputations, rough handling, unsafe conditions, a proprietor who cheated customers would struggle to fill capacity even when demand elsewhere was high. This informal market discipline provided some incentive for quality improvements, though the improvements remained relative to an extremely low baseline. The best twopenny hangover was still objectively awful. It was merely less awful than the competition. The psychological experience of regular twopenny hangover use shaped people in ways that extended beyond the immediate physical effects. Waking each morning to the ritual of the cut rope, the sudden fall, the chaos of bodies, the scramble for the exit, trained a kind of alertness that never fully relaxed. Regular customers learned to sleep lightly, ready to catch themselves when the support vanished, prepared for the daily violence of their awakening. This vigilance persisted even when they weren't in the hangover, a kind of permanent half-alertness that made deep restorative sleep increasingly difficult to achieve. The body adapted to conditions that were inherently maladaptive, developing coping mechanisms that served survival but undermined health. The cultural meaning of the twopenny hangover in Victorian imagination was complex, simultaneously pitied and scorned by the comfortable classes who read about such places in reformist literature. The image of human beings draped over ropes like inanimate objects carried powerful symbolic weight, suggesting a degradation that went beyond mere poverty to something approaching dehumanization. Reformers used this imagery deliberately, invoking the twopenny hangover as evidence of social failure that demanded response. The comfortable classes responded with a mixture of shock, disgust, and that particular Victorian tendency to blame poverty on the poor. Surely people wouldn't submit to such conditions unless something was fundamentally wrong with them. The rope became a symbol that could be read in multiple ways, either as evidence of social cruelty requiring reform, or as evidence of individual failure requiring moral improvement. The transition from twopenny hangover to something better, the fourpenny coffin or an actual bed in a common lodging house, represented a significant psychological as well as economic milestone for those who achieved it. Breaking free from the rope meant reclaiming something of normal human rest, sleeping lying down rather than draped over suspended cord. It meant mornings that didn't begin with falling, nights that didn't require positioning yourself for optimal leaning. The relief that accompanied this upgrade must have been immense, a physical and emotional unburdening that made the still grim conditions of higher-tier accommodation seem almost pleasant by comparison. This psychological effect helped maintain the hierarchy of shelters, with each level seeming like a significant improvement over what came before even when objective conditions remained poor. The twopenny hangover occupies a unique place in the history of poverty accommodation, representing a particularly Victorian solution to a particularly Victorian problem. The combination of industrial efficiency, market capitalism, and official indifference to human suffering produced an arrangement that was simultaneously ingenious and horrifying. Ingenious in solving the problem of sleeping upright, horrifying in that this problem needed solving at all. The rope was technology of a sort, an innovation that extended what human bodies could endure and what markets could extract from human misery. It represents something important about the era that produced it, a willingness to optimize for everything except human dignity, to treat people as problems to be managed rather than beings deserving of care. As we prepare to examine the next tier of accommodation, the infamous coffin beds that represented the apex of homeless shelter hierarchy, keep in mind what we've established about the options below. The fourpenny coffin represented luxury compared to hanging over a rope all night, which itself represented luxury compared to sitting upright forbidden to sleep. This relative scaling of misery shaped how people experienced conditions that were, objectively, universally terrible. The coffin was not good, it was merely less bad than the alternatives. And in a system designed around less bad rather than actually good, that distinction made all the difference in the world. The sounds of a twopenny hangover at night created a distinctive auditory landscape that those who experienced it probably never forgot. The snoring of dozens of people in various stages of exhausted sleep, amplified by the hard walls and floors that reflected sound rather than absorbing it. The coughing, always the coughing, as tubercular lungs struggled with the bad air and the cold. The occasional cry as someone experienced a nightmare or was startled awake by movement. The shuffle of the patrol's footsteps, predictable enough to be anticipated, irregular enough to keep the wary on edge. The creak of the rope as bodies shifted against it, a constant low groan of stressed fibres bearing human weight. The muttering of those who talked in their sleep, fragments of conversation that emerged from unconscious minds and hung in the darkness. These sounds combined into a kind of ambient noise that was simultaneously soporific and disturbing, easy to tune out for the exhausted but impossible to forget once noticed. The smell was similarly distinctive and similarly unforgettable, a concentrated essence of human misery that no amount of experience could fully normalize. Body odor was the dominant note, the accumulated sweat of people who hadn't bathed in days or weeks, mixed with the particular sourness of clothes worn continuously without washing. Beneath this was the smell of illness, the distinctive breath of those with diseased lungs, the wounds that were infected rather than healing, the general decay of bodies insufficiently nourished to maintain themselves. Add to this the occasional smell of alcohol sweating out through pores, the residual odours of whatever work customers had done that day, and the baseline smell of the building itself, often a former stable or warehouse, whose previous uses left their own aromatic legacies. First-time visitors reportedly gagged upon entry. Regular customers simply breathed and tried not to think about what they were inhaling. The visual memory of a twopenny hangover at night would have been dominated by darkness, since lighting was minimal and typically limited to a single lantern or candle that provided just enough illumination for staff to navigate the patrol routes. The shapes of bodies along the ropes would have been visible as darker masses against the general dark, indistinct and somehow unsettling in their uniformity. Faces were invisible unless you were very close, reducing individuals to anonymous forms that could have been anyone or anything. This darkness served practical purposes. Lighting cost money, and customers didn't need to see to hang on a rope, but it also contributed to the dehumanizing atmosphere that characterized these places. In the dark, people became things, shapes in the night, units of poverty rather than beings with identities. The tactile experience extended beyond the rope itself to encompass every point of contact between body and environment. The hard bench beneath you, if you were sitting, or the hard floor beneath your feet if standing. The rough surface of the rope against your arms, its fibres catching on skin and clothing. The body heat of neighbours pressed too close on either side, sometimes welcome for warmth and sometimes unbearable for the intimacy it imposed. The occasional brush of vermin, a louse migrating between hosts, a flea making its exploratory jumps, something larger scuttling along the floor that you tried not to think about. Every surface in these establishments was dirty in ways that transferred to anyone who touched it, leaving residues of grime and possible infection on skin and clothing. The daytime hours between departure from one night's accommodation and arrival at the next were filled with activities whose success determined which tier of shelter you could access. Street work of various kinds provided minimal income, holding horses for people entering shops, carrying packages for shoppers, sweeping crossings to protect pedestrian shoes from the mud that covered every London street. Begging, despite its illegality, remained an option for those willing to accept the risks, typically conducted in locations where police presence was light and charitable. Passers-by were common. Casual labour at docks, markets and construction sites offered the possibility of actual wages, but required being in the right place at the right time and being chosen from among dozens of equally desperate competitors. Some engaged in small-scale scavenging, collecting anything of potential value from the streets: rags, bones, dog feces sold to tanners, cigar ends that could be reconstituted into new tobacco. The daily hustle required energy that the previous night's inadequate rest had failed to provide, creating a cruel paradox where earning better accommodation required resources that only better accommodation could provide. The seasonal variations in demand for penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers created rhythms that affected both customers and proprietors. Winter saw the highest demand as temperatures dropped low enough to make sleeping rough genuinely life-threatening, driving even the most hardy or desperate indoors. Proprietors could fill their establishments to capacity and beyond during cold snaps, cramming extra bodies into spaces already filled to legal limits. Summer brought reduced demand as the streets became tolerably warm for sleeping, allowing some customers to skip paid accommodation entirely and save their pennies for other needs. This seasonality meant that proprietors had to make enough during winter months to carry them through leaner summers, or diversify into other businesses that complemented rather than competed with their winter trade. The relationship between these establishments and the broader economy of poverty was complex and mutually reinforcing. Penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers were not isolated phenomena, but part of an ecosystem that included pawnbrokers, cheap food vendors, employers of casual labour, and various other enterprises that served the destitute. A customer who had earned sixpence that day might spend twopence on the hangover, a penny on food, save a penny for the next night, and allocate the remaining twopence to repaying a pawnshop loan or purchasing clothing to replace garments worn beyond use. These transactions connected them to a network of businesses that depended on poverty for their customer base, each extracting what value they could from people who had almost nothing to give. The system was stable because it served the interests of those operating within it, even if it served the interests of its victims not at all. The question of alternatives, what else might have been done with the penny or twopence spent on accommodation, illuminates the constrained choices that defined life at this economic level. The same penny that bought admission to a sit-up could also buy a small amount of food, a decision that sometimes had to be made when resources permitted only one or the other. Saving money was theoretically possible but practically difficult when each day's needs consumed each day's resources. Investment in appearance, a cleaner shirt, a shave, a haircut, might improve chances of employment but required diverting funds from immediate survival. Every expenditure represented a gamble, a calculation about which pressing need was most pressing, which deprivation was most tolerable. The mental energy required for these constant calculations added to the exhaustion that was already endemic among those navigating this level of poverty. The staff who worked in these establishments occupied their own uncomfortable position in the economy of poverty. Beyond the patrol staff who enforced rules during operating hours, there were those who cleaned the premises, a relative term, between customer groups, those who handled payments and maintained order at entry, and occasionally proprietors who worked in their own establishments to save on wages. These workers were typically drawn from the same population they served, people who had managed to secure slightly more stable positions within the poverty economy, rather than escaping it entirely. Their relationships with customers were complex. They shared backgrounds and often current circumstances, yet their roles required enforcing rules that customers experienced as oppressive. Some developed sympathy for the people they worked among. Others embraced the small authority their positions conferred and wielded it harshly. The records that survive from penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers are frustratingly fragmentary, consisting primarily of accounts by reformers who visited these places to document conditions, rather than first-person accounts from regular customers. This evidential bias shapes what we can know about the experience, filtering it through the perspectives of educated observers whose reactions were inevitably shaped by their own social positions. The reformers were generally well-intentioned, genuinely shocked by what they found and motivated to improve conditions, but they viewed the people they observed from outside, unable to fully access the subjective experience of poverty that was so different from their own lives. The customers themselves left few records. Most were illiterate, and those who could write had neither means nor opportunity to document their experiences. What remains is reconstruction, interpretation, an attempt to understand lives that were not considered worth recording at the time they were lived. The legal status of penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers was technically regulated but practically uncontrolled, existing in a grey zone between licensed premises and informal operations. Common lodging house laws required registration, inspection, and adherence to certain basic standards, but enforcement was inconsistent and easily evaded. Some establishments operated entirely outside the regulatory framework, opening and closing in response to demand without ever appearing on official registers. Others maintained nominal compliance while ignoring requirements in practice, confident that inspectors would either not appear or could be managed through various means. The result was a patchwork of conditions, with some establishments offering something approximating the legal minimum, while others operated in ways that would have been instantly condemned had authorities bothered to investigate. The legacy of the penny sit-up and twopenny hangover extends beyond their immediate historical context into broader questions about how societies treat their most vulnerable members. These establishments existed because they met a need, but the need itself was created by policies that criminalised poverty while doing nothing to address its causes. The market that emerged to serve the homeless was not a free market in any meaningful sense, but a captive market, with customers whose only alternative to participation was arrest. The entrepreneurs who operated these establishments weren't solving problems so much as profiting from problems that others had created. Understanding this dynamic is essential to understanding the system as a whole and to recognizing similar dynamics that continue to operate in different forms today. The physical spaces where penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers operated have long since been demolished or converted to other purposes, leaving no visible trace of the suffering they once contained. The buildings that housed them were never architecturally distinguished. They were cheap, functional and disposable, like the people they served. What remains is the historical record, the accounts of reformers who investigated these places, the memoirs of those who survived them, the statistics that hint at numbers too large to fully grasp. These sources allow us to reconstruct something of what the experience was like, though no reconstruction can fully capture the reality of sitting through a night forbidden to sleep or hanging on a rope until morning. The past, as always, is partially inaccessible, knowable only through the fragmentary evidence that happens to have survived. The people who passed through these establishments, the penny sit-up patrons and the two-penny hangover customers, were not statistics but individuals with histories, personalities, and hopes that extended beyond their immediate circumstances. The factory worker who lost his position when the mill closed, spending his first night in a penny sit-up still expecting to find new work tomorrow. The widow whose husband's death left her without income or options, learning to navigate the hierarchy of poverty accommodation out of necessity rather than choice. The young person who had run away from an abusive situation only to find that the streets offered different dangers rather than safety. Each person leaning against that rope had a story that brought them there, and each would have a story that unfolded afterward, some ending in escape from poverty, many more ending in death, or the workhouse, or the simple disappearance that claimed so many of the Victorian poor. The invention of sleep itself as a commodity, something to be purchased in graduated amounts at graduated prices, represents one of capitalism's more unsettling achievements. The human body requires sleep as it requires food and water, yet the market found ways to extract payment for access to this biological necessity, creating tiers of rest that corresponded to tiers of payment. The penny bought permission to not sleep but to sit. The twopence bought something closer to sleep but twisted into unnatural positions. The fourpence would buy something closer still. At each level, proprietary attention to customer comfort increased slightly, not from humanitarian impulse but from the economic reality that customers paying more expected more. It was not so different from modern service industries that offer bronze, silver and gold tiers, except that the service being tiered was basic human rest, and the customers had no meaningful alternative. The morning after a night in the two-penny hangover, you would emerge onto streets that were already filling with the day's activity. Street vendors setting up their pitches, workers hurrying to early shifts, delivery carts clattering over cobblestones, the city coming alive while you tried to shake off the disorientation of your peculiar night's sleep. Your body would ache in specific ways, the marks of the rope visible on your arms if anyone cared to look. Your throat might be sore from the bad air you'd breathed all night, your eyes gritty from sleep that never quite settled into proper rest. And ahead of you lay another day of trying to earn enough to do it all again, or ideally to upgrade to something marginally better, or in the best case to find employment that might eventually lead out of this cycle entirely. The work of surviving poverty was never finished, never provided rest, never offered the security that would have made rest possible. It was exhausting in ways that compounded the exhaustion of inadequate sleep, creating a downward spiral that pulled people ever deeper into conditions they increasingly lacked the resources to escape. After everything we've explored about sitting upright all night and hanging over ropes like drying laundry, you might think the accommodation options for Victorian homeless couldn't get much stranger. But the Victorians, ever innovative when it came to extracting money from misery, had one more trick up their sleeve. For the princely sum of fourpence, double the cost of a two-penny hangover, quadruple the penny sit-up, you could access the pinnacle of homeless shelter technology, a wooden box just large enough to contain a human body in a horizontal position. They called it a coffin, and honestly, the marketing department deserves credit for honesty if nothing else. This was the top of the heap, the luxury suite of destitution, the accommodation that people who slept on ropes dreamed about achieving. If that sounds depressing, well, you're starting to understand Victorian poverty. The four-penny coffin represented an actual innovation in the mathematics of shelter provision, a solution to the problem of how to let people lie down without taking up too much floor space. The principle was straightforward. Instead of spreading bodies horizontally across a floor, stack them vertically in boxes. A room that might fit 30 people sleeping on the ground could accommodate twice that number, if those people were placed in coffins arranged in rows and sometimes tiers. The boxes themselves were simple constructions, wooden planks forming a bottom, sides, and sometimes a partial top, creating an enclosure approximately 6 feet long, 2 feet wide and 2 feet deep. just enough room for an adult human to lie down, turn from side to side with some difficulty, and experience something approximating the sleeping position that evolution had designed human bodies to prefer. The construction of these coffins prioritized durability and economy over anything resembling comfort. The wood was typically rough pine, the cheapest lumber available, assembled with minimal craftsmanship by workers who understood that their creations were not fine furniture, but containers for cargo that happened to be human. Splinters were common, protruding from surfaces that had never seen sandpaper or any other finishing treatment. The joints were adequate rather than elegant, holding together under the stress of nightly use but sometimes separating to create gaps that added to the general draftiness. No padding softened the hard wooden bottom that would have cost money and created cleaning difficulties. No pillow elevated the head. Customers could use their own clothing or belongings for that purpose if they had anything suitable. The coffin was a shell, nothing more, a space defined by wooden walls that kept your body from contact with neighbouring bodies, while providing minimal other benefit. The arrangement of coffins within their housing varied depending on the specific establishment and the creativity of its proprietor. The simplest setup placed coffins in rows on the floor, like a field of rectangular graves waiting for occupants. More ambitious proprietors stacked coffins 2 or even 3 high, creating bunk bed arrangements that further increased capacity, while introducing new challenges for those assigned to upper levels. Climbing into a coffin placed several feet off the ground required agility that not all customers possessed, and falling from height while entering or exiting added injury risk to the already considerable dangers of the environment. The choice between ground-level and elevated coffins was typically made by order of arrival, with early customers claiming the more accessible positions and latecomers accepting whatever remained. The experience of actually using a fourpenny coffin began with the nightly ritual of securing accommodation. Customers would arrive at the establishment, pay their fourpence, and receive assignment to a specific coffin, sometimes by number, sometimes simply by being pointed toward an empty box in the rows stretching across the room. Finding your assigned coffin in the dim lighting of these establishments was itself a minor adventure, navigating between other coffins while trying to identify which one was yours. Once located, you climbed in, arranged yourself as comfortably as the hard wooden surface permitted, and prepared to spend the next 8 or so hours in your temporary enclosure. The coffin's walls rose on either side, blocking peripheral vision and creating a sense of enclosure that some found claustrophobic and others found almost comforting in its privacy. The sensation of lying in a coffin bed for the first time must have been peculiar in ways that are difficult to fully reconstruct. On one hand, the simple fact of horizontal positioning represented an enormous improvement over the alternatives. After nights of sitting upright or leaning on ropes, lying down allowed muscles to relax, spines to decompress, and bodies to achieve something approximating the rest position they were designed for. On the other hand, you were lying in a box explicitly named after burial containers, surrounded by other people in identical boxes, in conditions that suggested death more strongly than sleep. The psychological weight of this symbolism varied by individual. Some probably didn't think about it much, while others found the association disturbing enough to prefer less morbid alternatives. Either way, the name wasn't accidental, and its implications were understood by everyone who used these facilities. The dimensions of the standard coffin bed created constraints that affected how customers could position themselves during the night. The width of approximately 2 feet meant that turning over required careful maneuvering, with elbows potentially hitting walls on either side. The depth meant that sitting up was impossible. You could raise your head and torso slightly by supporting yourself on your elbows, but anything more would crack your skull against the lid or upper structure if the coffins were stacked. The length was generally adequate for average-sized people, but could be cramped for taller individuals, who might find their feet pressing against one end while their head pressed against the other. These dimensional limitations were not arbitrary, but calculated to maximize the number of coffins that could fit in a given space, while still technically accommodating human bodies. The bedding situation in coffin beds ranged from minimal to non-existent, depending on the establishment and what customers brought with them. Most coffins provided nothing but the bare wooden surface, leaving customers to use whatever they had: rolled clothing, a thin blanket if they owned one, newspapers if nothing better was available, as improvised mattresses and pillows. Some establishments offered straw or sawdust as bedding material, scattered across the coffin bottom to provide slightly softer surface and some insulation from the cold wood. This straw was typically not changed frequently, accumulating body oils, sweat, and less pleasant deposits over time until it formed a compressed, vaguely biological layer that was probably worse than bare wood in terms of hygiene, if marginally better in terms of comfort. The economics of bedding were straightforward. Anything that cost money reduced profit, and customers who had alternatives wouldn't be there in the first place. The covering situation was similarly minimal, with most establishments providing nothing beyond the coffin walls themselves to retain body heat. Some coffins had partial lids or canvas covers that could be pulled over for warmth and privacy, though these also reduced ventilation in ways that had their own consequences. Most customers relied on their own clothing and whatever additional covering they had managed to acquire. A coat thrown over the body, a shared blanket between coffin neighbours who trusted each other, sometimes newspaper sheets that provided minimal insulation but were better than nothing. Winter nights in these establishments were genuinely cold, the unheated rooms dropping to temperatures where exposed skin could suffer frostbite, and the thin wooden walls of coffins providing no real protection against the chill that permeated everything. The ventilation problem in coffin bed establishments deserves particular attention, because it represents one of the many ways these places functioned as disease incubators. Dozens of people breathing in an enclosed space generate significant carbon dioxide accumulation, which by itself creates headaches, fatigue, and diminished cognitive function. Add to this the various airborne pathogens expelled by people coughing, sneezing, and simply exhaling, and you have an environment perfectly designed for respiratory disease transmission. The coffins themselves complicated this further. Their walls trapped air around each occupant, creating micro-environments with even worse air quality than the room generally. Someone with tuberculosis, and there were many, would spend the night exhaling bacilli into a confined space, concentrating the infectious material for their own re-inhalation and for the next occupant who inherited that same coffin. The acoustic environment of a coffin bed establishment had its own distinctive character, different from the penny sit-ups and two-penny hangovers we examined earlier. The wooden walls of the coffins acted as resonators, amplifying and transmitting sounds from neighbouring boxes. A snorer in the coffin next to yours wasn't merely audible, the sound seemed to come from everywhere, conducted through the wood that surrounded you. Coughing, moaning, talking in sleep, the various sounds of human bodies doing what bodies do, all were transmitted through the coffin infrastructure, creating a soundscape that was somehow both muffled and intrusive. Some people found the partial sound isolation of the coffin walls helpful for sleep. Others found the modified acoustics more disturbing than the open-air noise of cheaper establishments. And now we come to the inhabitants of these coffins who were not paying customers, the insects, rodents, and other creatures who found these establishments as hospitable as any luxury hotel. If you've been imagining the coffin beds as at least offering protection from the vermin that infested cheaper accommodations, I'm afraid you're about to be disappointed. The wooden boxes provided perfect habitat for bedbugs, which nested in cracks and joints during the day, and emerged at night to feed on the warm bodies that conveniently delivered themselves to their doorstep. Lease transferred readily between customers, finding new hosts with each change of coffin occupancy. Fleas hopped between boxes and bodies, their population sustained by the steady supply of blood that the customer base represented. The coffin that offered privacy from human neighbours offered no protection whatsoever from insect ones. The bedbug problem in Victorian lodging houses generally, and coffin establishments specifically, reach proportions that are difficult for modern readers to fully appreciate. These insects had been present in human habitations for thousands of years, but the conditions of Victorian poverty created environments where they could achieve population densities that approached biblical plague levels. A single coffin might harbour hundreds of bedbugs in its cracks and joints, each one waiting for darkness and the arrival of a warm body to trigger their feeding response. Customers would lie down and within minutes feel the first bites, then more still, until they were being attacked by dozens of insects simultaneously. The bites themselves were merely painful and itchy. The real danger lay in secondary infections when scratched skin became entry points for bacteria, and in the psychological toll of being eaten alive every night. The attempts to combat bedbugs and other insects in these establishments range from inadequate to non-existent, reflecting the economic realities of businesses operating on minimal margins. Thorough extermination would have required vacating the premises for treatment, which meant lost revenue. Regular washing of bedding would have required bedding worth washing, which most establishments didn't provide. The most common approach was simply ignoring the problem, accepting that insects were part of the package and that customers had no alternatives anyway. Some proprietors made token efforts, pouring boiling water into cracks, burning sulphur to fumigate rooms, or applying various substances believed to repel insects, but these measures were typically too infrequent and too incomplete to achieve meaningful results. The bugs remained, and customers simply dealt with them as best they could. Individual strategies for managing insects varied among coffin bed users, representing accumulated survival knowledge passed through the community of the homeless. Some people stripped naked before lying down, preferring to give insects fewer hiding places and clothing folds, though this created its own problems in terms of cold and modesty. Others kept their clothing tightly sealed at wrists and ankles, hoping to create barriers that insects couldn't penetrate. Experienced users learned to inspect coffins before climbing in, checking for obvious signs of heavy infestation and requesting different assignments when possible. Some carried their own materials, tobacco leaves, various herbs believed to repel insects, or simply strong-smelling substances that might mask human odours from predatory bugs. None of these strategies was particularly effective, but they provided some sense of agency in a situation that otherwise offered little. The lice problem was perhaps even more universal than bedbugs, since lice travelled with their hosts rather than waiting in fixed locations. Anyone who spent significant time in homeless shelters inevitably acquired body lice, which lived in clothing and emerged to feed on skin. Head lice was similarly common, spreading through any contact close enough to allow transfer. The itching caused by lice infestations was constant and maddening, a background irritation that never fully subsided and intensified whenever warmth or activity increased blood flow to the skin. Beyond the discomfort, lice were known vectors for typhus fever, one of the major killers of the Victorian poor. Though the precise mechanism of transmission wasn't understood until later, the association between crowded, lousy conditions and typhus outbreaks was well established. The presence of rats and mice in coffin establishments added larger vermin to the insect population, creatures that were less intimate but potentially more dangerous. Rats would gnaw on anything potentially edible, including the clothing and belongings of sleeping customers, and sometimes including the customers themselves when they were sufficiently still and the rats sufficiently bold. Being bitten by a rat while sleeping in a coffin was not the peaceful rest experience most people imagine when they think about lying down, though it probably wasn't the most disturbing thing that happened in these establishments. Mice were more numerous and less aggressive, but still contributed to the general atmosphere of infestation that characterised the bottom tier of Victorian accommodation. The sanitary facilities available to coffin bed customers were typically shared with the general building and range from inadequate to appalling. A communal privy might serve an entire establishment, creating lines for access during busy periods and generating odours that permeated the sleeping areas. These privies were emptied infrequently and cleaned almost never, creating conditions that would make modern health inspectors weep. Chamber pots were sometimes available for nighttime use, eliminating the need to leave your coffin and navigate the dark room to reach the privy. But these pots were themselves sources of smell and disease risk, especially when knocked over or incompletely emptied. The lack of running water meant that washing hands after using facilities was rarely possible, and the disease transmission implications of this were predictable. Water for drinking and basic washing was typically available from a communal pump or tap, when it was available at all. The quality of this water varied from questionable to actively dangerous, drawn from sources that were frequently contaminated by the same waste products that the inadequate sanitary facilities failed to properly contain. Cholera, typhoid, and other waterborne diseases spread readily through populations that had no choice but to drink whatever water was offered. The concept of water treatment was not unknown in Victorian London. Major infrastructure projects were attempting to provide cleaner water to the city, but these benefits had not reached the establishments serving the poorest residents. What came out of the tap might kill you, but dying of thirst would kill you faster, so you drank and hoped. The morning departure from coffin establishments lacked the dramatic rope-cutting ritual of the twopenny hangovers, but had its own characteristic chaos. At the designated hour, customers were expected to vacate their coffins promptly, making room for whatever cleaning might occur before the next night's occupants arrived. Rising from a coffin after a night of poor sleep, insect bites, and hard wooden surfaces was itself an ordeal. Bodies that had stiffened overnight protested movement, and the disorientation of waking in an unfamiliar enclosed space took time to clear. The process of extracting yourself from a coffin, particularly an elevated one, required coordination that sleep-deprived bodies didn't always possess, and the sounds of people struggling to exit their boxes added to the general morning chaos. The psychological impact of regularly sleeping in a coffin, a box explicitly named after the container used for burying the dead, accumulated over time in ways that affected how people thought about themselves and their circumstances. The symbolism was too obvious to ignore entirely. Every night you climbed into something designed to evoke death. Every morning you rose from it in a kind of resurrection that felt more like postponement than victory. Some users probably blocked out this association successfully, focusing on the practical benefits of horizontal sleep and ignoring the morbid overtones. Others found the nightly ritual genuinely disturbing, a constant reminder of how close to death they already were, how thin the line between sleeping in a coffin and being buried in one. The name wasn't chosen accidentally. It was a marketing term that acknowledged what everyone already knew about the proximity between extreme poverty and mortality. The death rate among coffin bed users and similar populations was significantly elevated compared to the general population, though precise statistics are difficult to establish given the incomplete records of the era. What we know suggests that the combination of malnutrition, exposure, disease, and general deprivation shortened lives dramatically. A person in their 20s or 30s who entered the system of homeless shelters might have a life expectancy measured in years rather than decades, their body worn down by accumulated insults until some crisis, pneumonia, typhus, tuberculosis, simple starvation, finished what the streets had started. The coffin symbolism was grimly appropriate. These places were way stations on a journey toward actual coffins, temporary pauses in a trajectory that pointed inevitably downward. The actual death of customers within coffin establishments occurred with regularity that the proprietors treated as routine operational issues rather than tragedies. Someone who climbed into a coffin feeling unwell might not climb out the next morning, discovered by staff or neighbouring customers when their failure to depart became noticeable. The bodies would be removed, the coffin presumably cleaned to some minimal standard, and a new customer would occupy the same space that night. Deaths were reported to authorities when required by law, but the paperwork was perfunctory and the investigation minimal. These were, after all, just vagrants, and their deaths surprised no one and distressed few people with power to demand better. The coffins that mocked death sometimes became the actual sites of death, the symbolic becoming literal in ways that nobody wanted to examine too closely. The demographics of coffin bed users reflected the slightly elevated economic status required to afford fourpence, rather than 1 or 2 pennies for accommodation. These weren't the absolute poorest, who couldn't scrape together enough for even a penny sit-up. They were the working poor, the casual labourers, the people who had some income but not enough for proper housing. The extra pennies required for a coffin might come from a successful day of work, from accumulating savings over several days, or from prioritising better sleep over other needs like food. Some users were in temporary poverty, recently unemployed but still maintaining habits and expectations from better times. Others were long-term residents of the poverty economy, familiar with every tier of accommodation and rotating between them as their finances fluctuated. Women using coffin establishments faced the same enhanced dangers they encountered throughout the homeless shelter system, with the added complication that the enclosed space of a coffin created particular vulnerabilities. The partial privacy that coffins offered could be turned against women, providing cover for assault that the open arrangements of cheaper establishments didn't permit. Some establishments attempted to segregate coffins by gender, placing women in separate sections or separate rooms, but this wasn't universal, and enforcement was inconsistent. Women travelling with male companions or in groups had some protection. Women alone were advised to sleep lightly if they slept at all, remaining alert to intrusions that the coffin walls both concealed and enabled. Children in coffin establishments typically shared boxes with adults, since the coffin dimensions were calculated for single adult occupancy and wouldn't accommodate children as separate customers anyway. A parent and child might squeeze into a single coffin, the adult's body providing warmth and protection, while the child learned from early age what poverty accommodation looked like. Orphans and runaways without adult accompaniment faced particularly difficult circumstances, too small to fully occupy coffins designed for adults, too vulnerable to navigate the social complexities of these establishments without protection. The presence of children in coffin beds was noted by reformers with particular horror, though it was merely one manifestation of the general failure to protect children from the worst effects of poverty. The cleaning protocols for coffin establishments, such as they were, reflected the economic constraints under which these businesses operated. A thorough cleaning would require emptying, scrubbing and drying each coffin, a labour-intensive process that would reduce customer capacity and increase operating costs. In practice, cleaning typically amounted to removing obvious debris, perhaps sweeping out the worst accumulations and declaring the coffin ready for the next occupant. The straw or sawdust bedding, if provided, might be changed periodically, though periodically could mean weeks or months rather than days. The bugs, of course, remained regardless of cleaning efforts, nested too deeply in wood grain and joints to be affected by surface treatments. The fire risk in coffin establishments was substantial and periodically realised in disasters that killed multiple people. Wooden coffins in wooden buildings, lit by candles and oil lamps, heated when heated at all by open fires or cheap stoves, the combination was essentially designed to burn. When fires started, they spread rapidly through rooms packed with flammable materials and sleeping people, often blocking exits before occupants could wake and respond. The victims of these fires were typically recorded only as numbers, their individual identities lost along with their lives. Fire regulations existed on paper but were poorly enforced, and the economic incentives all pointed toward minimising fire safety investments that would reduce profits without providing visible customer benefits. The relationship between coffin establishments and the broader lodging house ecosystem deserves examination because it illustrates the market segmentation that characterised Victorian poverty accommodation. The fourpenny coffin sat at the top of the homeless shelter hierarchy, but below the common lodging houses that offered actual beds for sixpence or more. This positioning was precise, cheap enough to be accessible to the very poor, expensive enough to exclude the absolutely destitute, and offering enough improvement over cheaper alternatives to justify the price differential. Moving up from coffin to common lodging house represented the next step in a potential trajectory of escape from poverty, just as moving down from common lodging house to coffin represented the feared slide in the opposite direction. The proprietors of coffin establishments were business people operating in a specific market niche, different from penny sit-up operators in scale and ambition, but similar in their fundamental approach to extracting value from poverty. The capital required to establish a coffin operation was higher. You needed more space, more infrastructure, and more initial investment, but the returns could be proportionally better. A room of 50 coffins at fourpence each generated nearly 17 shillings per night, enough to cover expenses and provide meaningful profit for someone with the stomach for this particular business. These entrepreneurs were not beloved figures in their communities, but they provided a service that the market demanded, and in the absence of public alternatives, their private provision was what desperate people had to work with. The evolution of coffin bed establishments over time reflected changing conditions in Victorian poverty and periodic reform efforts that targeted the worst abuses. Some establishments improved their conditions over the decades, responding to competition, regulation, or simple proprietor conscience. Others maintained or worsened conditions, cutting corners wherever possible to maximise profits at customer expense. The general trajectory was probably slightly upward, as public attention to lodging house conditions increased and regulations became somewhat more enforceable, but progress was slow and uneven. Coffin beds remained common into the early 20th century, disappearing gradually as economic conditions improved and alternative housing became more available rather than through any dramatic reform moment. The cultural representation of coffin beds in Victorian media and literature shaped how the comfortable classes understood poverty, for better and worse. Reformist journalists documented these establishments in vivid detail, hoping to shock readers into supporting change. Novelists incorporated coffin imagery into fiction that dramatised the lives of the poor, sometimes accurately and sometimes in ways that emphasised sensation over realism. Artists depicted the rows of wooden boxes with their human cargo, creating images that circulated through newspapers and magazines. These representations raised awareness but also risked turning poverty into spectacle, something to be observed and discussed rather than something requiring active response. The coffin bed became an icon of Victorian poverty, instantly recognisable and easily invoked, a symbol whose power could be deployed for various purposes. The experience of regular coffin bed use shaped people physically in visible ways that marked them as members of the poverty population. The posture adaptations required for fitting into confined spaces, the skin conditions from insect bites and inadequate hygiene, the respiratory problems from poor air quality, the general wear that inadequate nutrition and rest imposed on bodies. All these accumulated into a physical presentation that distinguished the chronic poor from those who had merely fallen on temporary hard times. Employers evaluating potential workers could often identify lodging house residents at a glance, and this identification typically worked against employment prospects. The physical marks of poverty created barriers to escaping poverty, another mechanism in the cycle that kept people trapped. The social relationships that developed among coffin bed users created communities of a sort, though these communities were unstable and constantly reconstituted as members cycled through. Regular customers who appeared night after night developed recognition and sometimes genuine connection with their neighbours. Information was shared, resources were occasionally pooled, and the minimal solidarity of shared circumstances provided some comfort against the isolation that poverty otherwise imposed. These relationships were limited by the nature of the environment. You couldn't really get to know someone in the dark of a coffin room, and the turnover of the population meant that familiar faces regularly disappeared. But they were something, a reminder that even in conditions designed to reduce people to isolated units, human beings sought and sometimes found connection. The transition from coffin bed to common lodging house represented a meaningful milestone for those who achieved it, a graduation to conditions that were still poor but recognisably better. A real bed rather than a wooden box. Space to sit up and move around. Marginally better facilities for hygiene and bodily functions. The psychological benefit of escaping the coffin symbolism. For many people stuck in the poverty accommodation system, this transition was the immediate goal, the next step that might eventually lead to further steps and eventual escape. The extra pennies required, typically 2 pence more per night, sometimes more, might represent the difference between meals or no meals, between other necessities or going without, but the investment in better rest could pay dividends in increased capacity to earn. The decline of coffin beds as an institution came gradually through the late Victorian and Edwardian eras, driven by multiple factors that eroded both supply and demand. Reform legislation raised standards for lodging houses, making the worst coffin establishments illegal even if enforcement remained imperfect. Economic improvements, particularly in the early 20th century, reduced the population in absolute destitution. Competition from alternative providers, including charitable organisations offering better conditions, drew customers away from the worst commercial establishments. The coffin beds that had seemed like permanent features of the poverty landscape slowly emptied, converted to other uses or simply abandoned as unprofitable. By the mid-20th century they had largely disappeared, remembered primarily through historical accounts that made their existence seem almost unbelievable. The legacy of the fourpenny coffin extends beyond its immediate historical context into questions about how societies accommodate, in both senses of the word, their poorest members. The coffin bed represented private enterprise's solution to a public problem, market forces operating in the absence of meaningful public provision. The results, as we've seen, were not impressive from any humanitarian standpoint, though they were economically efficient in extracting maximum payment for minimum service. The question of whether private or public approaches better serve the homeless remains contested today, with the Victorian experience providing cautionary evidence about what happens when markets alone are expected to provide for those who have essentially no market power. The physical spaces where coffin beds once operated have largely been demolished or converted beyond recognition, their grim histories erased by subsequent development. Occasionally, renovation work in old buildings uncovers evidence of former uses, the marks of coffin arrangements on floors, the hardware that once supported stacked sleeping boxes, providing tangible reminders of what these places once were. These archaeological traces connect the present to a past that seems almost impossibly distant, a time when sleeping in a wooden box represented an improvement in circumstances that many people couldn't afford. The buildings themselves held memories that their walls couldn't speak, stories of suffering and survival that we can only partially reconstruct from the records that happened to survive. The smell of a coffin bed establishment at peak occupancy defies adequate description, though many Victorian observers tried. The basic components were familiar from cheaper accommodations: unwashed bodies, stale breath, the general miasma of concentrated humanity, but the coffin arrangement added distinctive elements. The wooden boxes trapped air around each occupant, creating pockets of intensified odour that mixed imperfectly with the general room atmosphere. The bedding materials, when present, accumulated their own bouquets of biological decomposition. The insect populations contributed their characteristic notes, subtle but present to those who learned to identify them. And underlying everything was the smell of the wood itself, cheap pine that absorbed and slowly released the organic products of its nightly occupants. First-time visitors to these establishments reportedly struggled to breathe normally. Regular customers simply stopped noticing, their olfactory systems having surrendered to the inevitable. The temperature variations within coffin establishments created microclimates that affected different customers differently depending on their coffin placement. Ground-level coffins near exterior walls were coldest, their wooden surfaces conducting cold from the building's uninsulated structure. Elevated coffins benefited from rising heat but suffered from increased distance from any heat sources at floor level. Coffins in the centre of the room offered some protection from exterior cold, but experienced the worst air quality as room ventilation, such as it was, circulated away from them. Customers who could influence their coffin assignment learned to navigate these variations, seeking out positions that balanced temperature against other factors, like proximity to exits, distance from particularly noisy neighbours, or access to whatever limited amenities the establishment provided. The lighting in coffin establishments during operating hours was minimal, barely adequate for navigation, and deliberately insufficient for anything requiring visual acuity. This wasn't merely cost-saving. Bright lights would have kept customers awake, defeating the purpose of accommodation that was supposed to permit sleep. The typical setup involved a single lantern or candle at the entrance for arrivals and departures, with the sleeping areas left in darkness that was complete or nearly so. This darkness created conditions where much could happen unseen, where theft and other crimes were easier to commit and harder to prevent. The staff who monitored these establishments relied on sound rather than sight, listening for disturbances rather than watching for them, their interventions coming after problems developed rather than preventing them from occurring. The arrival process at a coffin establishment had its own rituals that regular customers learned to navigate efficiently. Approaching the establishment meant locating it first, since these businesses didn't typically advertise with prominent signage that might attract official attention. Word of mouth directed customers to entrances that might be down alleys, through courtyards, or in basements accessed by stairs that were invisible from the main street. At the entrance, payment was required before entry. No credit, no exceptions, no sob stories about money arriving tomorrow. The fourpence exchanged hands, the customer received whatever system the establishment used to designate coffin assignments, and entry to the sleeping area was permitted. The entire process was designed for efficiency, minimising the time staff spent on each customer, while ensuring that payment was secured before services were rendered. The assignment of coffins could be random, sequential, or strategic, depending on the establishment's practices and the relationships between staff and customers. Random assignment meant taking whatever coffin was next available, with no consideration of preferences or previous use. Sequential assignment filled coffins in order, creating predictability that some customers appreciated and others saw as constraining. Strategic assignment allowed staff to influence who slept where, which could be used benevolently to keep families together or problematic customers isolated, or malevolently to extract additional payment for preferred positions. Tipping staff for better assignments was common enough to constitute an informal economy within the formal economy of the establishment, with desirable coffins going to those who could pay beyond the base fourpence rate. The security situation in coffin establishments occupied an uneasy middle ground between the chaos of cheaper accommodations and the relative order of common lodging houses. The coffin walls provided some protection for personal belongings, making it harder for casual thieves to access items kept inside the box during sleep. However, the same enclosure that protected belongings also made their owners more vulnerable, confined in positions that limited defensive options if confronted. The staff who patrolled these establishments maintained order of a sort, but their primary focus was ensuring customer compliance with rules rather than protecting customers from each other. Violence was less common than in penny sit-ups and two-penny hangovers, partly because the customer base was marginally less desperate, and partly because the physical arrangement made collective disturbances more difficult, but it was hardly absent. The sounds of a coffin establishment at night created an acoustic environment that those who experienced it found difficult to forget. The wooden boxes acted as resonance chambers, amplifying and transmitting sounds in ways that regular rooms didn't. A neighbour's cough seemed to come from everywhere, the sound bouncing off coffin walls and floor and ceiling to arrive from multiple directions. Snoring achieved orchestral dimensions, with dozens of individual snorers creating a wall of sound that ebbed and flowed with the breathing rhythms of the room. The creaking of wood as bodies shifted, the rustle of whatever bedding materials were present, the occasional muffled voice of someone talking in sleep or calling out from nightmare, all combined into a soundscape that was distinctive to these establishments and that marked the experience of sleeping there as fundamentally different from sleeping in normal conditions. The physical aftermath of a night in a coffin bed left its marks on bodies that accumulated over time. The hard wooden surface created pressure points that bruised hips, shoulders, and other bony prominences that bore weight during sleep. The confined dimensions limited the position changes that normally allow bodies to distribute pressure during rest, meaning that customers woke with numbness, stiffness, and pain in areas that had been compressed all night. The insect bites added their own damage, welts and irritation that took days to heal if they healed at all, often reinfected before they could close. The respiratory irritation from poor air quality left throats raw and lungs congested, adding coughing to the already considerable morning misery. Rising from a coffin meant confronting all these accumulated insults simultaneously, a full-body catalogue of the night's toll. The economic calculation that led people to choose coffin beds over cheaper alternatives reflected genuine trade-offs that customers navigated based on their individual circumstances and priorities. The extra twopence required to upgrade from a twopenny hangover to a fourpenny coffin might represent a significant portion of daily income, money that could alternatively buy food, repay debts, or be saved toward other goals. Against this cost, the coffin offered horizontal sleep, marginally better rest, and perhaps a psychological boost from occupying a higher tier of the accommodation hierarchy. Different people weighted these factors differently. Some prioritized rest above all else, and would sacrifice meals to sleep lying down. Others calculated that the marginal improvement didn't justify the cost, and stuck with cheaper options. The market allowed these individual calculations to aggregate into patterns of demand that established prices, though market is perhaps too dignified a term for transactions conducted under such duress. The seasonal patterns of coffin bed use reflected the same dynamics that affected cheaper accommodations, with winter bringing increased demand and summer permitting some customers to forgo paid shelter entirely. The fourpenny coffin was particularly appealing during cold weather, when its enclosed space retained body heat better than the open arrangements of penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers. The walls that confined also protected, creating a micro-environment that was slightly warmer than the surrounding room and much warmer than the street outside. Proprietors could raise prices during cold snaps when demand exceeded supply, though they had to balance short-term profit extraction against the long-term relationships with regular customers that provided stable income through leaner periods. The relationship between coffin bed establishments and local authorities varied by neighbourhood and by the disposition of particular officials. Some areas tolerated these businesses as preferable to the alternative of more homeless people on the streets. Others subjected them to harassment and periodic crackdowns that disrupted operations without eliminating demand. The police relationship was particularly important. Cooperative police might warn proprietors of upcoming inspections, might decline to investigate complaints, might generally make life easier for an establishment that kept its customers off the streets and out of trouble. Hostile police could make operations difficult through frequent visits, strict enforcement of marginal regulations, and pressure on landlords who rented space to these businesses. Navigating these relationships was part of the business skill required to operate successfully in this market segment. The documentation that survives from coffin bed establishments comes primarily from external observers rather than from participants, creating a record that is inevitably filtered through perspectives distant from the actual experience. Reformers who investigated these places wrote reports designed to shock and motivate, emphasizing the worst conditions they found while potentially missing nuances that regular users would have noticed. Journalists sought dramatic stories that would sell newspapers, focusing on exceptional incidents rather than typical nights. Official inspectors produced bureaucratic records that captured compliance with regulations, but not the lived reality of staying in these places. The voices of actual customers, what they thought, how they felt, what strategies they used to survive, are largely absent from the historical record, present only in fragments that happen to have survived. As we turn from the hierarchy of homeless shelters to examine other aspects of survival in Victorian poverty, the coffin bed remains a powerful symbol of what desperation looks like when systematized and commercialized. The wooden boxes that mocked death while failing to provide adequate life represent something important about the era that produced them, and about the human capacity to endure conditions that should not be endurable. The people who climbed into those boxes night after night were not different from us in any fundamental way. They were human beings caught in circumstances that could, with different luck, catch anyone. Their survival, such as it was, required navigating a system designed to extract maximum value while providing minimum return. That they managed to survive at all is testament to human resilience. That they had to survive such conditions is testament to human indifference. Both truths coexist in the history of the fourpenny coffin, and both deserve to be remembered. So now we understand the accommodations available to Victorian London's homeless population, the penny sit-ups, the twopenny hangovers, the fourpenny coffins, but we haven't yet addressed the rather important question of where those pennies actually came from. Because here's the thing about poverty, it's expensive. Not in the way that comfortable people imagine when they think about how cheap rice and beans are compared to steak dinners, but in the relentless, grinding way that every single day presents a new puzzle of resource allocation with no margin for error. The people filling these establishments each night didn't have jobs in any meaningful sense. If they had regular employment, they wouldn't be sleeping on ropes or in coffins. Instead, they participated in an informal economy of survival that required constant hustle, creativity, and willingness to do things that respectable Victorians preferred not to think about. Welcome to the daily struggle for a few pennies, where the gig economy existed a century and a half before anyone invented nap for it. The range of activities that could generate income for the desperate poor was remarkably diverse, limited only by imagination, physical capability, and the tolerance of authorities and paying customers. At one end of the spectrum were activities that barely qualified as work at all. Holding horses outside shops while their owners went inside, carrying packages for shoppers too encumbered to manage themselves, sweeping crossings to protect pedestrian shoes from the mud that covered every London street. These tasks required no skill, no tools, no capital investment, just presence in the right place at the right time, and willingness to offer services that might or might not be accepted. The payment was entirely discretionary, dependent on the mood and generosity of whoever received the service, and ranged from nothing at all to perhaps a penny or two for particularly helpful or persistent providers. Horse-holding was one of the classic entry-level occupations for the Victorian unemployed, so common that it became almost emblematic of casual poverty. Before the automobile revolutionised transportation, horses were everywhere in urban environments, and their owners faced a perpetual problem. You couldn't take a horse inside a shop with you. The solution was to pay someone to hold the animal while you conducted your business, someone who would keep the horse calm, prevent theft, and ensure the creature was still there when you returned. This service was valuable enough that many horse owners would tip the person providing it, though the amounts were small and the competition was fierce. Successful horseholders staked out territories near busy commercial establishments, building relationships with regular customers who would seek them out specifically. Less successful ones wandered in search of opportunities, arriving at promising locations only to find them already occupied by more established competitors. The crossing sweeper occupied a peculiar position in Victorian urban ecology, providing a service that sounds almost absurd to modern ears, but was genuinely useful in an era before paved roads and municipal sanitation. London streets were covered in a layer of mud, manure, and general filth that was unpleasant at best and genuinely hazardous at worst. Pedestrians in nice shoes, the kind of people who might have money to spare, understandably wanted to minimise contact with this muck. Enter the crossing sweeper, who would clear a path through the worst of the filth at street crossings, creating relatively clean passages that allowed respectable people to cross without ruining their footwear. In exchange, customers would toss a coin to the sweeper, typically a halfpenny or penny, though payment was not mandatory, and many people simply walked across the cleared path without acknowledgement. The successful crossing sweeper needed to identify high-traffic locations, maintain their clearing through constant work, and develop enough rapport with regular users to encourage payment. The economics of crossing sweeping illustrate the brutal mathematics of casual poverty in Victorian London. A sweeper who managed to earn a penny from 1 in every 10 people who used their crossing, working a busy corner from morning to evening, might accumulate 6pence or even a shilling on a good day. A bad day might yield only 2pence or 3pence, enough for a twopenny hangover and perhaps a scrap of food, but not enough to build any buffer against future bad days. The work itself was physically demanding. requiring constant motion to keep the crossing clear while also remaining visible and approachable to potential customers. Weather affected income directly. Rainy days created more mud and thus more demand for cleared crossings, but also reduced foot traffic as people who could afford to stay indoors did so. The sweeper worked in all conditions regardless, having no alternative income source to fall back on when circumstances were unfavourable. Errand running and message carrying provided another category of casual employment, particularly useful for those with energy and geographic knowledge to offer. Before telephones, before reliable postal service for time-sensitive communications, before any of the instant communication technologies we take for granted, getting a message from one location to another required physically carrying it. Businesses sometimes needed urgent communications delivered across the city. Individuals might want to summon someone from home or send word about changed plans. The messenger, who could be trusted to deliver quickly and accurately, could earn reasonable payment for their services, though the work was unpredictable and dependent on being in the right place when the need arose. Some messengers built reputations that generated repeat business, others remained in the one-off market, picking up whatever opportunities presented themselves. The market porter economy offered more substantial income potential for those with the physical strength to participate. London's great markets, Covent Garden for produce, Billingsgate for fish, Smithfield for meat, required enormous quantities of goods to be moved from delivery vehicles to stalls and from stalls to customers. This labour was too irregular to support permanent employees but too essential to ignore, creating opportunities for casual workers who could show up, demonstrate capability, and earn payment by the load carried. The work was brutal, requiring the strength to carry heavy burdens for hours at a time, the endurance to work through the night when markets operated, and the willingness to accept whatever rates the market masters were offering. Competition was fierce, with dozens of men showing up for every available position, and foremen selected workers based on appearance, reputation, and sometimes less savoury criteria, like willingness to pay kickbacks for favourable treatment. The lumper trade represented a specialised version of manual labour, focused on unloading ships at the docks that lined the Thames. When vessels arrived with cargo, they needed to be emptied quickly so they could depart for their next voyage, and the labour for this task was provided by casual workers hired for specific jobs rather than permanent employees. The lumpers' work was dangerous, handling heavy cargo in confined spaces, climbing up and down ships' holds, working in all weather conditions, and paid accordingly, with rates that were higher than most casual labour, but still dependent on the availability of work. Getting hired required showing up at the docks before dawn and hoping to be selected from the crowd of equally desperate men competing for the same limited positions. Success might bring several shillings for a hard day's work. Failure meant returning home with nothing after hours of waiting. Scavenging occupied a category somewhere between work and desperation, involving the collection and sale of whatever materials of value could be found on London streets. The rag and bone trade was perhaps the most established version, with collectors walking routes in search of discarded textiles and animal bones that could be sold to dealers who would recycle them into new products. Rags were processed into paper, bones were ground into fertilizer or rendered into glue, metal scraps were melted down for reuse. The prices paid for these materials were minimal, a few pence for a sack of bones, slightly more for clean rags, but the capital requirements were essentially zero, and anyone with a sack and willingness to search could participate. The competition from professional collectors with established routes limited what casual scavengers could find, but the margins of the trade remained accessible to those desperate enough to work them. The collection of dog feces for sale to tanners represented perhaps the nadir of the scavenging economy, work so degrading that it was undertaken only by those who had exhausted other options. Tanning leather required various substances to treat the hides, and dog excrement, specifically the acidic compounds it contained, was useful in the process. Collectors would walk the streets searching for deposits, gathering them into containers for sale to tanneries at prices that were quite low given the unpleasant nature of the work. This occupation, sometimes called pure finding with a euphemism that barely masked its reality, illustrated how far desperate people would go when the alternative was starvation or arrest. The few pence earned from a day of collecting might be enough for a penny sit-up and a bit of bread, keeping the collector alive for another day of the same. Cigar-end collecting offered slightly more dignified scavenging, if dignity can be measured in degrees when all options are degrading. Wealthy smokers often discarded cigars before they were fully consumed, throwing away tobacco that still had value for those willing to collect it. The cigar-end collector would walk through areas frequented by the wealthy, theatre districts, entertainment zones, upscale commercial streets, searching for discarded stubs that could be sold to dealers who would process them into new tobacco products. The evening's collection might yield enough material to sell for a few pennies, which was more than nothing even if it wasn't much. The work required presence in areas where the collector clearly didn't belong, creating encounters with police and property owners who saw scavengers as nuisances to be moved along. The performance economy provided income opportunities for those with talents to display and willingness to display them in public spaces. Street musicians, singers, acrobats, jugglers, trained animal shows, all could potentially attract crowds and the coins that crowds sometimes threw. The income was entirely dependent on performance quality, location choice, and the unpredictable generosity of audiences. A good pitch in a high-traffic area might generate several shillings on a profitable day. A poor pitch or bad performance might yield nothing at all. The legal status of street performance was ambiguous, generally tolerated but subject to police interference if performers blocked traffic, attracted complaints, or simply annoyed the wrong people. Success required not just performance skills but also the business sense to identify profitable locations and times, and the social skills to manage relationships with authorities and competing performers. Begging represented the most direct approach to obtaining money from strangers, and despite its illegality under the vagrancy laws we examined earlier, it remained a common survival strategy for those desperate enough to accept the risks. The techniques of effective begging were more sophisticated than outsiders might assume, involving careful attention to location, timing, appearance, and pitch. The most successful beggars developed specializations. Some emphasized pathetic appearance to maximize sympathy. Others offered small services like opening doors to create reciprocity obligations. Still others targeted specific demographics known for greater generosity. Some beggars displayed disabilities or injuries that inspired charity, though the Vagrancy Act specifically prohibited exposing wounds or deformities for this purpose. Not that legal prohibition stopped those who saw no alternative. The economics of begging varied enormously depending on skill, location, and luck. A beggar working a busy location with effective technique might earn several shillings in a day, more than most casual labour would provide. A less effective beggar in a poor location might receive nothing at all, spending hours in public exposure without any return. The risks were substantial. Arrest for begging could result in imprisonment, and even without arrest, the constant exposure to weather, the physical toll of standing or sitting for hours, and the psychological damage of public humiliation took their toll. Yet for those who calculated that the potential returns outweighed the risks, begging remained an option. Illegal but not impossible, dangerous but sometimes lucrative enough to justify the danger. The hierarchy of begging strategies reflected the Victorian fascination with categorization that appeared throughout their approach to poverty. Some beggars simply asked for money directly, accepting whatever coins passers-by might offer. Others offered services, holding open doors, providing directions, performing small tasks, that created quasi-legitimate pretexts for payment. Still others displayed pathetic circumstances designed to inspire charity without explicit requests. The weeping mother with hungry children, the wounded veteran of recent wars, the respectable person fallen on hard times. These categories blurred in practice, with individuals shifting strategies based on circumstances and audiences. The most sophisticated beggars read their marks carefully, adjusting their approach based on who seemed likely to respond to which appeals. Children occupied a particularly complex position in the begging economy, simultaneously more sympathetic recipients of charity and more vulnerable to exploitation. A child begging alone inspired different reactions than an adult in similar circumstances, more pity from some, more suspicion from others who assumed adult manipulation behind the scenes. Some children begged on their own behalf, either orphaned or estranged from families unable to support them. Others begged as part of family units, their presence enhancing the pathetic impact of group appeals. Still others were effectively deployed by adults who exploited their youth and vulnerability, taking the majority of whatever the child collected while providing minimal support in return. The ethics of child begging troubled even those Victorians generally unsympathetic to the adult poor, though this concern rarely translated into effective protection for the children involved. The daily rhythm of earning money for shelter created patterns that shaped every aspect of life for those trapped in the poverty cycle. Morning meant leaving whatever accommodation the previous night had provided, often without breakfast since food might not be affordable after paying for lodging. The day's labour began immediately, whether that meant positioning oneself at a promising crossing, heading to markets or docks in hope of casual work, or beginning the circuits of scavenging or begging that might yield enough for tonight's accommodation. The work continued through the day with minimal breaks, since any time not spent earning was time that might prove critical when evening came and accommodation costs came due. Late afternoon brought increasing anxiety as the day's earnings were counted against the costs ahead, and decisions had to be made about which tier of accommodation was affordable and which expenditures on food could be justified. The calculation between food and shelter was one of the cruelest dilemmas facing the Victorian homeless, a choice that shouldn't exist but existed constantly. A person might earn 4p in a day, enough for a coffin bed but nothing else, or enough for 2p sit-ups and a meal, or enough for a 2p hangover and some bread. Different individuals made different choices based on their priorities, health status, and assessment of what they could endure. Some prioritised sleep, reasoning that rest was essential for maintaining the capacity to earn tomorrow. Others prioritised food, knowing that malnutrition would eventually destroy their earning power regardless of how well they slept. Still others alternated strategies, eating well one day and sleeping well the next, trying to meet both needs across time even when they couldn't be met simultaneously. The seasonality of income opportunities added another variable to calculations that were already impossibly complex. Summer brought longer days with more hours for earning, but also reduced demand for some services as wealthy Londoners left the city for country estates and seaside resorts. Winter shortened earning hours while increasing accommodation costs, as demand for indoor shelter rose with falling temperatures. Certain trades peaked at specific times, market work increased during holiday seasons when consumption surged, street cleaning was more valuable when mud was thickest, begging might be more profitable when charitable feelings ran higher around Christmas. The successful survival artist learned to anticipate these patterns and plan accordingly, shifting strategies with the seasons and building whatever reserves possible during favourable periods to survive unfavourable ones. The social networks that developed among those navigating this economy provided crucial support that couldn't be obtained through individual effort alone. Information about job opportunities spread through word of mouth, with those who had worked at particular locations sharing knowledge about pay rates, foreman preferences, and hiring practices. Territorial arrangements were negotiated informally, preventing the conflicts that would have erupted if everyone competed for the same prime locations. Resources were sometimes shared when circumstances permitted. A bit of food passed to someone who had nothing, a loan of a penny to be repaid when fortune improved, a warning about police activity or dangerous individuals. These networks weren't organised or formal. They emerged spontaneously from the daily interactions of people facing similar challenges and recognising that cooperation sometimes serves survival better than pure competition. The psychological burden of constant economic uncertainty affected people in ways that extended beyond the obvious stress of not knowing where tonight's shelter would come from. The mental energy required for endless calculation, weighing options, assessing risks, planning contingencies, left less capacity for other aspects of life that might have improved circumstances. The anxiety that accompanied every moment of the day, wondering if today's earnings would prove sufficient, created chronic stress with physical health consequences. The shame associated with certain survival strategies, begging, scavenging, accepting charity, eroded self-worth in ways that made escape from poverty psychologically as well as economically difficult. People adapted to these conditions in various ways, developing resilience that allowed functioning under circumstances that would devastate others, but adaptation came at costs that accumulated invisibly. The transition from the economics of survival to the social experience of poverty brings us to one of the most insidious aspects of Victorian destitution, the way it rendered people invisible. Not physically invisible, obviously. The homeless were quite visible on the streets, often unavoidably so, but invisible in the sense of not being seen as fully human, not being counted among those whose lives and experiences mattered. The transformation from person to statistic, from individual to category, was gradual but relentless, stripping away the markers of identity that connected people to society and replacing them with the uniform label of pauper or vagrant that erased everything else they had ever been. The administrative machinery of Victorian poverty management processed people as units rather than individuals, creating records that captured categories, age, sex, able-bodied or not, deserving or undeserving, while ignoring the stories that made each person unique. The workhouse admission records, the vagrancy court proceedings, the charity organisation files, all reduced human complexity to a few data points that could be tabulated and compared. This wasn't malicious in most cases. It was simply the nature of bureaucratic systems that had to manage large numbers of people with limited resources. But the effect was to systematically erase individuality, to process people through mechanisms that treated them as interchangeable representatives of categories, rather than as particular persons with particular histories. The loss of physical markers of identity accompanied the administrative erasure. Clothing, which in Victorian society signalled class position with precise legibility, deteriorated into the generic rags of poverty that communicated nothing except destitution. Personal grooming became impossible without access to water, soap and razors, leaving faces obscured by unkempt beards and bodies coated with the accumulated grime of street life. Possessions that might have connected people to their pasts, family photographs, letters, tokens of former lives, were sold, lost or stolen until nothing remained. The person who emerged from extended homelessness looked like every other homeless person, marked by the same signs of deprivation that made individual recognition difficult and individual identity seemingly irrelevant. Names themselves became unstable for those navigating the poverty system. Official records required names for processing, but the names given weren't always authentic. Aliases protected against the accumulation of vagrancy convictions. Invented names provided fresh starts when old ones were too damaged. Nicknames replaced formal names that no longer seemed to apply. Among the homeless community itself, people were often known by characteristics rather than names. The fellow who slept by the railway arch, the woman with the red shawl, the old man who told stories. These descriptive labels recognized individuality of a sort while also acknowledging that the usual markers of identity, family name, occupation, address, no longer applied. You were defined by your current circumstances rather than by your history, present tense overwhelming past. The social relationships that might have sustained identity, family, friends, community, typically frayed and broke under the pressure of prolonged poverty. Families that couldn't support all their members shed the weakest, sending elderly parents to the workhouse or simply losing contact with relatives who had drifted too far into destitution. Friends from better times found the homeless embarrassing and avoided contact that might create obligations they couldn't or wouldn't meet. Community ties dissolved when the community itself dispersed, as happened when neighbourhoods declined or when individuals migrated in search of opportunities that failed to materialise. The homeless person was often genuinely alone, disconnected from everyone who had known them before poverty, unknown except as a face in the crowd of similar faces. The Victorian attitude toward the poor combined genuine charitable impulse with profound moral judgment in ways that made assistance always conditional and often humiliating. The basic framework held that poverty resulted from moral failing, laziness, improvidence, intemperance, lack of self-discipline, and that assistance should therefore address moral reformation rather than simply meeting material needs. This framework produced charity that was dispensed with heavy doses of moral instruction, that required recipients to demonstrate worthiness before receiving help, that maintained clear distinctions between the charitable givers and the degraded receivers. The poor were not equals experiencing misfortune, they were moral inferiors whose condition proved their deficiency. This attitude saturated Victorian culture so thoroughly that even the poor themselves often internalised it, blaming themselves for circumstances that economic and social forces had largely created. The distinction between deserving and undeserving poor was central to Victorian thinking about poverty, and shaped every institution designed to address it. The deserving poor, widows, orphans, the disabled, the elderly, those who had suffered misfortune through no fault of their own, merited sympathy and assistance. The undeserving poor, the able-bodied unemployed, those whose poverty could be attributed to drinking or gambling or other moral failures, those who didn't sufficiently demonstrate gratitude for whatever assistance they received, deserved punishment rather than help. The problem, of course, was that these categories were entirely subjective, determined by the perceptions of those with power rather than by any objective criteria. A person might be classified as deserving or undeserving based on factors as arbitrary as their appearance, their accent, their willingness to perform deference, or simply the mood of whoever was making the determination. The media representations of poverty that circulated through Victorian society shaped and reflected these attitudes in complex ways. Newspapers reported on poverty primarily through crime stories and scandal, connecting destitution with criminality in ways that reinforced fears rather than inspiring compassion. Reform literature documented conditions in slums and shelters, sometimes generating genuine concern but also creating a kind of poverty pornography that allowed comfortable readers to experience frissons of horror without requiring any action. Fiction portrayed sympathetic poor characters, but typically those whose poverty was dramatic and temporary. The orphan who turns out to be secretly wealthy, the honest worker fallen on temporary hard times, rather than the chronic poverty that actually characterized most of the homeless population. The cumulative effect was a discourse about poverty that acknowledged its existence while maintaining comfortable distance from its reality. The visibility of poverty on Victorian streets created a particular dynamic of seeing without recognizing that characterized middle-class encounters with the homeless. The beggar on the corner, the crossing sweeper at the intersection, the ragged figure huddled in a doorway, all were seen in the literal sense of being registered by passing eyes, but seen without the recognition that would grant them full human status. The comfortable pedestrian learned to look past these figures, to navigate around them without engaging, to treat them as features of the urban landscape rather than as fellow citizens with claims on attention. This selective invisibility was a skill that had to be learned, developed through repeated exposure until it became automatic, allowing movement through poverty-saturated environments without the emotional toll that genuine recognition would exact. The housing geography of Victorian London reinforced this pattern of selective blindness by concentrating poverty in areas that respectable people could avoid. The East End slums existed at geographical and psychological distance from the West End neighbourhoods where the wealthy conducted their lives. The rookeries and courts where the poorest lived were tucked away behind more respectable street frontages, invisible unless you knew where to look and chose to look there. This spatial segregation meant that many comfortable Victorians could live their entire lives with minimal direct exposure to extreme poverty. Their knowledge of its existence mediated entirely through newspapers, reformist publications, and the occasional sermon. The poor were present somewhere in the city, but not in the parts of the city that mattered, not in the places where respectable people went about their business. The charitable organisations that emerged to address poverty operated within frameworks that maintained these patterns of invisibility, even while claiming to help. The Charity Organisation Society, founded in 1869, exemplified this approach. It coordinated charitable giving, investigated applicants to determine worthiness, and denied assistance to those deemed undeserving. The investigation process required applicants to expose their circumstances to scrutiny, answering intrusive questions about their histories, their habits, their moral character. Those who passed this inspection might receive help. Those who failed were left to their own devices, classified as beyond assistance rather than beyond need. The system generated detailed records that documented individual cases while simultaneously reinforcing the categorical thinking that denied individuality. The workhouse, that notorious Victorian institution, represented the formal system's approach to those who fell through all other safety nets. Designed deliberately to be worse than any alternative, the workhouse offered survival in exchange for submission to a regime that stripped away every remaining marker of autonomy and dignity. Families were separated upon entry, husbands from wives and parents from children, to prevent the perpetuation of pauperism through family formation. Inmates wore uniforms that marked their status, ate food designed to be adequate but unappetizing, performed labour that was often pointless and always degrading. The entire system was structured to make poverty as unpleasant as possible, on the theory that harsh conditions would motivate people to avoid dependency. That this approach manifestly failed to reduce poverty, that workhouses remained full despite their horrors, did not inspire reconsideration of the underlying premises. The experience of losing social identity affected people differently depending on their starting points and psychological resources. Those who had fallen from relative comfort often struggled most acutely, their memories of better circumstances creating painful contrast with present conditions. Those who had been born into poverty sometimes navigated its challenges more easily, having never developed expectations of anything different. Some people maintained internal identities that persisted despite external erasure, holding on to memories of who they had been and hopes of who they might become again. Others succumbed to the categorical identities imposed upon them, accepting definitions as vagrant or pauper that left no room for anything else. The psychological journey through extended poverty was individual and unpredictable, shaped by factors that no external observer could fully understand. The children raised in poverty face particular challenges in developing identities at all, lacking the stable foundations that most theories of human development assume. A child who grew up moving between lodging houses, workhouses, and the streets never experienced the consistent environments and relationships that supposedly enable healthy psychological development. Their sense of self formed around survival rather than growth, around managing immediate threats rather than planning for futures that seemed impossibly distant. These children learned to read their environments for danger and opportunity in ways that affluent children never needed to develop, but they often failed to learn the social skills and academic knowledge that might have enabled escape from poverty. They became adults who had been denied childhood, carrying deficits that would shape their entire lives. The reformation of former homeless individuals who managed to escape poverty often required reconstructing identities that had been systematically demolished. Learning to present as respectable, to perform the social cues that signalled trustworthiness to potential employers and landlords, to rebuild the networks of relationship that connected people to opportunity. All this required skills that poverty had eroded rather than developed. Some managed this transition, finding stable employment and housing that enabled gradual rebuilding of normal lives. Others found that the damage was too extensive, that the psychological and physical toll of extended poverty left permanent deficits that prevented full recovery. The success stories that Victorian moralists celebrated were real but exceptional. The far more common outcome was continued struggle with circumstances that had never offered fair chances. The legacy of Victorian attitudes toward poverty persists in surprising ways, shaping contemporary debates about homelessness, welfare, and the responsibilities of society toward its most vulnerable members. The distinction between deserving and undeserving poor, the assumption that poverty reflects individual moral failing rather than systemic factors, the preference for punitive responses over supportive ones, all these Victorian ideas continue to influence policy and public opinion. The specific mechanisms have changed. We no longer have penny sit-ups or two-penny hangovers, but the underlying frameworks of thinking often remain recognisable. Understanding how these attitudes developed, how they shaped Victorian responses to poverty, and how they failed to address the problems they claim to solve seems relevant to contemporary discussions that often recycle the same fundamental assumptions. The statistics that survive from the Victorian era tell us something about the scale of poverty, but almost nothing about its human reality. We know approximately how many people used common lodging houses, approximately how many were arrested for vagrancy, approximately how many died in workhouses. These numbers are useful for certain purposes, but inevitably erase the individual experiences that they aggregate. Behind every statistic was a person with a name, a history, hopes that had been disappointed, and perhaps hopes that remained. The four-penny coffin that somebody slept in on a particular night in 1885 held a specific individual whose story we will never know, one data point in patterns that historians can reconstruct but never fully illuminate. This limitation is inherent in historical knowledge, especially knowledge about people whose lives generated minimal records. We can sketch outlines while acknowledging that the details are lost forever. The invisibility that poverty imposed during Victorian times has its contemporary equivalents, patterns of seeing without recognising that allow comfortable people to navigate through environments where homelessness is present without fully acknowledging the humanity of those they pass. The mechanisms differ. We no longer have crossing sweepers or horse holders, but the fundamental dynamic of selective attention remains. Whether this represents cultural inheritance from Victorian attitudes, universal human tendencies toward in-group focus, or simply the psychological necessity of managing overwhelming urban environments is debatable. What seems clear is that the pattern persists, that poverty continues to render people invisible in ways that go beyond mere physical presence, that the comfortable continue to develop skills for not seeing what they would rather not see. The transition from examining individual survival to examining social context reveals how thoroughly the two are intertwined. The economics of survival that we explored, the casual labour, the scavenging, the begging, all took place within social frameworks that shaped their possibilities and meanings. The social invisibility we've examined wasn't separate from economic circumstances, but constitutive of them. limiting opportunities and reinforcing marginalisation in ways that made escape progressively more difficult. To understand Victorian poverty fully requires holding both dimensions simultaneously, seeing economic and social factors as mutually constitutive rather than separable. The person scraping together fourpence for a coffin bed was simultaneously navigating economic transactions and social relationships, making practical calculations and experiencing psychological effects, surviving day by day while being systematically erased by systems that processed humanity as administrative categories. The spatial organisation of earning opportunities reflected and reinforced the geography of poverty in Victorian London. The best locations for casual labour, begging and scavenging were typically in wealthy areas where money circulated more freely, but these were precisely the areas where the visible poor were least welcome. A crossing sweeper working a West End corner might earn more than one in Whitechapel, but also faced greater scrutiny from police and property owners who wanted to maintain the respectable atmosphere that attracted wealthy customers. This created constant tension between economic rationality, go where the money is, and social risk, being expelled or arrested for being in the wrong place. Successful survivors learned to navigate these contradictions, moving between zones at different times, developing strategies for appearing legitimate enough to avoid interference while remaining accessible enough to potential customers. The timing of earning opportunities created rhythms that structured homeless existence in ways that outsiders rarely recognised. Early morning was crucial for those seeking market work, with hiring decisions made before dawn and latecomers turned away without consideration. Midday brought different opportunities. Theatre districts came alive, shopping areas filled with potential customers, the lunch crowds created brief windows for selling or begging. Evening presented its own possibilities. Entertainment venues generated traffic. Pub goers became potential marks. The transition between day and night activities created brief periods of opportunity. Understanding these rhythms and positioning oneself accordingly was essential knowledge for effective survival, knowledge that took time to acquire and constant adjustment to maintain. The weather imposed its own economics on survival activities, affecting both supply and demand in the informal labour market. Rain drove potential customers indoors, reducing begging returns and making street performance impossible, but also created demand for crossing sweeping and increased the value of message carrying for those who didn't want to go out themselves. Cold weather had similar mixed effects. Fewer people on the streets meant fewer opportunities, but those who were out might be more generous to people visibly suffering. Snow and ice created niche opportunities for clearance and salting while closing off other activities entirely. The successful survivor tracked weather patterns and adjusted strategies accordingly, recognizing that no single approach worked in all conditions and that flexibility was essential to maintaining income through variable circumstances. The tools of casual labour, minimal as they were, represented capital investments that distinguished different levels of poverty. The crossing sweeper needed a broom, a modest expense that nonetheless required accumulating several pennies and protecting the investment from theft or damage. The scavenger needed a bag or basket for collecting. The market porter might benefit from a hand truck or carrying frame. These tools were often the most valuable possessions their owners had, carefully guarded and maintained because loss would mean starting over from nothing. The person who had a broom was in a different position than the person who had only their labour to offer. This small difference could translate into meaningful income differentials over time. The competition for earning opportunities was fierce and sometimes violent, as too many desperate people pursued too few available positions. The best corners for crossing sweeping were claimed by those willing to defend them, sometimes through physical confrontation and sometimes through social mechanisms like seniority claims or neighbourhood allegiances. Market hiring produced shoving matches and worse as men fought for foremen's attention. Even begging territories were contested, with established beggars driving off newcomers who tried to work their locations. This competition benefited nobody except perhaps the employers who could pay lower rates, knowing that rejection meant only moving to the next desperate applicant in line. The poor competed against each other for scraps, while the structural factors that created their poverty remained unaddressed. The relationship between earning and spending created cycles that were nearly impossible to break without external intervention. Someone who earned fourpence in a day had to spend most or all of it immediately on shelter and food, leaving nothing for savings that might eventually accumulate into escape capital. Someone who tried to save by spending less, sleeping rough to preserve pennies, skipping meals to accumulate funds, risked arrest, illness, and the physical deterioration that would reduce future earning capacity. The system was designed, whether intentionally or not, to extract maximum labour for minimum subsistence, leaving nothing for the accumulation that might have enabled escape. Building any kind of reserve required either exceptional luck, a particularly good day, an unexpected windfall, or exceptional discipline in circumstances that made discipline nearly impossible. The informal credit systems that developed among the homeless poor provided some buffer against the brutal immediacy of daily survival, though these systems operated on terms that were themselves often exploitative. Lodging house keepers sometimes extended credit to regular customers, allowing them to pay later when current funds were insufficient. This credit came with expectations of future payment, and sometimes with interest that made the mathematics even more difficult. Informal loans between acquaintances operated on similar principles: help today, repayment expected tomorrow, but with the additional complexity that debtors might disappear or die before repaying, creating losses that lenders absorbed as part of the cost of participating in this economy. Pawnbrokers offered another form of credit, lending against whatever possessions the poor still had, but pawn rates were high and unredeemed items were forfeited, creating a mechanism for transferring the last assets of the poor to those who ran the pawn system. The skills required for survival in Victorian poverty were specific and non-transferable, valuable in the streets but worthless in any other context. Learning to read potential customers, to identify police before they identified you, to navigate the geography of opportunity and danger, to manage the social complexities of homeless communities, all this took time to learn and energy to maintain. These skills did not translate into employable capabilities in the formal economy. Indeed, they sometimes conflicted with the behaviours that employers expected. The survival artist who had learned to be wary of authority, to trust nobody completely, to take advantage of any opportunity, this person might struggle with the deference and reliability that regular employment demanded. The education that poverty provided was specialised for poverty, creating competencies that reinforced rather than escaped marginalisation. The physical toll of survival work accumulated in bodies that had no opportunity for recovery. The crossing sweeper's knees, the porter's back, the scavenger's hands, all showed damage from repetitive labour performed without rest or proper nutrition. Injuries that would heal in comfortable circumstances became chronic disabilities when there was no time for rest and no resources for treatment. The premature ageing that observers noted among the chronic poor reflected this accumulated damage, bodies worn out decades before their time by conditions that allowed no margin for repair. A person at 40 who had spent years in the street economy might have the physical capacities of someone much older, their earning potential declining even as their need remained constant. The psychological adaptations required for survival often conflicted with the behaviours needed for escape. Learning not to hope too much because hope that was constantly disappointed was too painful to sustain. Learning to focus on immediate needs because thinking about the future was paralysing when the future offered nothing but more of the present. Learning to expect the worst because preparation for disaster was more useful than optimism that would be betrayed. These adaptations were rational responses to circumstances, protecting against disappointments that might otherwise be crushing, but they also made it harder to pursue opportunities that required sustained effort toward uncertain goals. The person who had learned not to hope was poorly equipped to pursue chances that required hoping. The generational transmission of poverty skills created continuity that perpetuated marginalisation across family lines. Children who grew up watching parents navigate the survival economy learned those same skills as their primary education, absorbing knowledge about begging, scavenging and casual labour rather than reading, arithmetic, and the formal knowledge that might enable different futures. They learned to distrust authorities, to expect nothing from systems that offered nothing, to focus on survival rather than advancement. Even when opportunities for different paths existed, children of the homeless poor often lacked the cultural competencies to recognise or pursue them. The informal education of the streets prepared people for the streets, not for escape from them. The occasional success stories that emerged from Victorian poverty served complicated ideological functions, celebrated as evidence that escape was possible, while simultaneously implying that those who didn't escape had only themselves to blame. The crossing sweeper who became a shopkeeper, the scavenger who accumulated enough to open a small business, the beggar who found steady employment, these narratives were popular precisely because they suggested that the system was fair. that hard work and moral virtue would eventually be rewarded. What these stories obscured was how exceptional they were, how many factors beyond individual effort contributed to success, and how many equally hard-working and virtuous people never escaped at all. The success stories functioned as ideology, justifying a system by pointing to its exceptions rather than examining its rules. The reformers who documented Victorian poverty conditions and advocated for change operated from positions outside the experience they described, bringing perspectives that were simultaneously valuable and limited. Their detailed accounts of lodging house conditions, their statistics on homelessness and mortality, their arguments for policy change, all contributed to eventual improvements that would make life somewhat better for future generations of poor. But their understanding was necessarily external, shaped by their own class positions and moral frameworks. They pitied the poor, but often didn't respect them. They wanted to help, but frequently in ways that maintained their own superiority. They documented suffering, but sometimes turned it into spectacle. The historical record they left is invaluable, but must be read with awareness of its biases and limitations. The connection between individual experience and statistical abstraction runs through all historical knowledge about poverty, creating tensions that can never be fully resolved. We know that thousands of people use penny sit-ups, that thousands more hung on ropes, that thousands slept in coffins. We can estimate numbers, chart trends, identify patterns, but we cannot truly know what it felt like to be one of those thousands, to experience the particular combination of physical sensation, emotional state, and mental activity that constituted being a specific person in that specific situation on a specific night. The gap between knowing about and knowing cannot be closed, only acknowledged. Historical knowledge about poverty is always partial, always mediated, always missing what most mattered to those who lived it. As we prepare to examine the alternatives to street life that Victorian society offered, the workhouses, the missions, the charitable institutions, we carry forward the understanding developed in these chapters about both the economics and the sociology of survival. The people who entered those institutions came from the circumstances we've explored, bringing with them skills and traumas, adaptations and damages that shaped their experiences of whatever assistance was offered. The institutions themselves were designed by people who understood poverty primarily through the lens of moral judgment that we've examined, creating programs that reflected those judgments and often failed to address actual needs. The intersection of desperate need and inadequate response produced outcomes that were sometimes helpful and often harmful, forming another chapter in the long story of societies attempting, and largely failing, to deal humanely with their most vulnerable members. So far, we've explored the hierarchy of commercial accommodations available to Victorian London's homeless, the penny sit-ups, twopenny hangovers, and fourpenny coffins that extracted payment from people who had almost nothing to give. But these weren't the only options available to the desperate. Victorian society, for all its harsh attitudes toward poverty, did maintain systems that were theoretically designed to prevent actual starvation and death among the destitute. The catch, naturally, was that these systems came with costs of their own, not monetary costs since they were nominally free, but costs measured in dignity, autonomy, and human suffering. Welcome to the world of workhouses and missions, where help always came with strings attached, and sometimes those strings felt more like chains. The workhouse stands as perhaps the most notorious institution of Victorian poverty management, a system so deeply embedded in cultural memory that its name still evokes images of cruelty and desperation more than a century after its abolition. These weren't accidental associations. The workhouse was deliberately designed to be worse than any alternative, to create conditions so unpleasant that people would do anything to avoid them. This wasn't a secret or an unintended consequence. It was the explicit philosophy underlying the entire system. The architects of workhouse policy believed that making relief sufficiently horrible would motivate the poor to help themselves rather than seeking assistance. That this philosophy was both cruel and ineffective at its stated goals didn't prevent its enthusiastic implementation across England's poorest neighbourhoods. The workhouse system we're discussing emerged from the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834, a piece of legislation that reformed earlier approaches to poverty relief into something more systematic and, its designers believed, more efficient. The key innovation was the principle of less eligibility, the idea that conditions inside the workhouse must always be worse than conditions outside, even for the lowest paid independent labourer. If workhouse life were at all comfortable, The reasoning went, people would prefer it to working, and the deserving poor would be corrupted into becoming undeserving dependents. This logic required that workhouses offer the absolute minimum necessary for survival, while adding every possible discouragement against choosing this form of relief. The result was institutions that achieved their goal of being deterrents, but at the cost of inflicting genuine suffering on people who often had no other options. The physical conditions inside workhouses varied somewhat by location and administration, but certain features were nearly universal and universally grim. The buildings themselves were typically large, institutional structures designed to house hundreds of inmates in conditions of maximum surveillance and minimal comfort. Sleeping arrangements were dormitory style, with beds packed closely together in rooms that were cold in winter and stifling in summer. The beds themselves were hard wooden platforms with minimal bedding, not much better than the coffin beds we examined earlier, though at least they were nominally free. Sanitary facilities were shared among large numbers of inmates, creating conditions ripe for disease transmission, while personal privacy was essentially non-existent. The architecture was designed to be imposing and institutional, a constant visual reminder that this was not a home but a place of last resort. The regime inside workhouses was designed to be as unpleasant as possible, while remaining technically legal, and avoiding the outright cruelty that might attract unwanted attention. Inmates rose at prescribed hours, typically early in the morning, and proceeded through rigidly scheduled days that left little time for rest or personal activity. Work was mandatory for all who were physically capable, not because the work was economically necessary, but because idleness was considered morally corrupting. The tasks assigned were deliberately monotonous and often pointless: picking oakum, breaking stones, grinding corn by hand, labour designed to occupy time and demonstrate submission, rather than to produce anything of value. The message was clear: if you were in the workhouse, you would work, and the work would be unpleasant, because you deserved to suffer for your failure to maintain yourself independently. The food in workhouses was carefully calculated to provide minimum necessary nutrition, while offering no enjoyment whatsoever. The famous workhouse gruel, thin oatmeal porridge served at breakfast and supper, became emblematic of institutional parsimony, providing calories without pleasure in a form designed to be just barely adequate. Other meals followed similar principles: bread and cheese, watery soup, occasional meat of questionable quality, all portioned precisely to prevent actual starvation, while ensuring that nobody could accuse the system of treating its inmates too well. The monotony of the diet was itself a form of punishment, with the same limited food served in the same limited quantities day after day, week after week, until the mere thought of workhouse food became nauseating to those who had experienced it. The separation of families upon entry to the workhouse represented one of its cruelest features, designed to prevent the perpetuation of pauperism, but experienced by inmates as a form of torture. Husbands were separated from wives, parents from children, with each category housed in different sections of the institution, and typically forbidden from contact except under strictly supervised conditions. The official rationale was that allowing families to stay together would make workhouse life too comfortable and reduce the incentive to leave and become self-supporting. The actual effect was to inflict psychological trauma on people already suffering from poverty, adding the pain of family separation to the material deprivations they were already enduring. Children grew up without parents present. Elderly couples were divided in their final years. The bonds that might have provided emotional support through hard times were systematically severed. The discipline within workhouses was enforced through a system of rules and punishments that treated inmates as something between prisoners and children incapable of governing themselves. Talking during meals was typically forbidden. Movement between different areas of the workhouse was restricted and required permission. Personal possessions were confiscated upon entry and often never returned. Violations of rules, and there were many rules to violate, resulted in punishments ranging from reduced food rations to solitary confinement to corporal punishment for children and sometimes adults. The power of workhouse masters and matrons over their charges was essentially absolute, with minimal external oversight and strong institutional incentives to maintain strict order, regardless of the human cost. Cruelty by staff was common enough to generate periodic scandals when it came to public attention, though the systemic cruelty built into the institution itself rarely attracted similar condemnation. The stigma attached to workhouse residents extended far beyond the walls of the institution itself, marking those who had entered as failed members of society whose poverty had been officially certified. The workhouse uniform that inmates wore identified them instantly as paupers, a visible marker of status that followed them even after they left the institution. Former workhouse inmates faced discrimination in employment, housing, and social relationships, as the taint of pauperism was assumed to indicate moral deficiency that might recur. For many, a workhouse stay became a permanent stain on their reputations, closing doors that might otherwise have offered paths out of poverty. The deterrent effect that the poor law architects intended thus worked in perverse ways, preventing escape from poverty as effectively as it prevented entry into the workhouse itself. The casual ward, which we mentioned briefly earlier, deserves more detailed examination as the specific interface between the workhouse system and the homeless population. Unlike regular workhouse inmates who might stay for extended periods, casual ward users were transient poor who sought only temporary overnight shelter before continuing on their way. The casual ward was supposed to provide this accommodation to anyone who needed it, fulfilling the legal obligation to prevent actual starvation or death from exposure among the destitute. In practice, the casual ward imposed conditions designed to be even less attractive than regular workhouse residents, ensuring that only the truly desperate would use it, while discouraging anything resembling habitual dependency. The admission process for the casual ward typically occurred in the evening hours, with applicants arriving at the workhouse gates to request shelter for the night. They would be questioned about their circumstances, their previous use of casual wards, and their intentions for the following day. Depending on the workhouse and the officers on duty, this questioning might be perfunctory, or might involve detailed interrogation designed to identify those attempting to abuse the system through excessive use. Once admitted, casual ward users were assigned to separate sleeping quarters from regular inmates, typically in the least desirable spaces within the institution. They received a meal of bread and gruel, access to basic washing facilities, and a bed for the night. Meagre provisions, but legally sufficient to meet the obligation of relief. The catch came the following morning, when casual ward users discovered the price of their free accommodation. Before release, they were required to perform several hours of labour, typically 3 or 4 hours of oakum picking, stone breaking, or other degrading tasks. This work requirement transformed the casual ward from genuine charity into something closer to a labour exchange, with shelter provided in return for work that was extracted regardless of the user's circumstances or capabilities. A sick person, an elderly person, a person with disabilities, all were expected to complete their work tasks before release, with refusal or inability potentially resulting in additional detention or prosecution for vagrancy. The system thus imposed costs even on its nominal charity, ensuring that nobody could obtain help without paying for it in sweat and submission. The timing of casual ward operations created particular hardships for those trying to use them, while also seeking employment. Admission typically required arriving at the workhouse by a certain hour, often in the late afternoon or early evening, which meant abandoning any work opportunities that might have extended into those hours. The mandatory morning labour delayed release until late morning or even afternoon, eliminating the possibility of seeking early morning work opportunities that were often the best available. Someone trying to use the casual ward while also looking for work found themselves caught between competing demands, with the requirements of the relief system actively interfering with their attempts to become self-supporting. The system designed to encourage independence actually made independence more difficult to achieve. The geographic distribution of casual wards and the rules governing their use created patterns of movement among the homeless poor that shaped their experiences in fundamental ways. Most casual wards prohibited frequent return visits, typically allowing the same person to use the same ward only once in a specified period, often 30 days. This meant that anyone relying on casual wards for regular shelter had to keep moving, travelling circuits between different workhouses to maintain access to accommodation. The phrase, "on the tramp," described this pattern of mandated wandering, with the homeless moving from one casual ward to another in endless circuits that prevented settling anywhere while consuming energy and time that might otherwise have been devoted to finding permanent solutions. The system created wanderers even among those who might have preferred to stay in one place. Against this grim backdrop of official provision, the charitable sector offered alternatives that were sometimes better and sometimes merely different in their forms of control. The Salvation Army, founded in 1865 as the Christian Mission and renamed in 1878, became perhaps the most visible charitable organisation addressing homelessness during this period. Its approach combined practical assistance with aggressive evangelism, offering food, shelter and employment assistance to those willing to submit to religious instruction and moral reformation. The army's methods were controversial. Critics accused it of exploiting the desperate to boost conversion numbers, but its practical impact on homeless relief was substantial, providing alternatives to the workhouse system that many preferred despite their conditions. Salvation Army shelters operated on principles that differed significantly from both commercial lodging houses and workhouse casual wards. Religious services were mandatory and frequent, with attendance at prayers, hymns and sermons the expected price of admission. The army's view of poverty aligned in some ways with broader Victorian moralism. Poverty was associated with sin, and salvation from poverty required salvation from sin. But it also incorporated genuine compassion and practical assistance that the official system often lacked. The shelters were typically cleaner than commercial lodging houses, the staff more engaged with individual circumstances, and the approach more oriented toward rehabilitation than mere deterrence. Whether this made up for the spiritual demands imposed on residents was a matter of individual perspective. The economics of Salvation Army operations allowed them to provide services at prices lower than commercial alternatives, while maintaining conditions that were somewhat better. The Army's charitable donations, combined with the unpaid or low-paid labour of its religious workers, subsidised operations in ways that profit-seeking businesses couldn't match. A night in a Salvation Army shelter might cost a penny or be entirely free, while offering a bed, a meal, and conditions of relative cleanliness that the equivalent commercial establishment couldn't approach. The trade-off was submission to religious programming that some found comforting, others found tolerable, and still others found intrusive and manipulative. For those who genuinely shared or could adopt the Army's religious framework, its shelters offered something close to community. For those who didn't, the mandatory piety was simply another form of payment. The employment services offered by the Salvation Army and similar organisations represented attempts to address the underlying causes of homelessness rather than merely its symptoms. The Army operated workshops where unemployed people could earn small amounts while learning skills and demonstrating reliability to potential employers. They maintained registries connecting job seekers with employers, serving as intermediaries who could vouch for workers' character. They provided the clean clothing and grooming facilities that homeless people needed to appear presentable for job interviews. These services were genuinely helpful for some, providing the boost needed to transition from street life to stable employment. For others, they remained out of reach. The jobs available were limited, the competition was intense, and the structural factors that created unemployment couldn't be solved by any charitable program. Other charitable organisations operated with varying approaches and varying effectiveness throughout Victorian London. The Church of England maintained missions and shelters through its various parishes, though with resources and commitment that varied enormously from one location to another. Catholic organisations served particularly the Irish immigrant population that made up a significant portion of London's homeless. Jewish charities addressed the needs of their community members, many of whom had arrived as refugees from Eastern European persecution. Secular charitable organisations, often founded by wealthy philanthropists motivated by various combinations of guilt, religious conviction, and genuine humanitarian concern, operated shelters, soup kitchens, and employment services. The charitable landscape was fragmented and uncoordinated, with different organisations serving different populations according to different principles, creating a patchwork that was comprehensive in aggregate, but confusing and inconsistent in practice. The price of charitable assistance wasn't always measured in religious conversion or moral reformation. Sometimes it was paid in data. The Charity Organisation Society, which we mentioned earlier, exemplified an approach that made detailed investigation the prerequisite for any help. Applicants had to submit to questioning about their circumstances, their history, their family connections, and their moral character. Investigators would visit previous employers, landlords, and family members to verify claims and assess worthiness. Only those who passed this scrutiny would receive assistance, and even then, assistance was provided grudgingly, in amounts calculated to be minimal, and with ongoing monitoring to ensure that recipients were making proper progress toward independence. The system generated enormous volumes of case files that provide valuable historical records today, but represented, at the time, intrusive surveillance of the most private aspects of poor people's lives. The distinction between charitable and commercial provision was not always clear in practice, as some organisations operated in spaces between pure charity and pure business. Roton Houses, named after their founder Lord Roton, offered accommodation at prices, sixpence per night, that fell between charitable shelters and standard commercial lodging houses. The facilities were superior to most commercial alternatives, with private cubicles rather than shared spaces, better sanitation, and rules that maintained order without the religious demands of organisations like the Salvation Army. Roton intended these establishments to provide dignified accommodation for the working poor at prices they could afford, and by many accounts he succeeded. The Roton Houses represented a kind of social enterprise avant la lettre, operating on commercial principles but with social rather than profit-maximising goals. The missionaries and reformers who worked among the homeless during this period occupied complicated positions, genuinely motivated by concern for suffering, but often carrying assumptions that limited their effectiveness. Many came from comfortable backgrounds that left them poorly prepared to understand the actual circumstances of poverty, approaching their work with ideas about moral reformation that reflected their own values more than the needs of those they sought to help. They documented conditions, raised awareness, and provided genuine assistance, but they also frequently patronised those they helped, treating them as objects of charity rather than as people with agency and dignity. The relationships between helpers and helped were inevitably shaped by power imbalances that even well-intentioned reformers struggled to navigate. The experience of receiving help from charitable or official sources left marks that extended beyond the immediate assistance provided. The gratitude that was expected, the deference that was required, the moral instruction that accompanied every handout, all communicated messages about the unworthiness of recipients that accumulated into internalized shame. People who had accepted workhouse relief, who had submitted to Salvation Army conversion efforts, who had opened their lives to charity organisation society investigation, these people carried psychological burdens from the help they had received, burdens that sometimes outweighed the material benefits. The help came with hidden costs that weren't tallied in any accounting but were real nonetheless, paid in self-respect that could never quite be recovered. The alternatives available to Victorian homeless people were thus variations on themes of control, whether exercised through religious requirement, labour extraction, investigation and surveillance, or simple physical conditions designed to deter use. The choice between sleeping on a rope for twopence and sleeping in a casual ward for free was a choice between different forms of cost, different mechanisms of control, different erosions of dignity. Neither option was actually good. They were merely different degrees of bad, requiring calculations about which costs were most tolerable under particular circumstances. The system offered no genuinely supportive alternatives, no paths that provided help without demanding compensation in forms that the helped often found worse than the original problems. And yet, despite everything we've described, the commercial exploitation, the official cruelty, the conditional charity, human connections persisted among those navigating these systems. This brings us to what might be the most unexpectedly hopeful aspect of Victorian homelessness: the communities of mutual support that formed among people who had nothing in common except their shared misfortune. In conditions designed to isolate and dehumanize, people found ways to help each other, to share knowledge and resources, to maintain something resembling human connection. The community of desperation that emerged wasn't romantic or idealized, but it was real, and its existence tells us something important about human resilience in circumstances that should have crushed it entirely. The formation of alliances among the homeless emerged naturally from the recognition that cooperation sometimes offered better survival odds than competition. Two people watching each other's backs were safer than one person alone. Information shared among several was more valuable than information hoarded by individuals. Resources pooled could stretch further than resources kept separate. These weren't formal organisations with membership requirements and written bylaws. They were fluid associations of mutual advantage, forming and dissolving as circumstances changed and individuals moved through different situations. The ties were practical rather than sentimental, maintained as long as they served survival purposes and abandoned when they didn't. This wasn't friendship in the conventional sense, but it wasn't nothing either. The sharing of information represented one of the most important functions of homeless community networks. Knowledge about which lodging houses treated customers decently and which were dangerous. intelligence about police patterns and how to avoid vagrancy arrests, tips about where casual labour might be found, which foremen were hiring, which corners were good for begging, warnings about specific individuals who were violent, predatory or untrustworthy. This information was currency, valuable in proportion to its accuracy and timeliness, shared among those who had established relationships of reciprocity. Newcomers to the streets faced a steep learning curve that the right connections could flatten considerably. Those without connections had to learn everything through painful personal experience. The geographic concentration of homeless populations in specific areas of Victorian London, the East End, the areas around major railway termini, the neighbourhoods with concentrations of lodging houses, created conditions where regular contact was unavoidable, and relationships could develop over time. The same faces appeared night after night in the same penny sit-ups. The same voices were heard morning after morning complaining about the same rope-cutting rituals. The same figures lined up for the same casual labour opportunities. This repetition created familiarity that could develop into something more, as people who saw each other constantly began exchanging words, then information, then occasional assistance. The geography of poverty concentrated people who might otherwise have remained strangers, creating the conditions for community even when no one consciously sought it. The social hierarchies that emerged within homeless communities reflected various forms of capital that maintained value even in destitution. Seniority conferred status. Someone who had been on the streets for years knew things that newcomers didn't, and this knowledge commanded respect. Physical capability mattered. Those who could protect themselves and their associates had standing that the weak and vulnerable lacked. Social skills translated into network positions that could be leveraged for various purposes. Even moral character played a role. Someone known for keeping their word, for not stealing from associates, for helping when possible. This reputation had value that affected how others treated them. The hierarchies weren't formalized, but they were real, shaping interactions in ways that participants understood even without articulating. The mentorship relationships that sometimes developed between experienced homeless individuals and newcomers represented one of the more positive features of street community. An older hand might take a younger one under their wing, showing them how to navigate the system, warning them about dangers, introducing them to useful contacts. The motivations for such mentorship varied: genuine compassion, desire for companionship, hope of eventual reciprocation, or simply the satisfaction of being knowledgeable and helpful. Whatever the motivation, the effect was to transmit survival knowledge across generations of homeless experience, creating continuity that allowed newcomers to benefit from what others had learned. The alternative, each person discovering everything for themselves, was simply less efficient, and efficiency mattered when margins were this thin. The protective associations that formed among homeless women represented particularly important survival adaptations in an environment where women faced dangers that men didn't. Women travelling together were safer than women alone. Groups could watch while individuals slept, could intervene when predators approached, could provide the numbers that deterred casual violence. These associations weren't always harmonious. Conflicts over resources, romantic entanglements, and personal friction created tensions that sometimes broke groups apart, but they served protective functions that made their maintenance worthwhile despite their difficulties. The women who figured out how to maintain such associations survived better than those who didn't. Natural selection of a sort operated through social arrangements as surely as through individual capabilities. The care provided to sick members of homeless communities varied from callous abandonment to genuine efforts at assistance, depending on relationships, resources, and circumstances. Someone who fell ill in the street might be ignored by strangers who had enough to worry about without taking on additional burdens. But someone who fell ill among associates might receive whatever help those associates could provide: a bit of food, a share of shelter, perhaps assistance reaching charitable medical services that might help. This care was limited by the desperate circumstances of those providing it. You couldn't give what you didn't have, and most homeless people had very little to give. But the willingness to help when possible, the norm of mutual assistance among those who had established connections, represented something valuable even when its practical effects were limited. The rituals and routines of homeless community life provided structure that helped maintain psychological stability in circumstances that constantly threatened to overwhelm it. The regular times and places where certain people gathered, the predictable exchanges that occurred around lodging house queues, the familiar faces in familiar locations, all created a kind of stability that existed despite the underlying chaos of street life. These routines weren't formally established. They emerged organically from repeated interactions and became self-reinforcing as people found comfort in their predictability. The homeless person who knew where to find their associates, who could count on certain interactions occurring at certain times, had something that looked almost like normal social life, if you squinted enough to blur the surrounding misery. The humour that persisted among the homeless despite their circumstances served functions that extended beyond mere entertainment. Jokes about shared predicaments, wry observations about the absurdities of the system they navigated, dark comedy about situations that might otherwise be simply depressing, all provided psychological release that helped maintain sanity. Laughing at circumstances you couldn't change was preferable to being crushed by them, and shared laughter created bonds between people who had little else to share. The specific jokes and comic traditions of Victorian homeless communities are largely lost to history, but fragmentary evidence suggests a culture of dark humour that found entertainment value in situations that comfortable observers saw only as tragic. The conflicts within homeless communities were as real as the cooperation, driven by competition for scarce resources and the general stress of impossible circumstances. Fights erupted over prime locations, over suspected theft, over romantic jealousies, over debts unpaid and promises broken. Some individuals developed reputations as dangerous or untrustworthy, to be avoided when possible and handled carefully when avoidance was impossible. The violence that sometimes occurred could be serious, resulting in injuries that the informal care systems of homeless communities couldn't adequately address. The community of the streets was not utopia. It was merely what emerged when desperate people found themselves in proximity, with all the positive and negative features that such proximity inevitably generates. The relationship between homeless communities and the criminal underworld that operated in similar spaces was complex and variable. Some homeless individuals were themselves engaged in criminal activity: theft, fencing stolen goods, fraud, prostitution, and their connections linked homeless networks to broader criminal enterprises. Others maintained strict separation from criminal activity, whether from moral conviction or practical calculation that the risks outweighed the benefits. The boundaries were porous. Someone might live honestly for months and then turn to theft when circumstances became desperate enough, or might move between legal and illegal earning strategies depending on opportunities and needs. The criminal justice system didn't make fine distinctions, treating homelessness itself as quasi-criminal and homeless people as presumptive offenders, which pushed people toward criminal association even when they would have preferred to avoid it. The spiritual life of homeless communities included both formal religious expression and informal beliefs that provided meaning and hope in circumstances that often seemed meaningless and hopeless. Some people found genuine comfort in the religious messages provided by organizations like the Salvation Army, embracing faith as a source of strength and community. Others maintained private spiritual practices that connected them to traditions from their lives before poverty. Still others developed idiosyncratic beliefs that helped them make sense of their experiences and maintain motivation to continue. The spiritual dimension of homeless life wasn't always visible to outside observers focused on material conditions, but it was real and important for many of those living it, providing resources for psychological survival that material assistance alone couldn't supply. The hope of escape from homelessness persisted among many street dwellers despite abundant evidence for pessimism, representing either resilient optimism or necessary delusion depending on how you viewed it. People maintained plans for how they would eventually get back on their feet, improve their circumstances, return to something resembling normal life. These plans were often unrealistic based on assumptions about opportunities that didn't exist, or capabilities that poverty had eroded, but they served psychological functions regardless of their practical validity. The alternative, accepting that current circumstances were permanent, was psychologically devastating in ways that made continued functioning difficult. Hope, even unfounded hope, provided motivation to keep trying, to get up each morning and face another day of the same struggles. The few who actually did escape from prolonged homelessness often retained connections to the communities they had left behind, at least for a time. Someone who found stable employment might return to former haunts to share news, to maintain relationships, perhaps to provide modest assistance to those still struggling. These connections gradually attenuated as new circumstances created new relationships, and old ones became less relevant, but they persisted longer than purely instrumental logic would suggest. The community bonds formed in desperation had genuine emotional content that people didn't simply abandon once their circumstances improved, at least not immediately. Over time, of course, most escaped homeless individuals built new lives that left little room for old associations, and the communities they had belonged to reformed around those who remained. The generational aspects of homeless community included both children who grew up in these environments and elderly people who had grown old in them. Children absorbed the norms and knowledge of homeless culture as their primary education, learning survival skills alongside whatever formal schooling they might occasionally receive. Elderly people who had spent decades on the streets embodied the accumulated wisdom of homeless experience, repositories of knowledge about how things worked and how they had changed over time. The coexistence of these generations created something like cultural continuity, with knowledge and practices transmitted across time even as the specific individuals involved constantly changed. The community renewed itself even as its members cycled through, maintaining patterns that persisted beyond any individual's participation. The documentation of homeless community life is frustratingly sparse, since the people living it were rarely in positions to record their experiences, and outside observers rarely gained sufficient access to understand the internal dynamics. What we know comes primarily from reformers who visited these communities as outsiders, from court records that captured conflict rather than cooperation, from occasional memoirs by those who escaped and looked back. These sources are valuable but incomplete, capturing only fragments of what was surely a richer and more complex social world than surviving evidence can reconstruct. The full texture of relationships, the specific ways that people helped and hindered each other, the emotional dimensions of community life, all remain partially obscured, knowable only through inference from inadequate evidence. The existence of community among the Victorian homeless complicates simple narratives about poverty and isolation, suggesting that human social nature persists even under conditions that seem designed to destroy it. The penny sit-ups and two-penny hangovers and four-penny coffins were terrible places, and the systems of official and charitable assistance were often cruel and controlling, but within and around these structures, people found ways to connect, to help, to maintain humanity that their circumstances constantly threatened. This doesn't make Victorian homelessness any less terrible. The suffering was real and the systems that produced it deserve condemnation. But it does suggest that human beings have resources for resilience that simple, material analysis might overlook. The community of desperation was not a solution to poverty, but it was something, a reminder that even in the worst circumstances, people find ways to not be entirely alone. The legacy of these communities is difficult to trace, since they left no formal institutions or records to carry their memory forward. When conditions eventually improved, when workhouses were reformed and eventually abolished, when new forms of assistance replaced the old cruelties, the specific communities that had formed under Victorian conditions dissolved and were forgotten. Their members died or escaped into different circumstances, and the knowledge they had accumulated became irrelevant to changed conditions. What remains is the historical pattern, the demonstration that community forms under even the worst circumstances, and the implicit suggestion that similar dynamics probably operate wherever people face similar situations today. The Victorian homeless were not unique in their humanity, only in the specific forms their humanity took under specific historical conditions. As we prepare to examine the diseases, dangers, and mortality that characterized Victorian homeless life, we carry forward the understanding that these were not isolated individuals but members of communities, however fragile and imperfect those communities might have been. The deaths we'll discuss were often witnessed by others, mourned in whatever ways the circumstances permitted, remembered at least briefly by those who had known the deceased. The health crises were sometimes addressed by mutual assistance, however inadequate that assistance might have been. The dangers were navigated with the help of information and protection that community connections provided. Understanding homelessness as a social as well as individual experience changes how we think about its human dimensions, revealing complexity where simple stereotypes would see only undifferentiated misery. The seasonal rhythms of community life reflected the broader patterns of homeless existence that we've examined throughout this narrative. Winter brought people together in shared desperation, crowding into whatever shelter was available, and forming closer associations than summer's dispersal permitted. The cold that threatened survival also created opportunities for mutual warmth, both literal and figurative, as people huddled together and shared what resources they had. Summer allowed more independence, more space, less forced proximity, but also less community, as people spread out into the parks and streets and lost the daily contact that winter's crowding had enforced. The communities reformed each autumn as temperatures dropped, familiar faces reappearing in familiar places, but the specific configurations changed as some people had died, others had escaped, and newcomers had arrived to take their places. The territorial nature of homeless communities created informal geographies that outsiders rarely perceived but that insiders navigated constantly. Certain areas belonged to certain groups, with boundaries understood even if never formally marked. Newcomers who wandered into claimed territory might face hostility, questioning or simply pointed suggestions that they would be more comfortable elsewhere. These territorial claims weren't about property in any legal sense, nobody owned anything, but about social control of space, about establishing precedents that translated into practical advantages in the daily competition for resources. The territories shifted over time as group compositions changed and power dynamics evolved, but territoriality as a principle remained constant, one of the organizing features of homeless community life. The language of homeless communities included specialized vocabulary and modes of expression that marked insiders and excluded outsiders. Slang terms for different types of accommodation, for various earning strategies, for police and authorities, for the geography of poverty, all created a linguistic community that reinforced social bonds while creating barriers to those who didn't share the vocabulary. This wasn't a fully developed argot like the cant of professional criminals, but it was distinctive enough that people who used it recognized each other as members of a shared world. The language both reflected and reinforced community boundaries, marking who belonged and who didn't in ways that went beyond mere geographic proximity. The material culture of homeless communities was necessarily minimal, given that possessions were burdens to carry and targets for theft. But certain items took on significance beyond their practical value. Tokens exchanged between friends, small objects that connected to better times, improvised tools that represented accumulated skill and effort. These possessions were protected carefully, hidden about the person or entrusted to associates for safekeeping, valued out of proportion to their monetary worth. The material poverty of homeless life didn't mean the absence of material culture, only its compression into forms that could survive the constraints of constant movement and minimal storage. The trust relationships that developed within homeless communities required careful calibration, balancing openness that permitted cooperation against caution that protected against exploitation. Learning who could be trusted, to what degree and under what circumstances was essential survival knowledge that took time to develop. Some people were reliable partners for certain activities but not others. Some could be trusted with information but not with possessions. Some were safe companions in public but dangerous in private. The social intelligence required to navigate these distinctions was itself a form of capability that distinguished successful survivors from those who fell victim to misplaced trust or isolation born of excessive caution. The role of alcohol in homeless community life was complex, serving as social lubricant, psychological escape, and potential source of conflict all at once. Drinking together created bonds, shared experience that reinforced relationships and marked occasions of relative prosperity. The pub or the shared bottle provided warmth, both thermal and social, that the streets and lodging houses couldn't offer. But alcohol also created problems, fights that damaged relationships, expenses that competed with survival necessities, addiction that eroded capability over time. The community norms around drinking varied. Some groups tolerated heavy drinking while others maintained stricter standards, and individuals navigated between these different cultures, depending on their own preferences and circumstances. The storytelling traditions of homeless communities preserved and transmitted experience in forms that entertainment and education, helping pass time that might otherwise be unbearably empty while conveying information that newcomers needed. Stories about particularly memorable lodging house experiences, about encounters with police or authorities, about successful or failed escape attempts, all circulated through communities, accumulating details and interpretations as they passed from teller to teller. These stories weren't always accurate in their specifics, but they captured truths about the experience of homelessness that mere factual accounts might miss. The people who told stories well had status in their communities, their narrative skills valued alongside more practical capabilities. The religious observances that persisted among some homeless individuals created sub-communities within broader homeless populations. Those who maintained prayer practices, who observed religious holidays, who held on to faith despite circumstances that might have destroyed it. These people often found each other and formed associations that provided spiritual community alongside practical mutual assistance. The Salvation Army and other religious charities facilitated some of these connections, but organic religious communities also formed independently, people drawn together by shared beliefs that transcended their shared circumstances. These religious sub-communities weren't universal. Many homeless people had abandoned any religious practice, but they were significant for those who belonged to them. The dreams that homeless people harboured about different futures represented another dimension of community life, shared aspirations that connected people to hopes beyond their immediate circumstances. Some dreamed of returning to specific places, to homes and communities they had left behind. Others dreamed of opportunities that would come with changed circumstances, jobs, families, security. Still others maintained more modest hopes, better lodging, steadier income, simple respite from constant struggle. These dreams were shared among trusted associates, sometimes mockingly, but sometimes with genuine encouragement that helped maintain the will to continue. The community supported not just survival in the present, but the imagination of different futures, however unlikely those futures might be. The end of community membership came in various ways. Death, which removed members permanently, escape, which transitioned people into different circumstances where old associations became less relevant, imprisonment, which isolated people from their communities for periods that might be brief or extended, geographic movement, which placed physical distance between former associates. Each departure affected the community that remained, leaving gaps that might be filled by newcomers or simply absorbed as the community contracted. The constant cycling of membership meant that communities were never stable, always in flux, always forming and reforming around changing casts of participants. What persisted were the patterns, the forms of association, the norms that shaped interaction, the structures that individuals passed through without any individual being permanent. The communities we've just explored, those fragile networks of mutual support among Victorian London's homeless, existed in an environment that was actively trying to kill their members. This isn't metaphor or exaggeration. The physical conditions of street life, lodging houses and poverty accommodation were genuinely lethal, producing death rates that would constitute a public health emergency by any modern standard. The diseases that thrived in these environments, the accidents that claimed lives with disturbing regularity, the cumulative wear that turned young people into broken shells decades before their time, all combined to create mortality statistics that tell a story of systematic destruction of human life on an industrial scale. If the previous chapters have seemed grim, well, they were just the appetizer. Welcome to the main course of Victorian poverty, premature death. Tuberculosis stood as the great killer of the Victorian poor, so prevalent among the destitute that it was sometimes called the disease of poverty, or the white plague for the pallor it imposed on its victims. The bacterium responsible, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, found ideal transmission conditions in the crowded, poorly ventilated spaces where homeless people congregated. Every cough from an infected person released bacterial particles into the air, where they could be inhaled by anyone nearby, and in a penny sit-up or two-penny hangover, everyone was nearby. The disease spread with relentless efficiency through homeless populations, infecting some who would die quickly and others who would linger for months or years, gradually weakening until their bodies could no longer sustain life. Good luck finding antibiotics in this century, since they wouldn't be developed for another 60 years. The progression of tuberculosis in a homeless person followed predictable patterns that everyone in these communities would have recognized. The persistent cough that wouldn't go away, growing worse over time and increasingly productive of bloody sputum. The night sweats that soaked whatever bedding was available and left victims shivering in the cold air that followed. The weight loss that transformed already thin bodies into skeletal frames as the disease consumed the resources that might otherwise have sustained life. The fever that came and went, sometimes mild and sometimes burning, sapping energy that was already in short supply. The gradual weakening that made work impossible, then walking difficult, then breathing laboured, until finally the body simply stopped functioning. This process might take months or years, with the victim remaining conscious and aware through most of their decline, watching themselves die in slow motion while being unable to do anything about it. The treatment options available for tuberculosis in Victorian England range from useless to actively harmful, since medical understanding of the disease was still decades away from anything effective. Doctors might recommend fresh air and good nutrition, sensible advice in principle, but utterly impossible for someone sleeping in coffin beds and eating workhouse gruel. Various patent medicines promised cures that they couldn't deliver, extracting money from desperate people in exchange for concoctions that were typically alcohol-based and occasionally poisonous. Sanatoriums existed for those who could afford them, offering rest and supervised care that might slow the disease's progression, but these were as inaccessible to the homeless as luxury hotels or private yachts. The practical reality was that a homeless person who contracted tuberculosis would almost certainly die from it, the only question being how long the dying would take. The infection rates for tuberculosis among lodging house populations were estimated at levels that would terrify any modern epidemiologist. Some surveys suggested that more than half of regular lodging house users showed signs of tubercular infection, though not all of these would progress to active disease. The conditions that made transmission so efficient, crowding, poor ventilation, weakened immune systems from malnutrition, were precisely the conditions that defined homeless accommodation. Every night spent in these establishments increased exposure risk. Every cough from a neighbour might be the one that transmitted a fatal infection. The penny sit-up that saved you from arrest for vagrancy might simultaneously condemn you to a lingering death from lung disease, though this trade-off probably seemed abstract compared to the immediate need for shelter. Typhus was another major killer, spreading not through the air but through the body lice that infested virtually everyone who spent significant time in homeless accommodation. The disease, caused by rickettsia bacteria transmitted through louse feces, produced high fevers, severe headaches, and a characteristic rash that spread across the body. Untreated, and it was almost always untreated among the homeless, typhus killed perhaps 10 to 40% of those infected, with higher rates among the malnourished and otherwise weakened. Epidemics would sweep through lodging house populations periodically, killing dozens or hundreds before burning out when the supply of susceptible victims was temporarily exhausted. The connection between lice and typhus wasn't understood until later, but the association between crowded, lousy conditions and disease outbreaks was well established, even without knowing the precise mechanism. Typhoid fever, despite the similar name, was an entirely different disease spread through contaminated water and food rather than through insects. The Salmonella bacteria responsible thrived in environments where human waste mixed with water supplies, precisely the conditions that characterized the slums where homeless populations concentrated. The cramped courts and alleys of the East End had sanitary arrangements that were either non-existent or grossly inadequate, with privies overflowing into the same water sources that residents used for drinking and cooking. A single infected person could contaminate water supplies that served dozens of others, creating outbreaks that spread rapidly through populations with no access to alternative sources. The disease produced fever, intestinal symptoms, and sometimes fatal complications, including intestinal perforation and overwhelming infection. Cholera, the most feared epidemic disease of the Victorian era, made periodic appearances that terrorized all classes but killed most heavily among the poor. The disease spread through water contaminated with the Vibrio cholerae bacterium, producing violent diarrhea and vomiting that could kill within hours through dehydration. The great cholera outbreaks of Victorian London, 1832, 1849, 1854, 1866, demonstrated with terrible clarity the connection between poverty, sanitation, and disease, since mortality rates in poor neighbourhoods dwarfed those in wealthy areas. The famous investigation by John Snow during the 1854 outbreak, which traced infections to a contaminated water pump in Soho, helped establish the waterborne theory of cholera transmission and eventually led to public health improvements. But these improvements came slowly and unevenly, leaving the poorest areas vulnerable long after wealthier neighbourhoods had been protected. The respiratory infections that didn't quite rise to the level of tuberculosis still claimed countless lives among the homeless, particularly during winter months when cold stress combined with pathogen exposure to overwhelm weakened immune systems. Pneumonia, bronchitis, influenza, all spread efficiently through crowded accommodations and struck hardest at bodies already compromised by malnutrition, exposure, and chronic disease. A case of influenza that a well-fed person in a warm home might survive with a week of bed rest could easily kill a homeless person who had no bed to rest in and no reserves to draw upon during recovery. The seasonal mortality peaks visible in Victorian death statistics reflected this vulnerability, with winter claiming far more homeless lives than summer, despite the nominal shelter that lodging houses and workhouses provided. The skin conditions and infections that plagued homeless populations were less immediately fatal, but contributed to the general burden of illness that shortened lives and reduced quality of existence. The constant exposure to bedbugs, lice and fleas left skin irritated and damaged, creating entry points for bacterial infections that could become serious if untreated. Scabies spread efficiently through the close contact of lodging house life, causing intense itching that drove victims to scratch until their skin bled. Ringworm, impetigo, and various other fungal and bacterial skin infections circulated constantly, disfiguring and discomforting without quite killing. These conditions marked their victims as obviously ill, adding another barrier to employment and social acceptance on top of the other marks of poverty. The venereal diseases that circulated among some homeless populations carried their own long-term health consequences, though Victorian reluctance to discuss such matters openly means our knowledge of their prevalence is limited. Syphilis in particular, before the development of effective treatment, was a progressive disease that could eventually cause neurological damage, cardiovascular problems, and death, but only after years or decades of infection, during which the carrier might spread the disease to others. The intersection of homelessness, prostitution, and casual sexual encounters in lodging house environments created conditions where sexually transmitted infections could circulate, though moral disapproval often prevented accurate documentation of these patterns. The mental health consequences of prolonged homelessness represented another category of health impact, less visible than physical diseases but equally destructive. Depression was endemic among people facing impossible circumstances, though Victorians lacked the vocabulary to describe it in clinical terms and offered no treatment beyond moral exhortation to maintain cheerful attitudes. Anxiety, trauma, and chronic stress wore down psychological resilience, creating conditions that we might today recognize as PTSD, chronic depression, or anxiety disorders. Alcohol provided self-medication that temporarily dulled psychological pain while creating additional problems as addiction took hold and the physical effects of heavy drinking accumulated. The psychological damage of homelessness interacted with physical health in complex ways, with mental suffering reducing the will and ability to care for physical health, while physical illness worsened mental states. The malnutrition that characterized homeless existence wasn't a single condition, but a constellation of deficiencies that affected every system in the body. Protein deficiency weakened muscles and compromised immune function. Vitamin deficiencies produced specific syndromes: scurvy from lack of vitamin C, rickets from lack of vitamin D, pellagra from lack of niacin, each with its own symptoms and long-term consequences. Caloric insufficiency left bodies without the energy needed for basic functions, including the immune responses that might have fought off infections. The cumulative effect of chronic malnutrition was a body operating below capacity in every dimension, vulnerable to diseases that well-nourished people would survive, recovering slowly from injuries that should have healed quickly, aging rapidly under the accumulated stress. Beyond disease, the physical dangers of homeless life claimed lives through violence, accident, and exposure. The violence we've touched on in discussing community conflicts was real, and sometimes fatal. Fights that went too far, attacks by predators who targeted the vulnerable, robberies that escalated into assaults. The absence of effective policing in the areas where homeless people concentrated meant that perpetrators faced minimal risk of consequences, while victims had no recourse except whatever protection their own communities could provide. Women faced particular risks of sexual violence, and while exact figures are impossible to establish, contemporary accounts suggest that assault was common enough to be expected rather than exceptional. The fires that periodically devastated slum neighbourhoods posed particular dangers to lodging house residents, who occupied buildings that were essentially wooden boxes filled with highly flammable materials and densely packed with sleeping people. When fires started, from overturned candles, from poorly maintained stoves, from any of the countless ignition sources present in these environments, they spread with terrifying speed through structures that had no fire safety features whatsoever. Exits were often limited, blocked, or inadequate for the crowds trying to use them simultaneously. People sleeping in upper-floor coffin beds faced particular danger, trapped in wooden boxes several feet off the ground while fire consumed the building around them. The death tolls from individual lodging house fires range from single digits to dozens, and these incidents occurred with regularity throughout the Victorian period. The exposure deaths that cold weather brought represented the most direct connection between homelessness and mortality, people literally freezing to death because they lacked adequate shelter. These deaths occurred both among those sleeping rough, despite the vagrancy laws that made such sleeping illegal, and among those in nominally sheltered accommodation that provided inadequate protection against severe cold. A penny sit-up with minimal heating offered little more protection than the street outside when temperatures dropped far enough. A person weakened by illness and malnutrition might succumb to cold that healthier individuals survived. The coroner's reports from Victorian winters document a steady stream of exposure deaths among the homeless, bodies found in doorways and under arches and in the corners of lodging houses, dead from cold that the greatest empire in the world couldn't be bothered to protect them from. The drowning deaths that claimed homeless victims represented another category of environmental mortality, particularly significant given the geography of Victorian London. The Thames ran through the heart of the city, and the dock areas that offered casual employment also offered opportunities for fatal accidents. People fell into the river from wharves, from bridges, from the banks where they sought rest. Some drownings were clearly accidental, others may have been suicides by people who saw no other way out of their circumstances. Still others were probably homicides, bodies dumped into the river to dispose of evidence. The water that flowed past London's slums carried away an unknown number of homeless people, most of whom were never recovered or, if recovered, never identified. The statistics on mortality among Victorian homeless populations are frustratingly incomplete, since nobody was carefully tracking deaths among a population that wasn't carefully tracked while alive. What evidence exists suggests death rates dramatically elevated compared to the general population, perhaps 2 to 3 times higher, with even greater disparities for specific causes like tuberculosis. Life expectancy for those trapped in chronic homelessness was probably measured in years rather than decades, with many dying in their 20s or 30s from conditions that would have been survivable with adequate resources. The numbers are estimates built on fragmentary evidence, but they consistently point toward the same conclusion. Homelessness was lethal, and the system supposedly designed to address it failed utterly to prevent the premature deaths of those they processed. The disposal of homeless bodies after death reflected the same indifference that had characterized treatment of the living. Those who died in workhouses received pauper burials, bodies placed in common graves without headstones or individual identification, sometimes stacked multiple deep to economize on space. Those who died in lodging houses might be reported to authorities or might simply be removed to the street, where they became someone else's problem. Those who died on the streets themselves were collected by whoever found them, processed through whatever system could be bothered to handle them, and buried in anonymity that completed the erasure of identity that poverty had begun. The cemeteries that received these bodies held thousands upon thousands of Victorian poor, their specific locations within the mass graves unmarked and now largely unknown. The children who died among the homeless population represented perhaps the most tragic dimension of this mortality. Young lives ended before they had properly begun. Infant mortality among the poorest classes was staggeringly high. Perhaps 30 to 50% of children born in the worst slums died before their 5th birthday. Those who survived infancy faced continued elevated risk, with childhood diseases claiming many who might have survived with better nutrition and medical care. The children who grew up homeless inherited not just the poverty of their parents, but the accumulated health deficits that poverty produced, starting life with disadvantages that most would never overcome. The graves of Victorian children filled churchyards and cemeteries across London, tiny bodies testifying to a system that valued economy over the lives of its most vulnerable members. The occupational hazards specific to the casual labour that homeless people depended on added another layer of mortality risk to their already dangerous existence. Market porters suffered injuries from heavy loads carried without proper equipment or training. Dock workers faced the dangers of heavy cargo, unstable surfaces, and the ever-present risk of falling into the water. Street sweepers inhaled the dust and debris of Victorian roads, coating their lungs with particulate matter that contributed to respiratory disease. Even the relatively safe occupation of holding horses carried risks. A startled animal could kick, trample, or drag a handler into traffic. These occupational dangers weren't tracked or compensated. They were simply accepted as part of the cost of survival labour. The industrial accidents that occurred in factories and workshops where some homeless people found casual employment added acute injury risk to the chronic disease burden we've been discussing. Victorian workplaces were notoriously dangerous, with unguarded machinery, inadequate training, and pressure to work quickly, creating conditions where serious injuries were common. A finger caught in gears, an arm crushed by a press, a body pulled into moving equipment. These accidents could transform a struggling worker into a disabled person with even fewer options than before. The compensation systems that might have provided support for injured workers were minimal or non-existent, and the medical care available was often inadequate to prevent permanent disability even from survivable injuries. The suicide rate among homeless populations, while difficult to establish precisely, was almost certainly elevated compared to the general population. The despair that accompanied prolonged poverty, the sense of hopelessness when escape seemed impossible, the physical and psychological suffering that accumulated over time, all created conditions where ending one's own life might seem preferable to continuing. The coroner's records show drownings, hangings, and other deaths classified as suicide among people identified as homeless or destitute, though the true numbers were probably higher than official counts suggest. Some deaths classified as accidents were probably intentional, some bodies were never recovered or identified, some suicides were concealed by families or communities to avoid the stigma that Victorian society attached to self-inflicted death. The aging process among the homeless was accelerated dramatically by the conditions we've been describing, producing people in their 40s who had the physical condition of people in their 60s or older. The cumulative damage from malnutrition, disease, exposure and stress wore bodies down faster than normal aging would have, creating premature decrepitude that further reduced earning capacity and survival prospects. An elderly homeless person, and elderly in this context might mean anyone over 40, faced particular challenges, lacking the physical capability for the labour that younger people could perform, while not qualifying for the minimal institutional support available to the very old. The gap between working capacity and death was a cruel passage through increasing incapacity and suffering. The medical care available to homeless people was limited primarily to charity hospitals and dispensaries that provided what treatment they could to those who sought it. These institutions were understaffed, underfunded, and overwhelmed by demand that far exceeded their capacity. The care provided was often rudimentary: wound cleaning, basic medications, perhaps setting of broken bones, with limited ability to address the chronic conditions that were actually killing most patients. Surgery, when attempted, was performed without antisepsis in the early decades of this period, producing infection rates that made operations nearly as dangerous as the conditions they were meant to address. The medical profession was improving during the Victorian era, but the improvements reached the poor last and least. Against this grim backdrop of disease and death, we come finally to the possibility of escape, the path upward that some homeless people actually managed to travel. Because not everyone who fell into Victorian homelessness stayed there until they died. Some found ways out, climbed the ladder from coffin beds to common lodging houses to regular housing, rebuilt lives that poverty had temporarily destroyed. These success stories were exceptional rather than typical, but they existed, demonstrating that the system wasn't entirely hermetically sealed against upward mobility. The final chapter of our exploration examines how this escape sometimes happened, what it required, and what it meant for those who achieved it. The common lodging house represented the first significant step above the homeless shelter hierarchy we've been examining, offering conditions that were poor by any reasonable standard, but dramatically better than penny sit-ups or four-penny coffins. For 6pence or more per night, sometimes 8p or a shilling for better establishments, customers gained access to actual beds with mattresses, to shared kitchens where they could prepare their own food, to common rooms where social activity was possible, and to conditions of relative stability that the lower-tier accommodations couldn't match. The step from coffin to lodging house bed wasn't just a matter of comfort. It represented entry into a different category of existence, one where something like normal life became at least theoretically possible. The physical conditions in common lodging houses varied enormously, from establishments that barely exceeded coffin bed standards to others that approached respectability. The worst lodging houses were simply larger versions of the homeless shelters, crowded, dirty, vermin-infested, dangerous. The best offered private cubicles rather than shared sleeping spaces, clean bedding changed regularly, functional sanitary facilities, and management that maintained order without excessive harshness. The price differences between these extremes reflected quality differences that customers could perceive even without sophisticated evaluation criteria. Learning which establishments offered better value, which to avoid, which were safe for women or children. This knowledge was valuable and circulated through the networks we discussed earlier. The regularity that lodging house residents permitted represented one of its most significant advantages over lower-tier accommodation. A person who could afford sixpence every night could stay in the same establishment indefinitely, building relationships with staff and fellow residents, accumulating possessions that didn't need to be carried constantly, establishing something like a home base even without actually having a home. This stability made planning possible in ways that nightly uncertainty didn't permit. You could accept a job that required showing up at the same time every day because you knew where you would be sleeping and could organize your time accordingly. The mental energy that had gone into constantly solving the accommodation problem could be redirected toward other aspects of life. The kitchen facilities available in most common lodging houses created opportunities for food preparation that were impossible in the homeless shelter system. Instead of buying prepared food at premium prices or eating whatever could be consumed without cooking, lodging house residents could purchase raw ingredients and prepare meals themselves. This meant both better nutrition and lower costs. A penny's worth of raw potatoes went further than a penny's worth of prepared food from a street vendor. The shared kitchen also served as a social space, where residents interacted while preparing meals and eating together, building the relationships that contributed to stability and mutual support. It wasn't a home kitchen, but it was closer to normal domestic life than anything the lower tiers offered. The employment possibilities for lodging house residents were marginally better than for those stuck in the homeless shelter system, though the advantages were relative rather than absolute. The regular address that lodging house residents provided was necessary for many types of employment. You couldn't receive letters without an address, couldn't be reliably contacted, couldn't demonstrate the minimal stability that employers sought. The better physical condition that came with adequate sleep and nutrition improved work capacity, allowing more productive labour and reducing the sick days that cost wages. The presentable appearance that access to washing facilities permitted helped in job searches, where first impressions mattered even for the most menial positions. None of these advantages guaranteed employment, but they improved odds in a competition where any advantage could matter. The savings accumulation that escape from poverty required was theoretically possible from a lodging house base, though practically difficult given the arithmetic of survival. If daily earnings exceeded daily expenses by even a small margin, the surplus could be saved, hidden in clothing, entrusted to lodging house keepers who provided informal banking services, or simply accumulated in small hoards against future need. Over weeks or months, these small surpluses might grow into sums large enough to matter, enough to pay rent on a room of one's own, enough to purchase tools for a trade, enough to bridge a gap between jobs without falling back into the homeless shelter system. The process was slow, uncertain, and vulnerable to setbacks. An illness, a slow period for work, any unexpected expense, but it was possible in ways that saving from a 4-penny per night existence simply wasn't. The social capital that could be built from a stable lodging house base contributed to escape possibilities in ways that went beyond pure economics. Relationships with employers, with fellow workers, with lodging house staff and residents, all could provide references, recommendations, tips about opportunities, assistance during difficult periods. A person known as reliable, honest, and hard-working had advantages that an anonymous transient lacked, and these reputational assets could only be built through sustained presence in particular communities. The lodging house provided a platform for building these relationships, a place where someone could become known rather than remaining perpetually anonymous among the floating population of the homeless. The psychological transformation that accompanied movement from homelessness to lodging house stability involved shifts in self-perception and future orientation that were as important as the material changes. Someone who had been homeless might think of themselves primarily as a survivor, focused on immediate needs and minimal planning horizons. Someone established in a lodging house could begin thinking of themselves as a worker, a resident, a person with a place in society however modest. This shift in identity supported behaviours that reinforced stability, showing up reliably for work, maintaining appearance and health, building relationships that might lead to better opportunities. The psychological momentum of stability was self-reinforcing in ways that the chaos of homelessness wasn't. The step from lodging house to independent housing represented the final transition out of the poverty accommodation system, the achievement of normal working-class existence that most of the homeless population never reached. Renting a room of one's own, or sharing accommodations with a spouse or family, meant leaving behind the common facilities and shared spaces of lodging house life. It meant privacy, autonomy, the ability to come and go without signing registers or answering questions. It meant a real address, a place where one belonged, an anchor in the world that homelessness had denied. This transition required accumulating not just enough money for the first week's rent, but enough savings to cover the deposit, the initial expenses, and the gap before regular wages became established. The threshold was high enough that many people who achieved lodging house stability never crossed it. The people who did achieve escape from Victorian homelessness typically combined favourable circumstances with determined effort in ways that neither factor alone could produce. They needed opportunities, jobs that paid enough to enable saving, health that permitted sustained work, circumstances that didn't demand every penny for immediate survival. They needed persistence, the discipline to save when spending was tempting, the resilience to recover from setbacks without giving up, the long-term orientation to prioritise future stability over present comfort. And they needed luck, avoiding the illnesses that could wipe out savings and work capacity, encountering employers and landlords who gave them chances, being in the right places at the right times when opportunities appeared. The successful escapees weren't necessarily the most deserving or the hardest working. They were the ones for whom the combination of factors happened to align. The stories of successful escape that circulated through homeless communities served functions that were both inspiring and potentially misleading. These stories provided hope that things could get better, motivation to keep trying when giving up seemed easier, models of what success might look like and how it might be achieved. But they also created unrealistic expectations, suggesting that hard work and virtue would be rewarded when the actual odds were much worse. The visibility of success stories and the invisibility of failure stories created a biased sample that exaggerated escape rates and understated the role of luck. People who had escaped were available to tell their stories. People who had died trying were not. The long-term outcomes for those who escaped homelessness varied considerably, from complete integration into stable working-class life to repeated cycles of stability and relapse. Some people who achieved independent housing maintained it for the rest of their lives, building gradually more comfortable existences through steady work and careful management. Others found that the factors that had originally caused their homelessness, illness, economic vulnerability, personal crises, recurred and precipitated new falls into poverty. The escape was sometimes permanent and sometimes temporary, sometimes the beginning of genuine improvement, and sometimes merely a pause in ongoing struggle. The happy endings that Victorian moralists celebrated as vindication of their beliefs coexisted with far more numerous unhappy endings that received less attention. The structural changes that eventually reduced Victorian homelessness came not primarily from individual escapes, but from collective improvements in economic conditions, housing supply and social provision. The reforms of the late Victorian and Edwardian periods, improved public health infrastructure, expanded education, early forms of social insurance, gradually changed the context within which poverty operated. The worst lodging houses were regulated out of existence or competed out of business by better alternatives. The casual labour markets that had sustained chronic poverty became somewhat more structured and reliable. The workhouse system was reformed and eventually abolished, replaced by less cruel forms of assistance. These changes came slowly and incompletely, but over decades they transformed the landscape of poverty in ways that reduced the population trapped in the circumstances we've been exploring. The memory of Victorian homelessness persisted long after its worst manifestations disappeared, carried in cultural memory through literature, reform campaigns, and historical accounts that kept the image of penny sit-ups and twopenny hangovers alive. These memories served various purposes: warnings about what society should never allow to return, arguments for maintaining social safety nets, reminders of how far things had improved. The specific conditions we've examined, the rope sleeping, the coffin beds, the casual ward labour requirements, became almost mythological, symbols of a past that was grimmer than the present, even when the present had plenty of grimness of its own. Whether this memory serves as adequate motivation to prevent similar conditions from recurring is a question that each generation answers through its policies. The people whose lives we've been exploring throughout this narrative, the factory workers who lost their jobs, The rural migrants who found no opportunities, the women and children caught in circumstances beyond their control, deserve to be remembered as individuals, even though the historical record mostly permits us to know them only as categories. Behind every statistic about lodging house usage, every count of casual ward admissions, every estimate of deaths from tuberculosis or typhus, were particular people with names and histories and hopes that the records don't capture. Some of them escaped, most of them didn't. Some of them found community and connection even in terrible circumstances, others faced their struggles alone. All of them experienced what it meant to be poor in a society that had not yet figured out, and perhaps still hasn't figured out, how to prevent poverty from destroying lives. The system we've been examining, the penny sit-ups and two-penny hangovers and four-penny coffins, the workhouses and casual wards and charitable missions, the diseases and dangers and deaths, was not an inevitable feature of industrial society, but a choice, or rather a series of choices, made by people who could have chosen differently. The decision to criminalise homelessness rather than house the homeless, to make relief so harsh that people would risk death to avoid it, to extract profit from desperation rather than offering genuine support, these were choices that reflected values and priorities, not natural laws or economic necessities. Different choices were possible. Different choices were sometimes made in other times and places. Different choices could be made again if societies decided that human dignity mattered more than the convenience of the comfortable. The relevance of Victorian homelessness to contemporary conditions is obvious enough that it barely needs stating, though the specific mechanisms differ. We no longer have penny sit-ups, but we have homeless shelters with their own hierarchies and conditions. We no longer have two-penny hangovers, but we have people sleeping in doorways and under bridges. We no longer have casual wards with mandatory labour, but we have systems that impose various requirements on those seeking assistance. The fundamental challenge, what to do about people who lack stable housing in societies that generally require it, remains unresolved, and the various approaches tried remain imperfect. The Victorian experience offers no simple solutions, but it does offer cautionary lessons about approaches that failed spectacularly while claiming to help. The story we've told tonight is not ultimately a story about institutional arrangements or economic systems, though it has included both. It's a story about human beings, their suffering, their resilience, their attempts to help each other, their failures and occasional successes. The people who paid to sleep on a rope weren't abstractions or statistics. They were men and women and children who experienced every moment of what that meant, who felt the rough hemp against their arms, who startled awake when the rope was cut each morning, who faced another day of trying to survive in a world that offered them very little. They deserve to be remembered not with pity that maintains distance, but with recognition that maintains connection, the acknowledgement that they were not fundamentally different from us, only different in their circumstances. The greatest empire the world had ever seen couldn't figure out how to keep its poorest citizens from sleeping on ropes. That's the essential absurdity at the heart of this story, the contradiction that Victorian society never resolved and that similar contradictions continue to pose today. Wealth beyond imagining coexisted with poverty beyond enduring, separated by distances that were measured in miles but might as well have been measured in universes. The people who built that wealth and maintained that empire included those who slept in coffin beds and worked as crossing sweepers and died of tuberculosis in their 20s, their contributions invisible and their suffering considered their own fault. This wasn't ancient history. It was barely 5 or 6 generations ago within the family memory of people still living. The past isn't as far away as we sometimes like to think. So as you settle into your comfortable bed tonight, your actual bed, with an actual mattress, in an actual room that you can actually lie down in, spare a thought for those who couldn't take such luxury for granted. The covers you pull up, the pillow you adjust, the simple act of stretching out horizontally without worrying about arrest or payment or falling off a rope, these were genuine luxuries that many people never experienced, and that some people today still don't experience. The distance between your circumstances and theirs isn't as great as it might seem. Misfortune can close that gap faster than anyone expects. But for tonight at least, you're on the comfortable side of that divide. And with that thought, it's time to close this chapter of history and let the past rest. The penny sit-ups are empty now, the ropes long since cut for the last time, the coffin beds rotted into the earth where their occupants eventually followed them. What remains is memory, and the hope that memory might inform choices about how we treat each other going forward. Thank you for joining me on this journey through one of history's darker corners. The story is told, the night is quiet, and it's time for the rest that Victorian London's poorest could rarely obtain. So from me to you, wherever you are in the world, whatever time your clock shows, sweet dreams and good night. Sleep well in your beds that aren't coffins, rest peacefully without ropes to lean on, and wake tomorrow to whatever challenges await. Challenges that will almost certainly not include paying a penny for the privilege of sitting upright until dawn. The past is another country, and we're fortunate not to live there. Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Good night.